Ye Jalia, our lake Jaliada, our lake Jaliada, our lake Mansada. Ye Jalia, our lake Jaliada, our lake Jaliada, our lake Mansada. Ye Jalia, our lake Jaliada, our lake Jaliada, our lake Mansada. Ye Jalia, our lake Jaliada, our lake Jaliada, our lake Mansada.
Live from the Leverett Village Co-op. Here we are at the Rattlesnake Gutter Festival. These are the Wendell Warriors, and I'd like to introduce our teacher, Jafar Mansell, to tell a little bit about what we just played.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. What we just played was a rhythm called Lamba. It is part of a dance, and it is played for all passages of life. Births, deaths, marriages, anything. Okay? So that's why we chose it for today. We thought it would be appropriate for all things to pass here today. I'd like to introduce the members of the group here. Over here we start with Ina, Marcel, Jackie, Alyssa, Lucy, and Karen walked away. Here's Karen. And Benjamin, and my name is Jafar, and we thank you all for inviting us here. Please help out with the co-op and everything. It's an important thing, and it's good for all of us. Thank you.
Indeed. Am I starting? You starting?
I'm starting.
Okay.
Okay, well, here we are at the Leverett Village Co-op. So excited about the Rattlesnake Gutter Festival and Telethon. We're going to jump right in. We have so many people to thank, and we will thank everybody throughout the day. We are going to have an auction of the coolest things. we invite people to join who have not been members. We're going to give a tour of the store, and there's going to be music, joy, and co-op magic throughout the whole day. But I'm Karen Traub, and I am a volunteer here at the co-op. And I would like to introduce the president of the board of the Leverett Village Co-op, Sam Black.
Thank you, Karen. It's nice to be here, and it's really terrific to be here at your festival that you and Jean, Tori Lynn, and so many put together from the co-op board. Karen's also a member of our board and a volunteer within the store, as I am myself. I came here with my family in 1993. I really loved the hills, loved the trails, loved the woods, loved being part of nature and settling in. And you get enough time to think about yourself and think about nature, and suddenly you find yourself wanting to meet with and interact with the other community members, other peoples of the hills here around Leverett and Wendell and Shutesbury. And so Leverett Co-op is one of the pillars of the community here. It's the only brick and mortar store within the town. It was formed in 1986, and it's a special store in that it's member owned. So when you join up as a membership, you have shares in the store, and when you shop at the store, you are shopping in your own store. And it's very important because members actually dictate and develop how the store will grow, how it will present itself to the community, and what its personality will be. So when you join on, you get to elect the board of directors, you get to volunteer, you get to participate in a lot of great things, such as this festival, which is celebrating membership today, celebrating the arts and the music and many other skills in the Leverett community, and importantly seeking to increase our membership, to fundraise and to reach out to the community to keep this store going for another long period of time. Back over to you, Karen.
Yes, you know, Sam, I've been shopping at the Leverett Village Co-op for many, many years since my kids were small. We used to have pizza and video night on Friday nights, and the co-op has always been such an important part of my life. At some point, Frank and I joined. We became members, but it's only been recently that I've really understood how important membership is to the survival of the co-op, and not just being a member, but shopping here on a regular basis. And now that the store is really well stocked, I get to see, when I'm volunteering at the register, I get to see people coming in and buying flour and milk and yogurt and beer and wine and all the staples for making a delicious meal. There's Asian noodles and seasonings, and people come in for special kinds of flour, flax meal, and nutritional yeast. Back in the old days, you couldn't get those things at just any regular store, and now, you know, with the pandemic, shopping locally is more important than ever. And I think that we want to make a pitch right now for people to join. A lot of people are interested in becoming members, and they've been asking questions about how do I join, how much does it cost, and it's not an annual fee as some people believe. You buy shares of the co-op because we own it. And if you buy as simple as one share, you are a full voting member of our co-op, and you can attend board meetings, and you can be a part of our community. A lifetime membership, which I think we have a screenshot maybe of the membership sheet, which explains that a share is $10. And a full share membership is 17 shares. So if you pay just $170, you are a full paid member of the co-op, and you can pay that in increments over time.
In fact, you're a lifetime member, you've got 17 shares in the co-op, and if you want to pass them on to one of your offspring, they can inherit your shares, or if you want to cash them out, you can cash them out. You're part of a business. These shares constitute a real contract with the store.
We own it.
We own it.
We own it. And one thing that's really touching to me is that I understand that people buy shares for gifts for other people, because not everybody can afford to join, and they want to be members. So it's possible through our auction site, the Bidding Owl auction site, which we're going to share throughout the day, to purchase your own membership and become a member, or to donate some shares to another person who may not be as fortunate and able to pay.
So you may buy shares for your children, for your nephews, your nieces. You may get them for Christmas presents. They're always welcome within the community. And now we've started within the community a new solidarity share program where community members can invest in the store, invest in the solidarity movement, and make money available so that people that cannot afford to become members in the store can pop into this pool and become members by drawing on that pool. Karen?
Thanks, Sam. We'll be showing that Bidding Owl link. Right now, we're asking everybody who's seeing us live on Facebook, share this video, share this live stream with your friends. Click the link, invite people to like it, start a watch party, share the link. We have some great tours coming up next. The next thing that we're going to show you is, if the membership screen has that been shown yet? Okay, so we're going to go on to, we have a tour from benefit sheet. That's going to come. We'll show the benefits sheet right now, which is about the benefits of membership of the co-op, which is not just the ownership in the store, but also, as you can see on the screen,
there are particularly benefits for local stores. You get a discount to work with Grassroots for landscaping, for example, to work with AmeriGas to get cheaper propane. From some other small stores in the area are also contributing to these benefits. So when you join this family, not only are you part of the governance of the family, but you reach out into the other businesses within the community as a co-op member.
Thanks, Sam. Yes. So I think that we'll be showing that screen. It will be available to people later on in the day. And when you come into the store, we have some printouts of benefits of membership, and whoever's working at the register can also tell you about the benefits of membership. So now I think what we're going to do is we are going to talk a little bit more about our sponsors while we're waiting for the Jono tour to get up. And they're looking at me. They want.
What's the meeting ID? Isn't there one that you shared with everybody or something?
Yes. Sam, could you thank our sponsors, who include Maple Mamas, Dean's Beans, and all those people?
Thanks, Karen. I'm delighted to thank our sponsors, and we are really, really happy for your contribution. So a big shout out for Maple Mama, for Dean's Beans, for MCTV, fantastic, for Dragonfly Designs, for all of your help and all your assistance and all your encouragement. We really thank you.
All right, are we still on? Oh, well, we can just talk some more, Sam.
Yeah, well.
In fact, I was going to ask you something about, I was going to ask you a little bit later about the responsibilities and the duties of being the president of the board of the Leverett Village Co-op. I know it's a lot of responsibility, a lot of meetings and things that you have to do, finances. Is there any special garb, any special clothing that's required of a president of a board at the Leverett Co-op?
As a matter of fact, Karen, there is a ceremonial kilt
There is.
that is worn by successive presidents within the Leverett Co-op. They all have to be about 5'7" and have a waist of about 33 inches. But, you know, there's a lot of people that size, where I come from anyway. And so I think that this kilt may continue for many eons into the future.
Well, would you give us a little?
Absolutely. The president of the
Yes.
co-op board
Yes,
wears the ceremonial kilt.
That is beautiful. That is
Karen,
really-
I would like to say a little bit about what it's like to volunteer at the co-op and how much fun it is to work in the register and to meet the rest of the Wendell and Shutesbury and Leverett community who drop in and they say, you know, we love it here. Thank you for keeping it open.
Hey, guess who came in this morning?
Rattlesnake Ray?
How did you
You're
know?
kidding me, really? I missed him. How can this be?
Yes, it is so much
That
fun.
wasn't planned.
Getting to know the characters and who's coming to the store. What are they here for? I like to ask people, you know, what brings you here today? And the answers are a lot of people are on their way to work, or they're taking a break from work, or they're doing their grocery shopping. A number of people say that they shop at the co-op first before they head down the hill. And I think that is a great thing for people to remember, because the co-op has more groceries than people expect. And lots of times people come here first and they end up doing all their grocery shopping here.
Yeah, and that has become really evident during the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, when people were very reluctant to go into the large stores in town, and where in fact the large stores in town had been largely stripped of their goods by bulk purchasing and stocking up larders. Suddenly the co-op reinforced its critical role in the infrastructure, food infrastructure of the Hilltown area.
And I have to thank you for the co-op being one of the first stores in the area to really enact super high safety protocols. Do you want to talk a little bit about your experience and how you figured out the gloves and the masks and the protocols for cleaning?
Certainly. I mean, obviously we all are connected to the internet and we're all capable of doing Google searches, and my background is in infectious disease, so I've been involved for a long time in understanding how we can coexist with and be safe within a situation where you're exposed to potential pathogens. In this case, pathogens which are transmitted by aerosol largely, hence the mask. We're more or less at an adequate distance and actually know we're both negative at this time, so we're communicating without our mask. But mask wearing, hand washing very frequently, keeping social distancing, not overpacking. The predominant mechanism of spread of this virus is by proximity droplet transmission, and the longer you stay together with a group of people exposed potentially to an infected individual, the more likely you are to get infected. So we established store protocols that reduce that. We have a limited number of people passing through the sorter unit time. They pass in a defined direction, and we adhere to all the relevant protocols.
Thanks,
Aaron?
Sam. Yes. So, okay, well, this was really lovely chatting with you, and what we have coming up next is a couple of tours from some of our members, and next is the Vice President of the board, Jono Neiger, who is going to give a tour of, I didn't even know that we had a regenerative garden in the back behind the co-op, and I discovered those Asian pears the other day, and they are out of this world. So I'm going to cue it on over to the tour of Jono's garden.
And the idea with the Edible Forest Garden is to increase the diversity of food in our landscapes around our homes and community spaces, and using a real diversity of food plants. So not just vegetables, which are great, but also what kind of herbs can we grow, what kind of berries, what kind of fruit, what kind of nuts, and then put them together in a way that is like a forest, the way forests grow lots of different things and they need very little maintenance. A lot of the growth of the Edible Forest Garden has been with volunteer groups over the years. We've had classes, permaculture classes. We've had community groups come and help do projects, planting, mulching, donating their time and money and plants to help make the garden happen here. And so by having this garden here, we're creating this space that both is educational, people can see what it looks like, then they can also get involved, and kids and young adults and people of different ages can come and see what does an edible landscape look like, what do these different plants look like, and what kind of care do they need. And so it's really kind of embodies the values of the co-op, and I think has been really wonderful. These came into production pretty quick. They're wonderful trees. They're just getting ripe and not perfectly ripe, They're really delicious. These are Asian pears, or sometimes called apple pears, because they're crunchy and juicy, a little bit more like an apple. Really good. Oh my gosh, so good. This is an Asian pear, but a different variety. So you've got the the yellow, and then there's the russet. So different varieties of Asian pears these are a little bit more kind of nutty, earthy tasting, have a stronger flavor, whereas these are just super sweet. So we planted these two Asian pear trees as a real thank you to Dan Bennett, Julie Shively, some of the founders of the co-op. And for a number of years we were harvesting here, and we brought some up to Dan where he lives close by. It's kind of like a thank you for all the efforts that he put in establishing the co-op. These were planted about, they were like 12 years old, and then the nut tree was planted just about 2 years ago, but they grow quite fast, so it's getting going pretty well. The prospect that we could grow food here and it could help feed the community, and then some of the surplus from the garden here can go into the co-op and people can actually purchase. So in fact, some of these Asian pears will be for sale in the co-op in the coming week or two. So these are the pawpaws. There's some little ones. They're pretty small, but it's a beautiful tropical family tree, sometimes called the Michigan banana. They have really a delicious flavor. The fruit does. It's the largest native fruit here in North America. And it grows as this beautiful tree with these big, luscious leaves. And then, as you can see, they also sucker. So they're spreading, and it creates what's sometimes referred in the song called the pawpaw patch, way on down yonder in the pawpaw patch. So this area where the pawpaw patch is, the pawpaws are spreading, but it's also filled with lots of other different plants. Like here's a gooseberry. It's a little bit in its fall, losing its leaves, but it put out lots and lots of fruit this year, gooseberries, and they create a small kind of quarter size red or green type of fruit that's really delicious. There and here, this is a clove currant that creates a almost a cross between a currant and a gooseberry somewhat, and it's got a fruit that's more like grapes, tastes a little grape-like and really delicious. Here we have a pretty complex mix of June berries. There's black currants. These two shrubs over here are beach plums, which were bearing really abundantly, and then the birds really got excited, and we usually get quite a bit more fruit. But here's some beach plums. Those are a little bit smaller, but the beach plums do really well. They're a coastal plant, but they do really well in this kind of sandy soil, even when we have a drought year like this. And so they've been bearing profusely. And so we have some ground covers, some comfrey, some ferns. It's a spreading Juneberry, and then in the back over there is one of our hazelnuts, one of the larger hazelnut shrubs. Right here, this big shrub. I can even see a bird's nest up in the corner over there. So the birds are also living in here. There's space here for wildlife. There's room for all the different creatures. There's a lot of abundance here, just in a very small space. And then coming around this way, there's a couple blueberries that are doing okay. It's getting a little bit shady in here. They probably like a little bit more sun and maybe a little bit more acidic soil. And then coming around this edge here is some currants, mountain mint. This is a really beautiful mint that's still in flower. In the fall, it has this incredible strong mint fragrance to it. And we have it here as both a pollinator plant because it attracts amazing pollinators, and also it's a great tea plant. And it's at the base of one of the bird houses. So we have a series of bird houses, and we get either sometimes some swallows and also sometimes some sparrows, and kind of a mix. So we're trying to create room for lots of other animals here.
Mm-hmm.
So these are hybrid hazelnuts. These are shrubs. So here, this one's about 8 or 9 feet tall, multi-stemmed. They're crosses of the European hazelnut with some American in there. And here's some fruit. We had mostly have harvested the nuts for this year. But you can see there, this is the husk with 3 different nuts inside there. And we harvest these, we let them dry. They come out of the husks, and then we run the nuts through a cracking machine that spins around, drops them through, and breaks them out of the shell. Hazelnuts have both protein and oil, thus you get a lot of these hazelnut oil products, and we often combine them. Hazelnuts as protein and oil, and chestnuts are more of a carbohydrate. So chestnuts and hazelnuts are really good in combination together. And then over here, these are 2 Korean nut pines. They're a special pine that makes cones, have edible kernels to them. They'll start to become some screening. They get to be maybe 20 feet tall. They're very slow to establish, and are just getting going now.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll be beautiful. Small pine trees, hazelnut, one of the larger shrubs, and then next to that is a American persimmon, and along this north side is mostly persimmon.
Mm-hmm.
American persimmons are smaller than the Asian persimmons, maybe up to golf ball size, and they once they harvest late, really mid-autumn, really you want to let them ripen well, so they're not so astringent, and then they get really deliciously sweet, and they make great puddings and for smoothies and pies and all sorts of things. It can be really delicious. Here's the American persimmon. You can see they're still very green. They'll start to turn reddish and yellow as they ripen over the coming weeks, especially with the cold weather. They'll hang on even after the leaves have dropped, and you can eat them even when there's snow on the ground. And this is an amazing wildlife plant through much of the eastern seaboard, particularly further south. But we don't have them growing wild up here, but they do well. They grow really well. This is a special variety that I got from a nursery nearby, and it's now, this is about year 4. I got it at about 6 feet tall, a pretty large bush, and it's really just taken off, and this will be our first big harvest this year. This is the first one I planted, and the story here is I watched it for many years as it would it would flower, and then it never set fruit, and I was going mad, going, why isn't it setting fruit? And it was because they were all male flowers. And so what I needed to do was I planted the female over there, and then around here we planted this other one. And so you can see on this one over here as well, it's set a lot of fruit. And a nitrogen-fixing shrub, the Siberian pea shrub, next to it, and this is meant to help provide fertility to the soil. So it fixes nitrogen in the soil, and we could cut it back and use the cuttings for mulch material to help feed the plants as well. And so it's basically a support plant. This is a really interesting fruit tree that grows further south, the che fruit, C-H-E, and it's growing well here. This is the male. You can see it's got some spines on it. It's got some lush growth, and is doing really great. But the female, which has been setting fruit,
Asian pear
These are delicious.
This is
These
a gift from the regenerative garden. They are so good.
I love these pears. We're so lucky to have nature all around us.
A real
and
incentive to have at the co-op. And talking about other incentives, this is an incentive co-op bag, which if you take a membership out, you have the opportunity of requesting. And it's a beautifully handmade cotton bag. Wonderful design from Laurie Lynn.
Brand new, hot off the presses.
Fabulous
just
color.
made. Yes.
Everyone needs one.
Yes. Now we have some other incentive offerings here. This is a beautiful maple leaf ornament that was made by Lindsay Palmero, who is a local, I think, person from Design Works, and she put a lot of work into these beautiful maple leaf designs, and it says Leverett Pond in Fall 2020, and this would be a wonderful commemorative maple leaf, and that is for a donation of $20 or more.
And this one's for a donation of?
$50 or more,
$50
or a
bag?
membership, a full paid membership.
Or a full paid membership. And
Now,
I think there are also going to be Leverett mugs, is that right? Also as an
there
incentive.
are. We're going to talk about those a little bit later, but yes, if people want those Thomas Black mugs, they should be making their donation and put a note for a donation of $50 or more. They could get a limited edition Thomas Black Leverett Co-op coffee mug, beautifully hand potted.
And I would say also for Lindsay, she makes, in addition to this fine leaf, the most lovely painted furniture and finished furniture. Just lovely. One
So
of our local artists.
Do you want to know, Sam, why I have this basket? I know that
I do.
the Asian pears would go great in there, but cash is also wonderfully appreciated. If people come into the co-op, if they don't want to give online, they can always give cash in the
Really?
basket.
We can do that?
Absolutely.
I
Oh
am
my goodness.
totally- I am
This is
totally
this
into
is
that.
Live
Co-op.
streaming, live television. Yay. People can also go on the Bidding Owl and make their donation there. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, there's a place to make your donation there. Become a member, join the co-op, come in and shop. These are the things we want you to do. Now, I think we're very excited. We're going to be going live into the store. We're going to show a tour of the store.
And don't forget to look for the smiling faces, because most people that go in the co-op feel happy.
I'm Patty, and I've been working here with my husband, Paul, the interim volunteer, general manager, since we had since we made the transition of, okay, here we go, we're going to do this thing, we're going to start this back up and make our co-op as spectacular and beautiful as it can be. So, since Paul and I have been working together on this for longer than we thought we might, and we'll continue until we feel everything is solid and set and ready for a real general manager. Then we will we'll continue. So I want to share with you all the ways that I am so super excited about being the food curator for the Leverett Village Co-op. So as we come in, you see we have this long aisle. Those of you who've been shopping here know we have this. Great stuff for pastas and rice, and of course a bajillion boxes of Annie's. And then here is our little kind of the produce that doesn't need to be refrigerated. We keep over here. Because over here we get to some really, really exciting stuff. And it is our ice cream freezer, which we keep stocked. It's a fresh new freezer, and the ice cream is really hard, really cold. We're beginning to bring in other products. We've got Amy's Burritos and Mrs. T's pierogies. We have, the little candy ice cream things as well. And what's super, super exciting about this is that we are also about to get a new produce cooler. So if you look over here, you see our the thing that's been limping around for a few years. We will soon have a beautiful produce cooler. We are getting another freezer and 2 perishable coolers. I mean, it's spectacular. The stuff we're going to be able to bring in is very, very exciting. So we come around the corner here, and here we have the flour and sugar and mixes and all these wonderful things. And look who's here. This is one of our spectacular superhero board members. And I'd like to know what your superpower is.
My superpower is building community. And I'm one of the board members. We all have our superpowers, from financial wizards to facilities managers, people who will come and paint. We've got a wonderful board, and we appreciate your support.
What's in your basket?
Oh, all the major food groups, bananas, cookies, Oreos, all the important things. All right, thanks, Patty.
Nice to meet you. So we come on down, and look over here. We've got everything for every kind of taco, every kind of bean, Asian food, fast, healthy beans and rices and beans. And oh my goodness. And look who's here. Superhero, volunteer, I repeat, volunteer, GM for the last 7 months or so. Also my husband.
Hello, friends, and I do mean friends. It's been quite a trip, quite a journey these last almost 8 months. 8 months next week. It's on one hand, it's been wonderful reconnecting with so many of you. I'm so grateful for all the support, the personal support, the support for our wonderful neighborhood store. We are part of a tradition that has lasted almost 400 years, that began in the rural towns of so many countries. And we are not a big store. We do not have the kind of buying power that the bigger stores have. We only have the goodwill of our member owners and the community at large. Yes, it's been very, very difficult time. We are servicing a lot of debt. We have pared down much of that debt, but we all know that the colder weather approaches, and each and every year we are impacted adversely vis-a-vis sales. So now more than ever, we really need you, I'd say, to get to your phones, but not doing that. Get to your computers and donate what you can. Every penny of it will be going to the store, and we will all reap the benefits together. Thank you, and anytime you want to talk, you know where to find me. I'm always here. Thank you, and I truly love you all.
Thank you, honey.
And thank you, Patty. You stood up and said, I'll do this with you, and I'm so proud. Sorry.
Thank you, sweetie. Okay, so as we walk over here, we're going to meet another very important store, and that is the queen of scones in our kitchen. And as we do, I just want to share that because Paul and I have been working so hard on this. Every night we talk about the Crescent Co-op, and we plan the next day and all of that. And the most important thing that we know together over his years of involvement, and honestly my years of involvement, is that the most important thing at the co-op is that people shop. We need you to shop. That's my biggest point. Dairy cake, beautiful stuff. We always keep it cold. Good cheeses, great cheeses, organic cheeses, local, and so on. We now have apple cider from Pine Hill Orchards. More coming. And all the way over here, we may sneak into the kitchen And hi.
The queen.
The queen of stone.
Welcome to my stone dome. It's a pleasure to be here.
What's the stone of the day?
It's pumpkin stone. Pumpkin stone with pumpkin glaze.
Yay.
It warms your belly.
Yay.
Yay. Thank
And then
you.
one more, before we wrap this up, I just want to introduce you to another board member.
Oh, she's on the phone.
She's on the phone because she's also a volunteer cashier. Yes.
How about wine?
Wine. Wine and beer. Wine and beer. We have a great, Paul is an amazing curator of wine. The unknown fact is that he was a restaurateur and hosted winemakers dinners when we lived in Oregon. So we've got this beautiful collection of wine, all of it very affordable. That's the other thing. We want to make it affordable and good, really good. And also lots and lots of craft beers.
Fabulous. I know there's an auction item that is a bottle of wine hand chosen by Paul from his private collection. So I hope people are bidding on that because that is a no joke kind of an auction item.
Yes, I want to see this go into the hundreds of dollars because I promise you I have several great wines from my days as a restaurateur that have remained in my cellar, for 25 years. Keep on calling those bids in, keep on pledging.
Pick up your phone. All right, so we're coming around and household goods. I just have to say one thing I'm extremely proud of is we have, wait for it, all the way down here, we have wooden clothespins.
Woo!
Yes, and we have wine. Looks like we're almost sold out. Spectacular. These are the things that make my day. So, now look who we see. We've got Mary Jo. Come this way, Mary Jo, and I'm going to turn it over to Mary Jo to tell us something. Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Thanks, Patty.
Hi, let's go outside.
Okay, let's go out. I'm just going to,
You're welcome. All right.
oh, I think something,
you're welcome.
something happened that I'm no longer, oh,
You're not going down yet.
shoot, hold on.
Look at you. Look at
It did something. Am I
Were
still?
you done?
Well, we have Mary Jo.
We're done.
Okay, I think. Ann, so, what?
Hi, everybody. Did you know that the Leverett Co-op is being run primarily by volunteers right now? I think it's so amazing to see a community come together and work so hard and so diligently to create something so beautiful that would normally take a lot of staff and a lot of money to make happen. And so I've actually been asked to talk to you this morning about volunteering your time. And the reason that I think you should do it is that working for the co-op in this fashion really benefits the local community, the local economy, people who need a little bit of extra something for their recipe, people who need to have a community, a place where they can go and see a familiar face. I have to tell you, I'm such a fan of food co-ops. I recently moved here, and the food co-op that I was involved in High Falls, New York, really taught me so much. I was involved on the board there, and I learned about real democracy in action, how to make decisions as a group, how to be collegial, how to cooperate. And as a business model, I think co-ops are just amazing. They're also really great for the environment because they provide a place for local farmers to bring their healthy food to sell. And that means local farms, which is potentially really good for the environment, especially if the growing practices are regenerative or sustainable. And it also provides really healthy food, which is good for everybody. Anyway, I just think that being involved in a co-op is a way to make such a positive impact on the local level, on the national level, and also on the personal level. So there's a screen share, they tell me, that lists for you all of the reasons or all of the ways that people are already volunteering. And so I'm just going to go over them really quickly. There's a board that's responsible for representing you, the community. And the co-op actually exists to serve your needs. And the board's primarily responsible for being in touch with you and figuring out what those needs are and creating a food and event space that makes you happy. And all of that is being done by volunteers. The management right now, which is so amazing, is being done by volunteers. The operations of the store to a great extent are being done by volunteers. And the thing that I want to talk to you about particularly is today about committees, because committees help the board to get stuff done. They help the board to reach out and figure out what it is that the community needs, and they also communicate what it is that the co-op is doing to the community. So think about it. If you want to learn to know some of your members, or if you want to learn to know your community better, the Member Outreach Committee would be a great place to volunteer. If you're interested in the environment, the Sustainability Committee is working on recycling in the store, and we want to be able to do composting in the store, and that's something that people could help with. There is an infrastructure committee that volunteers to do store maintenance. So if you have some talent in that area, that would be great. There's a communications committee that has a lot on their plate. They do the website, they do the emails that come out through MailChimp to everybody. They do the newsletter, and they also do things related to IT. So IT support is also an area. If you've got talent, it'd be great to have you come out and help. We also have some small bookkeeping projects perhaps coming up with the finance committee. So all of these are potentially ways that you can help your community, you can help your neighbors, and you can have some fun and meet some really great people. And if you want to do this, I hope that you'll reach out to me. On the screenshot there, you can see my email and my phone number. Feel free to give me a call. I'd love to talk to you about getting more involved in your community food co-op. Thanks so much.
Hi everybody, I'm Ann Ferguson. I'm so glad to be here as a member of the board of the Leverett Co-op. Who would have thought that when I joined the Amherst Buying Club in 1973 that, what is that, 47 years later, we would still have this wonderful Leverett Co-op. You know, it came out of the buying clubs in the 70s. There were a bunch of us who were looking for a better world. We wanted an alternative way to live, a way to get healthy food. We wanted a more democratic way to have our economy working. And so we formed these buying clubs to get healthy food and distribute them to our members. The Amherst Buying Club became the Leverett Shutesbury Buying Club, and then we had a wonderful donation of this land that we're now on. Those of us who formed the co-op helped build the store. Dan Bennett donated the land. Julie Shively, his wife, was our first manager. So we went from there. Now, we had this issue when we first came into forming the co-op, that we were the hippies, and we were, a lot of us, living in communes and alternative lifestyles. People were back to the land. There was the Montague commune, there's the Wendell commune, working the land, and the townies thought, who are these people with long hair and so on? We don't like them. They're dirty. They have different lifestyle. But what happened is, we formed the co-op. They came in for their groceries. They realized, oh, these are people. They're working the land. Some of them were farmers. We were getting some of our food from local farmers. They'd start sharing their tools. And so now that whole rift got solved, because we learned to democratically have a business where we share food and where everybody's welcome. So it's a wonderful success story, and we really hope you'll help us keep it going. I wanted to share a song called the Digger's Song. And the reason that this is really relevant is that this was a group of people who, in the English Revolution, when capitalism was just getting developed by enclosing the land that the former peasants had lived on, and they were thrown off of it. And this was several centuries, where the lords were then having timber that they were making ships out of. They were developing sheep farms. But the peasants had no place to produce their food. And so the commons were taken up. They basically, the wealthy people just enclosed the commons. So what happened was, some people thought this was unfair. They organized themselves. Reverend Wynne Stanley led a bunch of them to St. George's Hill, and they set up in the waste ground of the former commons their own cottages. They started their own corn, and they shared their food together. And in a way, that was kind of the first co-op. So I think of them as we share our food, and our communal experiments, shared food, and I'm hoping that you'll come and share our store and become members and help us make this continue this wonderful treasured resource in our community. So let me sing this song. In 1649, to St. George's Hill, a ragged band they call the Diggers came to work the people's will. They defied the landlords, they defied the laws. They were the dispossessed, reclaiming what was theirs. The sin of property we do disdain. No one has any right to buy or sell the earth for private gain by theft and murder. They took the land. Now everywhere the walls spring up at their command. They make the laws to bind us well. Their clergy dazzle us with heaven, and they damn us into hell. We will not worship the God they serve, the God of greed who feeds the rich while poor folks starve. Because we come in peace, they said, to dig and sow. We come to work the land in common, and to make the waste grounds grow. This earth divided we will make whole, so it will be a common treasury for all. We work, we eat together, we need no swords. We will not bow to the masters, rich take care. This earth was made a common treasury for everyone to share. All things in common, all people one. We come in peace, the order came to cut them down. We come in peace, they said, to dig and sow. We come to work the land in common, and to make the waste ground grow. This earth divided, we will make whole. So it will be a common treasury for all. Thank you, and I just wanted to add to what Karen said before, these wonderful bags that we're giving out as tokens to people who join as members and so on. Well, we're also giving them out if you buy a Solidarity membership for a low-income person of, a full, basically contribute to a fund, and then we will, have an application process, and we'll get some more members, because we want to serve the whole community, and we don't want it to be that people can't get the benefits of membership or democratic participation because of lack of money. So this will be a little gift to you, so consider that as well. And thank you very much. Bye. Oh yeah. The next event will be an interview that I did with Steve Alves on his wonderful Food for Change documentary, and I will be talking, and then we'll show a few clips from that movie. So that's coming up next. So you'll see that now.
Yes? Go for it.
Yeah. Here goes. Hi, Steve. This is Ann Ferguson, and I am talking to Steve Alves, who is here with us at the Rattlesnake Gutter Festival Co-op Telethon, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about his film, Food for Change. But first I wanted to say that he's a pretty well-known filmmaker. He went to USC Film School. He worked in Hollywood and New York City. And then, Steve, how did you get out to here, to the valley?
I was a freelance film editor for about 10 years before I became a producer and maker of my own films. And I was, discovered by a filmmaker in New York City, a mutual friend, who recommended me to work for Florentine Films, which was a company that Ken Burns had just started. He was making his first film called The Brooklyn Bridge, and we were all young people, young filmmakers, very energetic. I saw what was going on there, the type of films, the quality of films they were making, and I thought, this is wonderful. And I also saw the valley and how beautiful it was, and what a balance you had of working and living and being outside and close to meadows and fields and beauty. And I thought, this is where I belong.
Where's that other audio coming from?
It wasn't just a career I wanted a full life. So I weaned myself away from editing in New York, and then I started my own company and hung out a shingle. And I've been, making films ever since.
I hear that the co-op that you were involved with, and a lot of the film is about the Greenfield market. It was Suzette Snow-Cobb who maybe mentioned to you doing a film about Food for Change. Is that right?
It is, in fact, Suzette, my dear friend. Yep, she mentioned it in passing, and I heard it, and I thought, oh, that sounds like a good thing to do. And then I did the research, and I realized the small film that she had in mind and the other managers at the time was really a fabulous American story that nobody had really wrapped their head around and told. Cooperatives in America. It's a vehicle to tell the counterpoint, which is non-cooperatives, which is megalopolies and monopolies and oligarchy. All those things could be formed into a very beautiful story, positive story, by talking about cooperation.
And you've really done that here in this film. And by the way, Suzette Snow-Cobb has also worked at our Leverett Food Co-op, who's doing this fundraiser today. So we're and we will have her talking a little bit after our interview and our watching of your film. But let's just start with your film, and my idea is we'll do the first 15 minutes or so of your film, and then I'll ask you a few questions, and then we'll segue to a next little clip from your film, if that's okay with you.
Yes, just want to mention before we show the clip, and I know the clip you're going to show, it comes in about 3 minutes into the film. So there's an introduction before it.
Okay.
With that in mind, this is where the official story begins.
Okay, so yeah, and let me just say, by the way, that you should, I'm now sharing the screen, I hope this is working. You should check out Steve Alves' complete film, Food for Change, that we really don't have time to play today, at the YouTube link I've shown on the screen. And you can, he also has a wonderful website, www.foodforchange.coop, and you can go there. And we'll talk a little bit later about his wonderful latest entry into entertainment, The Ballad of 45 in the Outhouse, about Trump and our current situation. And there's the link there. And I'll play this again, but let's go straight to the film right now, the clip, first clip.
A good place to begin to change the structure of how we do business is to examine the way we grow and sell food, an activity that has changed more in the past 50 years than it has in the past 10,000. This system, now dominated by large corporations, uses enormous amounts of energy and toxic chemicals while creating an array of environmental problems. Companies that experiment with the basic elements of life, with the goal to control the world's food supply, from the gene to the grocery shelf. Promoting a variety of food-like substances for the whole family. The selling of food is also controlled by fewer and fewer large supermarket chains. This system is designed for efficiency, to produce cheap food and reap one major product, maximum profits.
You take the top 10 retailers in the United States and they scoop up, so huge amount of the food business that is going. And those monopolies are controlling all of the aspects of the distribution system to the detriment of all of the farmers, the pollution. And that is all a system that brings employment opportunities down, it brings income opportunities down, it really stretches all parts of our society.
Our industrialized food system, intended to promote competition, looks more like central planning, which is the reason we opposed other systems. So that wouldn't happen here.
People have less in their pockets than they used to. They have less savings for the future. The future looks bleak for the majority of Americans. As a result, we have a race to the bottom. And what cooperatives are is a means of raising everybody to the top.
Moving away from a monopoly-controlled system to one that strengthens communities and protects the environment is the reason I joined a food cooperative. My co-op, located on Main Street in Greenfield, Massachusetts, is one of over 300 food cooperatives across the country, each one owned by people who want good food and who care about how it's grown and the people who grow it.
This year, we're expanding our business offices.
It's democracy in action at the local level, where it can have a big effect, which makes me wonder why it hasn't caught on more, and how during the last 3 decades, giant corporate-owned supermarkets managed to gain control of over 80% of all U.S. food sales, while the cooperative share is less than 0.5%. To find out the answer, I had to go back in time to learn what forces were at work beyond what I was seeing. The first thing I learned is that co-ops began in the early 19th century. They were started by English weavers who were forced into servile labor under a new industrial system.
They were people who said we want to be in control of the mechanism whereby we feed ourselves. The idea of cooperation will be better for us in the long run, and we will not need charity if we're able to succeed in self-help.
They saved what little wages they earned and opened the first food cooperative, selling flour, oatmeal, and candles. Their idea of open membership and selling wholesome food is the legacy we follow 170 years later. By going back, I hope to learn the differences between competitive and cooperative systems, businesses that want to dominate, in contrast to those that seek trusting relationships. This is the kind of business the folks who started my co-op wanted, and a place to buy tofu turkey. But in order to understand the challenges of developing a society based on cooperation, I had to move away from Main Street to a different era and another American street. To a time when 1% of the population owns 40% of the nation's wealth. 200 corporations control half of all American industries. Leaders tout the virtues of individualism and free enterprise, while the vast majority have few opportunities to improve their lives. Reckless, unregulated credit schemes create a mountain of debt. Inflation soars, consumer spending plummets, and the bubble bursts.
For me, what's at stake with the co-ops is ultimately about a new way of organizing society. Our economic system is set up in such a way that really is unjust, and without other explanation, it just really is not a just society, because it really favors the concentration of wealth. It really harkens back to the founders of our own co-op. Wanting to create an alternative economic system was one of the driving factors of what they were doing 40 years ago. We may not look like what they envisioned, because we changed to stay in business, but what drives my motivation is that we're building a society that has the goal of no exploitation in it. And that's really, I think, at the root of what a co-op, the co-op business model is. It's really taking democracy and bringing it into an economic environment.
Following the stock market crash of 1929, President Herbert Hoover assures the nation that a minor quirk has occurred in an otherwise sound economic system. His claim that a return to prosperity is just around the corner is a stark contrast to reality. As hard times spread, an increasing number hold but one limited aspiration: survival.
It's impossible for me to get a job anywhere. Nobody want to hire me out, and the only help that I have at all is $2 a week on federal relief.
The Depression takes away people's livelihoods, and with them, their dignity and sense of self-worth. By 1933, 13 million Americans have lost their jobs. 10,000 banks have failed. 25% of the population is unemployed, while another 25%, though counting themselves lucky to have work, suffered deep cuts in wages. People who have lived productive lives find themselves and their families living hand to mouth, or worse, tossed to the streets to beg for food.
The poor and unfortunates like myself on State Street, they're begging for a bowl of soup and for a sandwich. We haven't got no work, we can't get no work, we're looking for work. We can't get no work, but we will by someday in the future.
As winter descends on Chicago in 1932, hungry, cold, and jobless citizens tear up the wood-paved streets in a desperate attempt to heat their homes. For those who do work, low wages bring mounting confrontations between management and labor. Within a 3-year span, 10,000 strikes erupt across the country. Hired company agents work with the police to overpower protesters. Responding to the urgency of the situation, the federal government starts work programs.
This is no unsolvable problem if we face it wisely and courageously. It can be accomplished in part by direct recruiting by the government itself. Our greatest primary task is to put people to work.
President Franklin Roosevelt's Works Progress Administration builds railroads, parks, and other public facilities. But recovery is slow and has numerous critics.
The cost of the New Deal threatens to exceed that of the Great War. The folly and waste must be cut out of this expenditure and the federal government budget balanced, or we shall see one of 3 horsemen ravage this land: taxation, or repudiation, or inflation.
Work programs are cut, declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. Unemployment remains stubbornly high, and the Great Depression continues.
Come on, you good time people.
While discord ripples across the countryside, a movement swells without fanfare in the Midwest. People hit by hard times come together to share their problems, then decide to take matters into their own hands. For them, the solution is in a system that emphasizes cooperation instead of competition, through democratically run, collectively owned, independent businesses. Convinced of the simple, practical wisdom of their approach, they labor for over a decade to make it work, then set out to tell their fellow Americans what they have learned. The middle path between capitalism and socialism is the way out of the Depression. Cooperative economies, they believe, promise a more stable future, led by consumers and strengthened with each purchase. By 1938, 15 regional warehouses are supplying hundreds of co-op grocery stores. Within the co-op system, farmers, free from the control of large corporations, begin to get a fair price for their labor. As their power increases, they branch out into manufacturing their own equipment. In Columbus, Ohio, cooperators start their own department store, which grows to 8 regional stores. Investors in these businesses come not from Wall Street, but from the Consumers Cooperative Association, with 125,000 members in 9 states. Through these efforts, co-ops see a 17% increase in employment. This new method of wealth creation begins to grow exponentially as people who work in co-op businesses deposit their checks in cooperatively run banks, which in turn invest in cooperatively run businesses. Most impressive of all are co-ops' efforts to disrupt big business monopolies by drilling, pumping, and refining their own oil, selling gasoline in over 2,000 service stations in 9 states. As the co-op model proves effective, there seems to be no limit on its challenge to corporate control.
So, Steve, that was really moving, and in fact, I've seen this film a number of times, but I was just hit by those scenes from the Depression and in the 30s, and wondering about the pandemic and its effect today, and how you might connect that whole message of that part that the 30s and early 40s co-op movements were trying to promote, that there's a middle way to solve some of the problems our mainstream food system is having between capitalism and communism. And just seeing those workers and thinking about our frontline workers with the pandemic and our food workers and so on, and the problems we're having today. Do you see, could you say a little bit more about how you feel that the food system is failing us, and how the resurgence of the food co-op movement might be an answer?
Yes, certainly. A cooperative commonwealth, as envisioned by people back in the 30s, obviously did not become the norm in society. In fact, post-World War II, we really went off the rails, which was the beginning of the consolidation of major industries again, even though the lessons of the Great Depression were not learned. One of the industries more than any that has been consolidated is the food industry. Even in the last 20 years, there's been a gobbling up of the smaller markets by the gargantuan markets. This really gets to the core of what is most vulnerable about our food system, our economy in general, but everybody eats, everybody needs food. The consolidation of food is based on efficiencies. Efficiencies mean things have to move in a streamline between a producer, a distributor, the buyer of the entity, in this case, large corporations. And that system, as we have learned through the pandemic, is extremely fragile. We've always suspected the fragility in it, but now we're seeing real evidence. Minnesota Department of Agriculture releasing information on the slaughter of 10,000, at least 10,000 hogs a week, because they can't get them into market because of the pandemic, because the way the ordering of that and what's next in line and the next hogs that are coming down the line and how the whole thing works is if they don't have a place to go, they have to just be simply annihilated and ground into compost. You're also seeing monoculture crops that are having a similar effect. But essentially, the pandemic has shown that what we in the sort of local food movement, cooperative movement, CSAs, all these things that I think really represent who we are as people who live in Western Massachusetts as part of, I think, our core history and identity, is those principles were always correct. We need stability and we need diversification. We need multiple ways of getting product to market. And we need to support things that allow soil to remain healthy and that give funds to young people who want to make a go of farming. And cooperatives are a very key ingredient in this whole thing. We've seen the strength and growth of cooperatives in the years, since my co-op, the one I go to and shop at. Of course, I've been to the Leverett Co-op. It's beautiful. I love to go there and sit and have lunch, and I always run into people I know wherever I go. So it's those chance occurrences that are also just a wonderful part of living in the Valley. So, it's an important part because it holds a bulwark, against this fierce onslaught that we're facing. And the idea of, consumers, which time one can I save 30 cents on an item? Can I do this? Those monies that are saved are really built in, usually with exploitation in mind and the fragility too. So, you're buying resilience when you shop at a co-op. You're buying familiarity and you're buying knowledge of where your food comes from. So that's the course I like to think that we're on. Climate change is another thing. The amount of carbon that's being thrown into the air as we speak through the monoculture, corn, soybeans, things like that, basically growing things in dead soil, is a really big factor too. We need to grow the growing food movement.
That's wonderful, Steve. I mean, I totally agree with you. And I'd like to now show a brief clip from our beloved Suzy Polucci, who worked, was one of the founders of the Montague Co-op that then turned into your Greenfield Market Franklin County Co-op, and then she also worked in our food co-op. But let me just let her speak for herself, and then we'll talk about her and what that means and what she means for us. Let's see.
I thought, how can I be involved in some kind of social change situation that everybody needs. And I thought, aha, voila, food. Everybody needs food. Church ladies, the farmers, the hippies. And so I thought, oh, this is cool. We can do this. I thought it would be so simple, but when I got into it, I realized, oh, even with something as simple as food, everybody had a different idea about it. Some people wanted it to be a church, some wanted it to be a daycare center, some wanted it to be a political alternative, some wanted it to be an educational thing. We used to have, I'm talking all-night meetings about whether or not the co-op should carry pet food. That's something that we want. We just want people food. And what do you mean? My cat is a person, and you know, oh my God. The board was sort of the manager, and everybody was in on the decision making, and even though it was still small, it was cumbersome. It's one thing to make your own mistakes in your life and pay the consequences, but what if you make a decision for a community store and blow it? Then you've just lost everybody's money and hard work and their trust, and it felt really scary in that we still didn't exactly know how to run a grocery store.
10 years after the Montague Co-op began selling whole grain foods out of someone's apartment, members take a bold leap of faith to revive their frail economic venture by changing locations. But unable to pay Main Street rents, the best they can do is to find a place on a side street. They also changed the co-op's name to display a more regional appeal.
And business started increasing immediately the moment we moved to Greenfield. The store had more products in it, started adding a couple of employees.
Sales just went up, whatever, 50, 60, 70%. It was like, oh my gosh, but trying to ride this beast. What do we do now? We got to come up with new systems to be able to have more employees and more keys, and who's going to schedule these cashiers, and what happens when somebody's sick. And the ordering became more complex.
Some people thought getting bigger was getting badder. It meant more impersonal, more profit, and there were other people who said, what's wrong with profit? As long as we share it amongst each other. What's wrong with getting bigger? We'll have more jobs, more food, more everything. And other people said, we'll lose our sense of community. Through that process, we had managers who quit, we had workers who quit, we had board presidents quit.
There came a time where they had to let me go. And I just thought, you dirty rats, after all I've done for you. And so there was my part-time job, that was my income. I didn't come in here for 2 years because I was so mad. Because in the end, really, I couldn't run a multi-million-dollar grocery store. I'm a clown. I mean, financial things are getting so complicated. I couldn't figure this out. What I've made meaning out of this is that there's a part that different kinds of people play in an organization. And I see myself as an overthruster, a person that comes in with a blast of energy, can see a certain thing. We got to get to Greenfield. Let's go. We're going to get some land. That's it. And then there's the people that are going to put their head in one of many available yokes and pull for the long term of our, mortgages and financial statements and personnel policies. And a lot of time the overthrust or more visionary people got to go, because they're not going to stay there for the steady pull of it. And I thought it was meant that I wasn't valued and I wasn't needed, but I was needed for that part of it. And then other types of people are needed for the other parts of it, which they really have talent and time and skill that I didn't have.
I just thought, I think Suzy is so wonderful, and I've known her, I knew her for so long. I wondered if you could say a little bit about how you felt that she was, sort of an inspiration for our local food co-ops in that whole countercultural movement out of which this new wave of food cooperatives came.
Sure. I mean, I love Suzy, and I miss her. And she was part of the extended family of friends that I have in the Valley. And I knew her, from a distance until I started the film. And then what I always do is I decide who are the principal players that I'd like to consider interviewing and then I come to their house or I meet them somewhere and I chat. And when I sat down and I talked to Suzy, I realized not only is she an amusing and charming individual, but she's really smart. Suzy knows a lot. And in my pre-interview with Suzy, I learned so much about the food system, the historical backdrop of the co-op. She knew what she was working, and she was giving herself so much to the film. And, you know, it was a whole hour of material. I sat with her when we finally sat down and did the interview. And it was just so engaging and wonderful to interview her. And then to see that this film has been shown throughout the United States and in different countries as well, hundreds of screenings. And to see when Suzy comes on, there's an immediate response from the audience. Big theaters, hundreds of people. She starts talking, and the theater gets quiet, and they laugh at her, and they find her totally engaging, which I find is just a great legacy that Suzy, you know, without the costuming, just being Suzy and talking, is alive and well in this world that this film continues to screen in so many locations, colleges and universities as well. And Suzy is saying in that last clip that you showed, such important information for anybody that gets involved in any kind of social change movement.
Yeah.
That you may feel burned. A lot of people feel burned, and that's it. You know, they resent the whole organization and they don't know how to move through it. Suzy wrestled with the whole concept, and she came out on top. And that to me is the wonderful universal idea that I'm thinking young people today that are seeing this film, that are, so many of them are activists, my daughter is one of them, they can learn from her. And I don't know, I'm just so happy that she's in the film.
You know, and I also think, you know, Suzy was, you know, a homespun philosopher. She was this actress. She was such a communicator. I mean, laughter makes you, you know, unifies you to people. And she lived with me, actually. She was a tenant of mine. She was a gardener, so she grew local food. She, and she says at the end of that clip, oh, you know, I couldn't go into that store for 2 years. And then I realized, well, you know, they did value me for the time that I was needed, and then other types were needed to carry on the work. And she did. She came to the Leverett Food Co-op. She did baking there. She brought her flowers to sell. So she went from leadership to just working as a staff person, but just working as a staff person, without the staff people, you know, the co-ops wouldn't survive. You know, we're all a community. And so she just gave this great example herself of, you know, being able to communicate to people, creating these original plays that she did on all sorts of issues. She worked with the Quabbin Mediation Center and did a play about the brain and different parts of the brain. She was opposed to the nuclear power plant at Vermont Yankee and did a skit about that. All of this was for free, just giving to the community and trying to create that community to make a better world. And that's what all of us in the co-op movement are doing. And all of us who've been on boards or, you know, worked as volunteers, been members in members' meetings, know that there's divisions and we disagree, and it's really hard sometimes to be competing with the big box stores, and so you're almost going broke, and then how do we get out of this? And you know, Suzy's an inspiration. We find a way. You know, there are different things that different types of people can do in a team, as long as we understand that consensus and some kind of really understanding the importance that each of us have to contribute is where we go from here. So anyway, thank you so much, Steve, and I do hope that you will participate in our event, which is coming up, which will happen after we speak, and Suzette Snow-Cobb will be coming on and talking a little bit about the NFCA, the Neighboring Food Co-op Association, which she's now a staff member for, which is the regional group of co-ops that we're a part of, the Leverett Food Co-op. And I hope that everybody will see your film if they haven't seen it, and will look at your new project. Can you tell us just a word about that? the ballot of.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm also a musician, and a friend of mine who animated a lot of my films called me up and said, you know, I'm willing to do some free animation for any projects you have that are nonprofit. So I thought, oh, there's a song I always wanted to write. Based on a Blind Blake song called yeah, in the jailhouse, excuse me.
Yeah.
And I knew I could do the lyrics and make it updated for our current situation. So I did, and he did fabulous animation to it, and all the reviews from people, it just put it up on YouTube a couple of days ago. The reviews are great, and I think of it as a get out the vote video, both educational and entertaining. And if people like it, I ask them to share it and use it as a tool to help us get out of the outhouse. That's what we're in right now.
Yeah. Well, Steve, we have to go. Let me just see if I can share that screen again. Your information about your song, so people, the new Ballad of 45 in the Outhouse. It's wonderful. It's funny, and it's very telling, and it will hopefully get out the vote. And then we and I hope you will watch later in the day. We will be having our auction, and this is the fundraising part of our telethon, and we really hope that you'll participate. And thanks again, Steve, and hope you are able to participate as a watcher in the rest of our telethon.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye. Everybody, here I am back after that really moving Food for Change clip of Suzy Polucci. We love Suzy, and my wonderful discussion with Steve Alves. We are switching, this is all complicated for us old-timers, but we're switching to another Zoom meeting because we have two wonderful guests coming in. Suzette Snow-Cobb from the NFCA, the New England Neighboring Food Co-ops, and then after her, Hendrix, who will be talking about the solidarity economy. And we need to get them into this Zoom meeting. So we're waiting for them to come on. And meanwhile, I just wanted to remind you that we are streaming live on Facebook, and we'd really like you, if you can, to go to the Bidding Owl website and consider bidding on some of our auction items, because we're having an auction at 4 o'clock. But, you know, it's a live auction, and you can bid beforehand, and there's like 124 wonderful items. And then also consider becoming a member if you're not a member of the co-op, or donating a gift membership to your daughter or friends or whatever. And we also have new this year solidarity memberships. We're collecting money. You can go to Fund a Need on the Bidding Owl website. I think if you're on the Facebook page, it will give you the website. I think it's just www.biddingowl.com slash Leverett Co-op, and you can get to it, and you can do the Fund a Need. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Is it Leverett Village? Leverett Village Co-op. Okay. Okay, so, and consider donating some money. There's a button there at the bottom of that page if you just want to donate. But you can look at the auction items. And you can also sign up as a member under Fund and Needs, or you can, which is a membership ticket. And there's a year active membership, or there's a lifetime membership, a full share membership, or you can donate to a solidarity membership for low-income members of the community that we really want to get into our co-op and get the membership perks that you can get from there. So now I'm wondering, do we have folks that I can interview coming into the Zoom meeting yet, or what's up with the technology? Okay. Oh, here she is. Yay. Hello, Suzette. This is
disagree with management of co-ops and credit unions.
and you guys, what's happening? And she works for the Neighboring Food Co-op Association, which supports our co-op and co-ops throughout the Northeast. And she's going to tell you a little bit more about her work as a staff person for the Neighboring Food Co-op and how it connects to the. So Suzette.
Thanks, Ann. There seems to be a little, I don't know if you're getting it, but there's a little reverberation there, feedback or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you all should go off of the live Facebook to do the Zoom. Anyway.
Okay.
We're still learning.
Yep. And you, Ann, you had a graphic from the NFCA. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to show that or not, but
can you show the graphic?
Maybe not.
Can you show the graphic from the NFCA? It's in
maybe not right this second, but in a moment, in a little bit.
Yeah, be ready for that. It says NFCA.
It's a PDF.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get it. Just say a few words.
Well, thanks so much. You know, I've been watching actually since noontime. You guys are doing great. It's a really lovely to see everybody's participation. And, you know, I personally decided to move my husband and I and our three sons to the area because of the presence of the co-ops in this area, Franklin Community Co-op, Greenfields Market, and also Leverett. And we were looking for places to live and to have our family, and we knew that the valley was one that we could make some connections with, partially because of the co-ops. And as in my years working at Greenfields Market and at the Leverett Co-op, I often heard that from people that one of the reasons that they chose to move to the area was because of the co-ops. And so I wanted to say that you know, people come to co-ops for a number of different reasons, as Suzy said too, that there's lots of different skills and talents to pull off a co-op, and the co-op means different things to different people. But that's the beauty of it, of us coming together to form this amazing entity. And
share the screen with the NFCA.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking when you want to share the screen.
Okay. In a moment.
Okay.
And so, just as our individual co-ops, people came together to form their individual co-ops, recognizing the need for, you know, access to food or community or whatever it was that that spurred them to create their co-ops. About a little over 10 years ago, leaders from the various co-ops in southern Vermont and here in western Massachusetts decided that they needed to come together and work more together and collectively on things that they couldn't do as their individual co-ops alone. And Leverett Co-op is one of the founding members of the Neighboring Food Co-op Association. And Paul came to those early meetings. And we didn't really know at the time what, you know, trying to imagine 10 years down the line or 20 years down the line was hard. But what we did know is that
changing landscape of what it meant to be a food co-op and be a cooperative in our economy was going to be changing, and was going to be getting more and more challenging. And we knew that if we wanted to be in the long haul and maintain our communities and our co-ops, that we needed to do that together. And the NFCA has grown now from those initial co-ops to include co-ops in New York State and in Maine, and the co-ops are the individual co-ops are members of our neighboring food co-op. So we are a co-op of co-ops. We're kind of unique in the United States because of a regional co-op association. There are not other regional co-op associations for individual sectors. There is our National Co-op Grocers Association, which is also a co-op of our co-ops, but our NFCA focuses on our region and the uniqueness and building relationships amongst our board members and staff of our co-ops. And in the areas, and so you can put that that PDF up anytime, because it gives a little bit of information about collectively what our co-ops, the impact that our co-ops have, and we work on issues that our individual co-ops might not be able to do on their own. One of the things that we've worked on collectively with the Valley Alliance of Worker Co-ops, which is a federation of worker co-ops in our area, is the co-op certificate program at UMass. And that's been going now for about 10 years. And the students can take courses on cooperatives and then also have an opportunity to be an internship. And we've had interns working at NFCA, working at the Valley Alliance, and a couple of years ago we had one that worked specifically for the Leverett Co-op. So those things, that's something that the co-ops wouldn't necessarily be able to support on their own, to have a program on a higher level. While I'm waiting for the
we don't see it on the screen.
Oh, now it's up. All right, I guess I can't see it, but that's okay. I don't need to see it. Okay. You can see there's the bullet points. Well, you can see the dots. All of the dots, of the blue dots, are food co-ops throughout our region, and the green dots are startups. So most recently, we had a startup, somebody who's a group of people that are newly forming a co-op, opened their doors a little over a year ago in Providence, Rhode Island, the Urban Greens Food Co-op, and they have been going really well, and they saw the benefit early on of joining NFCA, and we were able to help them, to support them through their formation. And similarly,
I should mention that you are really helping us as we do
the
turnaround.
One of the areas that we've at NFCA, we actually have just 3 staff people. We have Urban Kroll, who's the executive director, and Bonnie Hudspeth, who works with our startups and other outreach, and then myself, who I have the title of the sourcing coordinator. So I work on products, sourcing products for our co-ops that also support our local growers and our regional growers. And so we work in these different areas for raising the profile of our co-ops in general, overall, education component, and co-op products. And I also want to say, I'm not sure of the timing. I didn't keep track.
I think we're just about out of time.
Okay, but I wanted to give a little plug on October is National Co-op Month, and you'll be able to see, I have brought some new things into the co-op, into the Leverett Co-op and other co-ops throughout the region. This year's theme, which was chosen by the National Cooperative Business Association, is the co-op's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that theme will come out in NFCA is having a weekly photo contest where your co-op, our co-op, can submit photos and win some great prizes from Cabot or Organic Valley or Deep Root Co-op and Real Pickles. Co-ops from other co-op producers have donated prizes for those for that little competition during the co-op month. So I don't know if you can, I got a little co-op pin that I'm wearing.
Oh, cool.
We'll drop some pins off at the co-op so that the cashiers and others can have them. And so don't take a look. So take a look at the brochure, the little rack cards that you'll see in the co-op too. That also gives those statistics that were on the map. And
so thank you so much, Suzette. This has been really helpful. And I just wanted to say before we let you go that you've been invaluable to helping us in our, as you know, we've had a hard turnaround for this co-op and we're making it survive. And you've been helping us with, enrolling new members and with member data. And we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And that's what we're all about. NFCA is all about, is helping our co-ops thrive.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Hendrix, are you standing by there? Hendrix?
I'm here.
Yay, Hendrix.
We all made it.
Yay, congratulations for getting here.
Thank you for organizing this, Anne. It's really great.
So I've known Hendrix since she was a little girl, and it's amazing to see her as a young woman. And so successful in the wonderful work she's doing. So Hendrix is the collective co-founder of the Boston Ujima Project and the Massachusetts Solidarity Economy Network, and we're going to be talking a little bit about that, and also a member of the U.S. Solidarity Network Board of Directors. And also, Hendrix is for her paid job, she's a financial advisor at Balanced Rock Investments Advisors, which helps people with nonprofit investments and so forth. She's a daughter of Kitty and Hank, and I think you said they were part of the original buying club that started the food co-op. And so she had, for years, just lived down the street from us. And she's a longtime patron and community member. So although now, unfortunately, she lives in Boston, so we only see her occasionally, like on a Zoom call. So I wanted to ask you now, what is this solidarity economy that you're so involved with?
Yeah, for sure. And it was great. It was great listening to Suzette talk about the Neighboring Food Co-op Association, because it's that type of infrastructure building work that's so important to bringing the solidarity economy into the light and supporting initiatives like the Leverett Village Co-op and other co-ops that are trying to do production and consumption and distribution in a way that's more aligned with our values. And so the solidarity economy values are solidarity, democracy, equity, pluralism, and sustainability. So basically, solidarity economy is a set of practices and ways of doing economics, doing production, consumption, distribution, finance, doing our work, sharing our resources in a way that's aligned with those values. So, often, I guess, in contrast to a capitalist economy, where the goals are maximizing growth, maximizing profits, returning benefits to capitalism, which may be your goals or maybe not. The solidarity economy's goals are to advance those 5 principles. And so the idea is you can design an economy to achieve whatever goals you want to achieve. And so the solidarity economy is a set of practices and also a culture and also a movement that is designed to support us sharing our resources collectively in a way that's aligned with collective well-being. So that's the like high level, the theoretical definition of solidarity economy. But if you ask people, often folks will jump to the examples. It's much easier to understand in
let's hear some examples, because I think, for example, one thing that is a perk for being a member in the Leverett Food Co-op is to be eligible to join the 5 College Credit Union, and that's something that is a co-op of for banking, and people don't really even think about the fact that you can do cooperative banking. So can you give us other ways, examples that it's implemented in practice?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, banking is a great example. Like, can you imagine what if we democratically managed our financial system? Do you think that we'd have the type of ups and downs and volatility and the sacrifices that working class, low income people are feeling right now if we all democratically ran our financial institutions? So the UMass credit, like 5 or whatever, the credit
5 College Credit Union, yeah.
There we go. So that's like a micro example of how we could come together and manage our resources collectively. So expand that out. What if we were managing our whole economy collectively? And it's very different from state-run socialism, where there's, again, a small group of people who are making decisions for everybody else, deciding how much resources everybody gets. Very similar to capitalism, we have a small group of elite that are making a lot of decisions for everybody else. What if, instead of state socialism, instead of capitalism, we had a democratic economy where everybody's voice mattered? Other examples, worker co-ops are a very easy to grasp example, where instead of having a business owner that decides how workers get paid, what work gets done, how much they charge, what products and services they provide, it's a collective of workers who decide that together. And so the workers get to decide, if for instance, you're in a situation where the business is not doing well. Like right now, a lot of small businesses are struggling to keep up their keep up their revenue and meet their fixed expenses. Instead of a business owner deciding to say like, well, I'm just gonna I don't want to lose more of my capital, I'm just going to close this business. The workers would be able to decide whether to keep the co-op open or not. And this is no jab at small business owners. This is mostly about, owners of very large companies that make a lot of profit and don't share that profit with the workers. In Argentina in 2001, there was a big economic collapse, and many factories shut down, and the investors, the owners, just like closed the factories, took their capital, and actually like left the country with their money overnight. And those, in many instances, workers broke into their workplaces, got the machines up and running again, and decided to resume production. And there's a great documentary made by Naomi Klein and Avi Lewis called The Take, about those factory conversions.
What's it called again?
The Take.
The Take, that's right. I remember. It's a great movie.
Worker co-ops, land trusts, just, ways of managing our resources and our work together that's in better alignment with those values. Right now, there's a lot of conversation about alternatives to policing, defunding the police. What's a better way to manage those resources that we put into police departments? Like, clearly something isn't working. Let's figure out what might be working. And so in solidarity economy, you have restorative justice and transformative justice circles and processes to figure out, okay, why is this person committing a crime? What support do they need? What support does the victim need? Instead of just always defaulting to a system of punishment whenever something goes wrong. Like, is something going wrong because that person needs something, or is something going wrong because that person is evil and they need to be punished?
So Hendrix, I just want to ask you, because we're running a little short of time. How might this help our local rural communities in Franklin County? I mean, what needs maybe aren't being met now that could be met with co-ops or, you know, new kinds of organizations in this kind of alternative economy you're thinking about?
Yeah, well, I think that's a great question, and should probably be like posed to the community. I mean, so there's, you know, for community discussion, like what are our community's needs and what's not being met by capitalism and by the government, by the economic systems that we have. The co-op itself was formed because there was a need that wasn't being met in the current economy. People were having to drive very long distances to get food. There weren't organic options, and the options that they had were expensive. So they started a bulk purchasing cooperative and eventually got the store. You may know more about the history than I do.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure my mom was involved.
Your mom was definitely one of the original members. Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking of things like child care cooperatives, unmet need, and so many people going back to school when they have to work and their kids are at home, and if they could have a pod of small pod of other parents to share childcare, it would make so much difference. And that would be a solidarity economy co-op type thing. And in a way, we already have some mutual aid stuff that's starting, like co-ops, for example, mask making that was donated to the community, and people just all did that as volunteers, could become a co-op, So anyway, there are many other examples. We are running out of time. We don't want to take away from Dean's Beans and Dean Cycon, and he can tell us about the coffee co-ops that he supports and fair trade to get it to our co-op. So do you have any final words before we
I mean, I think it would be really interesting to map out the things that the co-op provides that are really essential. Like what would happen if we didn't have the co-op? Beyond just not having the convenience of being able to, get groceries locally. But for me, especially like when I come home and I'm able to go to the co-op and run into people that I know, just having a centralized place is invaluable. And it's beyond the value that just the for-profit aspect of the business provides. Because I go to the co-op and buy stuff because I want it to exist. And for me, since I don't live locally, it's not the groceries that makes me want to be there. Although certainly that's very convenient and helpful. It's the people, and I'm more than happy to pay for that to continue to exist. So I think if we collectively pool our resources, I know we can make it happen. And thanks so much.
Well,
Anne,
thank you so much, Hendrix. And I'm gonna. It was wonderful to have you and your thoughts on the solidarity economy. The Leverett Co-op has just joined the Massachusetts Solidarity Economy, and we look forward to when the map of the whole thing will be up with your help.
Well, thanks. I think we've already switched over. So,
yeah.
No, we haven't. Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'm going to thanks, Hendrix. We're going to turn it back to Karen.
Awesome. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Sorry, I thought they were signaling me that we were, okay, now we're live. So I'm so excited about our next guest. Maybe the secret is out. Maybe you already know, but this guest needs no introduction. Leverett's own celebrity, do-gooder, the best coffee you've ever had, but I can't do this introduction justice, so I'm going to cue the video, which is going to give us the introduction coming up that's called The Seeker right now.
I'm Dean Cycon. I'm the founder and CEO of Dean's Beans Organic Coffee. I don't actually consider myself a businessman, even though I'm the dean of Dean's Beans. For me, I'm a seeker. I'm seeking environmental change, social justice, economic justice for people, and I want this world to be a better place for my children, my grandchildren, and for all of us. My background before coffee was as an indigenous rights and environmental lawyer. When I was introduced to the world of coffee, I noticed two things. First is that the majority of coffee growers are indigenous peoples. The second was that the purchase of coffee allows us a vehicle to be efficient agents of change in so many ways. We can be involved in women's rights, we can be involved in clean water, environmental issues, indigenous rights, economic change, all through one vehicle, the efficiency of working through coffee. If I wanted to really make a stand as an environmental and indigenous rights lawyer, what better place than to tackle the coffee industry, which affected so much? And the point of Dean's Beans wasn't to totally change the world, but it was to model how anyone can change the world. And so in the coffee industry, we've tried to model for other coffee companies, hey, if you do some of the stuff we're doing, think about what a better place this world would be. It's easy to be paralyzed by the enormity of the problems in the world. But to me, the antidote to that paralysis is action. In the world of coffee, it's actually pretty simple. Buy great coffee. Organic, fair trade, support companies you know are doing good, just work in the world, and you will have participated in significant change. Okay, so that was a little bit of an introduction, the Seeker video. I thought it was pretty cool. I haven't seen it lately, but it was a nice way to segue into a live segment. Okay, right now we are here at the Leverett Lending Library, the Little Lending Library. As you can see, we just had a visitor. One of the many services Leverett Co-op offers. So I'm here today because I really believe in the co-op, and I really hope that everybody out there, all 14 of you, soon to be 100, will step up and participate in the auction, participate in the membership drive, make sure that the co-op stays viable and vital for the community. And I do want to say one thing about the auction. We are auctioning off, among other wonderful prizes and gifts, we are auctioning off Dinner with Dean, which means I will take you out to any restaurant in the Valley, from McDonald's to Gianni Figs or whatever. I'll take you out and we'll spend an evening regaling you with comedy and comments, or if you're like most of the women in my life, you would prefer that I shut up and you do the talking, and that's fine. Okay, so whatever you want to do, it's a night on the town with Dean. All right, and the proceeds obviously go to support Leverett Co-op. So find that in the list of wonderful gifts. Okay, so I'm here today because I thought it'd be kind of fun to give you the inside scoop on the coffee world. I'm going to give you a wide-ranging stream of consciousness tour through the economics, the sociology, the ecology, the politics of coffee, because inside every cup of coffee is every major issue of globalization, from war and peace to economics, to globalization economics, to women's rights, to indigenous rights, to environmental issues, to climate change, to migration. It's all there right inside the cup. And the choices we make on what coffee to buy, obviously we vote with our dollars. So this is not a pitch for Dean's Beans, by the way. This is a pitch for coffee that supports social justice and the environment. So to me, that's generally fair trade and organic. But even beyond that, look for more. There are plenty of companies who got woke to realize that it's not about the money, and it's not about, whether my dark roast smells like, cow manure and yours doesn't. All those great qualities of blueberry and cinnamon that you can pick up. All that's very nice, but it's a very serious commodity. It's a very serious part of our world ecology. So I think choices should be made in consideration of those things. Pretty much any commercial cup of coffee you get from a specialty coffee roaster is going to taste really good. What differentiates it between some of the outrageous prices people charge, and I know what they pay for the coffee, and what differentiates it is really the commitment of the company back to the farmers and to the environment and to the local community. So it's not about Dean's Beans, it's about companies that are committed, and you can find them yourselves because I'm not going to name them. So As I said, coffee, coffee around the world hits all the major aspects of globalization. And so many different cultures around the world participate in coffee. For the longest time, the only insight we ever got into a farmer's life was to look at Juan Valdez, right? Mustachioed, strong Latin male in white with a burro, Well, some people do look like that, but the majority of the world's coffee farmers are women, for one thing. And the overwhelming majority of them, like 99%, don't wear clean white linens into the field. They're pretty poor. So there are so many different cultures and so many different economics at play in the coffee world. And I have the honor, because of what I do, to go and visit people all the time and stay in the hut, stay in the village, stay wherever, and really meet people where they are. To me, it's really not about coffee, it's about the people. And if I was just roasting and selling coffee, I wouldn't have done it. But because I get to go to the villages and create development programs and do political work and just hang out with people and know their birthdays and see their kids get, I've been doing this since 1988 in the coffee world. I've seen 2 generations of farmers grow up and pass on or move on or grow up and take over the farm. So to me, it's a vital, really living world, not just a cup. So I want to show you a video. This one is called Praising the Harvest. And in this video, we're going to see Ethiopian women cleaning the beans to get them ready to be sorted after being washed. And they do it while singing songs of praise. And this is what gets done in Ethiopian culture all over that country. So hit it.
While the girls are spreading the beans out to dry them evenly and look for defects, they're also singing a song of praise for the harvest. A good harvest this year that supports their family and gives them meaningful work to do.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that, joining the beautiful women who are praising the coffee. That wasn't a setup. That's what they do every day. And I was honored to be there at the time. So glad to share that with you. That's Ethiopia, right? That's East Africa. But it's a big world out there, and coffee is grown in over 80 countries around the equator, between 30 degrees north and 30 degrees south of the equator, between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Footnote, because of global warming and climate change, the range of coffee growing is being expanded. Now, for the first time in history, coffee can grow in California. And there's a farm in Southern California that's actually growing coffee. That's shocking, okay? Because traditionally, for the 800 years to 1,000 years coffee's been around, it's been in this very narrow equatorial band, starting in Ethiopia. So I'd like to move on to Asia and show you a small video from Sumatra. Sumatra is the largest island in Indonesia. It's the second largest island in the world after Australia, which is a continent, not just an island. And Sumatra is a very interesting place because it's a combination of Christian and Muslim beliefs, and people, as everywhere else, are beautiful. And I just want to give you a little introduction to some Sumatran coffee farmers. So we'll take a little trip to Indonesia now. My favorite coffee is from Indonesia, especially from Sumatra, especially from Benamarya. Terima kasih banyak. The life of the coffee farmer is very, very difficult. So people always see the beautiful pictures of the coffee and they see pictures of the farmers smiling, but they don't understand the real life of the petani kopi.
يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم انصرنا فإنك خير الناصر وافتح لنا فإنك خير فاتح واغفر لنا فإنك خير غافر وارحمنا فإنك خير الراحمين.
The coffee is so good because the farmers take care of the land and they take care of the coffee. Look at this beautiful nursery. This is an example of a very, very healthy Arabica tree. And half the berries are ripe and they can start picking them, and the rest of them will continue to ripen for another month. So the farmers will guarantee a harvest over the next month. We're back. I hope you enjoyed our little sojourn to Sumatra, Indonesia, in Southeast Asia. Indonesia is frankly my favorite country in the coffee world. Indonesia, there's over 4,000 islands, and so many of them have unique aspects of culture and custom. And so each trip I take, I visit the farmers and then head off and do something different, whether it's fishing with indigenous fishermen or participating in festivals like the burial of mummies out on the cliffs in Toraja. You can find that on our YouTube channel if you're interested, the Dean's Beans YouTube channel. In any event, there's so much going on culturally in each one of the coffee countries that I urge you to find your favorite coffee and then do a deep dive into the culture. You can get a lot of it by looking at our website, deansbeans.com, or the YouTube channel where we have a lot of videos like the ones we're showing. And the purpose of that is just to share with you the lives of the farmers behind that cup of coffee and their communities. Okay, so as I said, every cup of coffee contains all these issues of globalization. And the question is, how do coffee companies take this into account? Traditionally, or conventionally, in our world, they didn't. Coffee is a commodity. You buy it on a market. You don't know who grew it. You don't know when it was grown or where it was grown. You just bought it. That then evolved into buying it by the country in the 1970s. So people started to buy commodity coffee from Guatemala, from Mexico, from Indonesia, from Papua New Guinea. But they still didn't know anything about the farmers. But the commodity market sort of evolved a little bit so people would at least know what country they're getting it from. Then in the late 1980s, there was a movement to bring more justice into coffee. And I was a co-founder of the first nonprofit development organization in coffee called Coffee Kids. And my job was to go into coffee villages around the world and work with the farmers to identify their biggest obstacles to development as they perceived it. Then we would design programs to meet the needs of those farmers, and then I would run back to America, and the other guys in Coffee Kids would go to the coffee industry, raise money, and then that would fund the programs. And that was standard charity. It was good, it was important, and it was frankly the only way that the coffee industry would start breaking out of the commodity mindset. Because when we started Coffee Kids, a lot of coffee companies said to us, why should we donate to you? I mean, we already pay the farmers. So there was no concept of responsibility or relationship with coffee farmers back in 1988 when we started Coffee Kids. Well, that's evolved substantially in the specialty coffee market, not in the whole market of coffee, not in the canned coffee you get in the supermarkets. You don't get it here in Leverett Co-op, but in supermarkets. So supermarket coffee, commodity coffee, is still what they say, bought blind. You don't know who grew it. You don't have a relationship. You don't know if it was child labor involved. You don't know if it was heavy-duty pesticides. So all of these issues, are still part of the commodity world of coffee. So I'd like to talk for a minute or two about how people buy coffee, because it's really enlightening. So as I said, in the world of commodities, basically you call up a broker and say, hi, my name is Dean, I got a coffee company, and I'd like to buy 50 bags of coffee from Guatemala. And the broker says, okay, and he sends you 50 bags of coffee. No relationship. What the broker does is the broker buys that coffee from the farmer or from an importer, and the importer buys it from the farmer, or the importer buys it from an exporter who buys it from the farmer, or the importer buys it from an exporter who buys it from a processor who buys it from a middleman, coyote, who buys it from the farmer. That's the supply chain in coffee with ordinary conventional coffee. In a situation like that, even today, the farmer may get 50 cents a pound for their coffee or less. So since coffee costs about 60 to 65 cents to grow, when the commodity price is as low as it is today and has been for the last year or two, every time you buy a pound of conventional coffee, you're pushing a farmer deeper and deeper into poverty, because they're getting back less than it took them to grow and process the coffee. And that is the pricing crisis we're in right now, and it's worse now than it's ever been. It was only this bad in the year 2000. And quick segue here, what happened in the year 2000? It was the last time we had a major migration crisis at the southern border. And that crisis was pushed largely by coffee farmers being thrown off their land or abandoning their land because they weren't getting enough money back for the coffee to stay on their land. So back in the year 1999, 2000, every cup you drank was dispossessing another coffee family. So that is repeating itself again. The price being paid to farmers on the conventional market today is roughly equivalent to what was being paid in 2002. It's 70% less than what was being paid in 2014. So what gives? That's the market. Because brokers don't buy directly from farmers. They buy through this market system. So who decides the price that brokers are going to pay or importers are going to pay to farmers? The market does. What is that market? It's called the New York Board of Trade or the London Board of Trade. And basically, it's like a stock market. There's a trading ring in a floor in New York City where men, over-caffeinated men, there's no women on the trading floor, in brightly colored tunics, run in and bid up the price of coffee or down the price of coffee, depending on the intelligence they're getting from the bank of computers behind them. So it's kind of like Lord of the Rings, right? Because it's a trading ring full of men in tunics running in and out to do battle. Or Game of Thrones, actually, because it's quite bloody. So how do these people decide what the price of coffee should be? Do they figure, well, it takes a farmer 65 cents to grow and process the coffee, so if you take 65 cents and you add a reasonable profit for the farmer on top of it, maybe he should get 85 cents or 90 cents. No, that's not how it works. How it works is the London Board of Trade or the New York Board of Trade bids up or down that price of coffee depending on the intelligence they get, such as if there's going to be a frost in Brazil, oh no, that means the flowers will wither on the vine, that means beans won't be produced, that means Brazil will produce less coffee, that means there'll be more demand for less coffee, which means the price is going to rise. So they start bidding up the price of future coffee. Conversely, if the word is out that there's a peace deal in Colombia, for example, well, that means that the roads are going to open and farmers can take their coffee to market without worrying about the truck being blown up or hijacked by either rebels or right-wing paramilitaries or the government. So in that case, more coffee's coming on the market and the price goes down. So all this is happening and the farmer doesn't know anything about the price going up or down. The farmer grows his coffee or her coffee and then brings it to the market, takes it to the bottom of the hill, and there's a coyote waiting for it. And the coyote says, I'll give you 60 cents today for your coffee. The farmer goes, okay, 60 cents, takes the coffee, goes back up the hill. The next day, the farmer takes the second bag, same coffee, takes the second bag, puts it on his back, goes down the hill. There's the same coyote, says, here's a bag of coffee. Coyote says, I'm sorry, today I can only pay you 50 cents. The farmer goes, it's the same coffee, grew in the same crop, my same expenses, what's the deal? And the coyote says, world market price dropped 10 cents. The farmer says, what does that have to do with me? And the coyote says, it has nothing to do with you. Pricing is determined in New York and London. And that's the way it works. So that's where fair trade comes in. Because in fair trade, we guarantee at least a minimum when the price on the world market goes down below what has been determined to be a living wage for farmers. And right now, in the world of organics, the bottom is $1.41. So that anytime the world market price goes down below $1.41, fair traders agree they'll never pay less than $1.41, and they'll always add a premium on top of that. And that differs depending on what country it's going into. So if the farmer can get past the coyote and get past all the exporters and importers and sell in the fair trade market, they can get real money for their coffee. Now that's a minimum. Right now the world market price is about $1, and it's been that way for about 2 years. So $1 sounds good, right? But after expenses, it gets to the farmer, it's more like 65, 67 cents. In the fair trade world, that minimum is $1.41 for organics. It's $1.21 for conventional, but we only buy organics. So the farmer gets the $1.41. That's the farm gate. That goes right to the farmer. If you're buying through an exporter, it's $1.41 plus 20 cents for the exporter, plus 10 cents for the importer, that kind of thing. So fair trade guarantees a living wage to the farmers. In the bad times, when the price of world market price goes above $1.41, which it was a couple years ago, then fair traders agree always to pay at least a nickel more than the world market price, so that there's an incentive for farmers to stay with the fair trade system, okay? But for real fair traders, and here's where it gets problematic for the consumer, you don't know who's real or not. For real fair traders, that $1.41, I mean, that's kind of meaningless. I'll give you some examples. The last few containers we bought, Ethiopian, it was $3.95 a pound. That's what we paid to the farmer, not $1.41. In Sumatra, this year it's about $2.75 a pound or $3 a pound, depending on which co-op you're buying from. And in Latin America, it's about $2.25 a pound. That's what we're paying. So that's a radical difference between $1.41 and what we're paying. And all of the decent fair trade companies that have fairly direct relationships, that's what they're paying. If a company, even a fair trade company, is buying through a broker, the farmer's probably only getting the minimum, which is great, but not to be confused with getting serious money for the coffee. So a little fair trade 101 lesson for you folks. Well, I'd like to take you to another country right now. I'd like to take you to Papua New Guinea, because very few people have ever visited Papua New Guinea. It's a very distant land north of Australia, very hard to get to, and there are very few roads in Papua New Guinea, and most of them are kind of falling apart. So it takes a lot to get into Papua New Guinea. So what I'm going to show you is a little clip about something very unique to Papua New Guinea. It's the only place in the world that processes their coffee in the highlands where we work the way you're going to see. Everybody else has machines around the world, but watch this.
All around the world, coffee farmers have mechanical or electric mills to process their coffee. But here in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, the families use river stones to remove the coffee bean from the fruit. This is the only place in the world where people process coffee this way.
So that was Papua New Guinea. That is pretty intense. So obviously they live a very different life, the farmers in Papua New Guinea and their families, than what we see on farms in Latin America or farms in our Southwest. Papua New Guinea coffee making is very labor intensive and very interesting. So one of the development projects that we've done in Papua New Guinea is to provide small hand depulpers for really rural communities way out in the mountains where there's no electricity, so people don't have to crush every single bean with a stone. And that's made a big difference because, for one thing, it increases the quality of the coffee bean. It decreases the time spent cleaning those beans with river stones, and therefore increases the money that the farmer is getting on the market. So, not everything we do is about saving the environment, right, or social justice. It's about helping people get on in their lives the way they want to get on in their lives. And it was their suggestion to get the hand depulpers, and it's been pretty meaningful in the small communities we've put them in. All right. Time to remind you that we have an auction here to support the Leverett Co-op. Today we're trying to raise, anything I should know, or you're just looking at me? Okay. Today we're trying to raise membership and money to keep Leverett Co-op going strong, because Leverett Co-op has been around for a long time in various iterations, and it's served the community in many, many ways. As Hendrix pointed out, if you saw her interview a little while ago, Hendrix was an infant when we first met her, because she was the same age as one of my daughters, and she basically grew up at the Leverett Co-op, and she's now, I'd say she's 29, and well-spoken about social injustice, especially through businesses. And so you could say that Leverett Co-op helped educate her. So it's one of the many functions the co-op provides: friendship, community, education, great food. So it's important for us to keep Leverett Co-op afloat and support it. One way you can do it is by becoming a member. Another way you can do it is by going to the auction and either bidding on a dinner with Dean or some of the many cool things that are in the Leverett auction. I'm going to take this and put it up behind me so you can see it. Actually, how's this? Okay, this is like a ticker tape. Okay, I'm going to go one more time going the other way for people who are right side of the brain. All right, Bidding Owl, biddingowl.com/Leverett Village Co-op. And the link's in the video description. Okay. So I've talked to you a little bit about pricing in coffee. I mean, it's economics. It's pretty dry stuff, right? But actually, it's not dry. It's important. It's because the price we pay for coffee directly impacts the livelihoods of 28 million coffee farm families around the world. At the same time, you can pay $20 for a pound of coffee or $25 for a pound of coffee, and that doesn't mean anything more is getting back to the farmer than the coffee you paid $15 for. And that's all about the companies, okay? Why is fair trade coffee more expensive? Well, in some cases it is, some cases it isn't. Generally, though, fair trade coffee is more expensive because the producers here, the roasters here, are smaller operations, and so our costs are higher, right? I mean, if you're Kraft or Green Mountain or, some of those big companies, your cost of goods is pennies. But if you're Dean's Beans or Indigo or Mocha Joe's, we have fewer employees, we're paying more for the coffee, so the coffee's going to be higher. Having said that, it doesn't have to be. There are several of us in the fair trade world who price our coffee as low as possible. So our motto, for example, is buy high, sell low, which is quite the opposite of what you learn in business school. And when I talk about this in business schools around the country, the students freak out because they're taught in business school, buy low, sell high. Try to beat down the price of the seller as much as you can and then turn around and sell it as much as you can in the marketplace. That's not our philosophy. We try to give the farmer as much as we can and still stay in business. and then sell it as low as we can and still stay in business. We've been doing that for 28 years, and we're still a very successful business. So what does that say about someone who's charging $10 more a pound? You're getting ripped off, okay? That doesn't guarantee that the farmer's getting any more money, okay? A lot of people are very fooled by what people charge for coffee out there in the world, okay? Coffee is no indicator of quality. It's an indicator of how much the business wants to make off you, right? I'm sure Hendrix would agree with me on that. You don't have to make a killing to make a living. That's our philosophy. But, you know, there's a lot of other things involved in coffee besides price, okay? One of the important things is the environment. So coffee is one of the most heavily pesticided crops in the world, second only to cotton. And cotton uses 50% of all the world's petrochemicals. That's a lot. So the top 10 pesticides and herbicides used on coffee are either banned or the most highest restricted for use in the United States. I'm talking about DDT, malathion, parathion, diazonine, dieldrin, endrin, and a host of others. When I first started in coffee, I used to go to coffee villages in Latin America, and I would always say, you know, we'd go through sort of a main town before we got out into the villages, and I'd always say, hey, can we stop at the local agricultural store? I want to see what they got for sale. And I'd always ask the owner, what are you selling to the coffee farmers? And he'd always show me the DDT, because even though it was banned for use in the United States, it wasn't banned for use in many other places in the world. Interestingly, even though it's banned in the United States, we're talking DDT, right? One of the most diabolical chemicals in agriculture. It's banned for use in the United States, but it's not banned for production in the United States. So the majority of DDT in the world gets produced in the USA, and it gets exported, oftentimes with the assistance of USAID export dollars or foreign aid programs, or USDA or Export-Import Bank dollars, okay? So again, we're not allowed to use the stuff, but we are allowed to manufacture it. So part of that you can see as environmental racism, plain and simple, right? We can't use it, we can make it, but we can't use it on us white folks, but we can sell it to the brown and the black and the yellow folks. That's okay, because we don't really care what happens down there. I'm not talking we generally, I'm talking about the chemical industries and our government. So, you know, if you're going to buy coffee, you have to buy organic. You absolutely have to buy organic, and it has to be certified organic. Because I can't tell you how many times I go into Whole Foods or Big Y or even a co-op, and I see a package of coffee and it says Beyond Organic, but it doesn't say certified organic. Or it says organic or all natural, but it doesn't say certified. And if it doesn't say certified organic, there is absolutely no guarantee in the world that it wasn't used with heavy pesticides, because all natural, organic are uses that are terms that either don't have a definition, a legal definition like all natural, which anybody can use, or are being used in ways that are illegal, like organic. You're not supposed to use the word organic unless you're part of a certified organic regime. But people use it all the time and get busted for it. But these days the USDA is less interested in busting companies who use the term organic without being certified. Why? Because large companies have gotten involved in organics now, and large companies have a lot of sway in the USDA. It's no longer us old hippies running the businesses, the organic businesses. As you know, it's large corporations as well. So even the term organic has gotten clouded a bit. So coffee uses these horrible pesticides, and farmers don't want to use them, but unless they get support, they are kind of stuck with it. And it's interesting. So in Kenya, for example, I spent over 5 years on and off trying to get farmers to go certified organic. Several problems. One, there were no organic certifiers in Kenya. They had them in Ethiopia, they had them in Tanzania, they even had them in Rwanda. So Kenya was surrounded by countries that had organic programs, but Kenya didn't have one. So we brought a Kenyan agronomist to the United States and got him trained as an organic certifier. But that's only a part of the battle. then in talking to farmers, we'd say, well, you know, organics is the best way to go. We even know someone with an organic farm, demonstration farm in outside of Nairobi. We took farmers to see it. It was beautiful. But the farmers always said, yeah, but organics doesn't work in Kenya. Why not? Well, because of the soil, because of this, because of that. Where are you getting that information? The government. Oh, okay. Well, the government doesn't have any interest in you going organic because the government gets a lot of money in aid from chemical companies and governments that support them. So it was very, very difficult to get farmers to appreciate farming without chemicals. This isn't unique to Kenya. I remember growing up, my grandfather had a farm in Harvard, Illinois. And he once told me that using pesticides, well, if 1 pound per acre kills the bugs, then 2 pounds per acre will kill them better. I remember that from my grandfather. So it's not just poor coffee farmers who have illusions about chemicals and lack of information. It's anybody who doesn't have the information. So even today, and this is 10 years after I stopped working in Kenya, there are no certified organic coffee farms in Kenya. 0. Even though every country around them has a certified organic farming program. So plenty more work to be done. So organics is super important, not only for the farmers, but also for the environment. And one way we know the impact of pesticides on the environment in coffee and elsewhere is the number of birds, right? That's how DDT was found out to be poisonous, because the shells of birds, from the brown pelican to many of the birds in farm fields in America, the shells were thinning out and breaking before the birds could hatch. And that's when Rachel Carson wrote the book Silent Spring, which busted open our information gap about pesticides and their impact on birds, impact on the environment. Well, it's the same thing in the coffee world. And so in the last 10 years, there's been a movement to protect birds, particularly migratory species, in the coffee world, because birds, not only are they the indicator of the health of the environment, but so many other things are helped when you help birds. And I want to kind of go through that a little bit, because the birds that roost in the coffee lands are largely the ones that roost right here in Leverett, in the northeast of the United States, right in our backyards. So let me talk about that a little bit. Can we bring up the PowerPoint? Tell me when you're ready. Tweet, tweet, we're getting there. Having difficulty? I'll keep talking. Oh, absolutely. Okay, and I can control it from here, right? All right. Not a problem. Okay, so I want to give you a few words on putting your money where your beak is, because coffee, economics, the environment, and migratory birds are inextricably intertwined. A term I learned in law school, by the way. All right, so let's move. Next, World of Coffee slide. Okay, as I talked about, coffee grows all over the world, right? It grows in over 80 countries, all around the equator, and there are so many different bird species passing through, right? Most mammals and other species are not migratory. They stay within the same country or region, but birds are not. Birds transect hemispheres in all sorts of climate zones. So, go to the next slide. Can you go to the next one? Okay. Oh, I got to do it too. Sorry. Coffee traditionally has been grown in forests. Coffee needs shade to survive. And so until coffee started to be hybridized for mass production, and then moved into plantations. Coffee was always grown on small plots, largely shaded. So coffee is a shade-loving plant, actually, and does very well in the shade. Well, who else does well in the shade? Birds. So migratory species are very, very popular and populous in coffee regions. And this is actually very new research, like I say, over the last 10 years. So migratory birds do well in coffee. When fields are cut down for large-scale monoculture plantations, coffee or anything else, the habitat for birds is lost. And except for the birds that live around the margins, bird populations diminish. In fact, they diminish as much as 95% when you go from a shade-grown farm to a large monoculture farm. Most of the coffee that comes from estates, when you see something that's called estate-grown coffee, comes from a plantation. Plantations, by their very economics, need to be large to survive. So a large plantation or an estate is probably the worst thing you can do for migratory birds and the worst thing you can do for the environment. Why? Because if you grow a monoculture, the soil doesn't produce the mix of nutrition, chemicals that the coffee plant needs. It also doesn't provide the shade it needs, so the coffee plant evolves quicker and starts to burn. So scientists have had to hybridize the coffee plant to grow in full sun. And what they've done by doing that, and this is something I only learned in the last 3 years, what they've done by doing that is they've mucked around with the flavor profiles. Because when a coffee cherry, you know, coffee is actually the pit of a cherry on a bush. When a coffee cherry evolves, the flavor is associated with the phenols, chemical within the bean. Those phenols take a while to develop. And in shade, they have all the time they need to develop. In a monoculture where the coffee is out in the sun, also called sun-grown coffee, those phenols don't have time to develop. That's why large-scale commercial coffee often tastes bitter or sour. And I won't name names, but you know what I'm talking about when you drive through and buy that coffee with your donut. But I'm not naming names. But that coffee tends to be a bit on the sour side. That's because the flavor phenols have not had time to develop. They do develop in shade-grown coffee. For years, people said, man, why does your coffee taste so good? And I always said, it's the karma, you know? It's because we love the earth and we care for the farmers, and somehow that goodness gets into the coffee. I didn't know any different. That's what I thought. Then 3 years ago, I read an article by a Brazilian scientist who, he wasn't talking to me personally, but he sure educated me, who said the reason for the difference in taste between shade-grown coffee and commercial coffee is the time that the phenols have to develop. There went my mysticism, but I still believe that loving up the farmers and loving up the environment makes a difference in the taste of the coffee, okay? Trust me. But the phenols help. So shade-grown coffee is not only better for bird habitat and obviously better for the environment because it holds moisture, it holds, keeps back erosion, but it's better for the coffee. So let's move on to the next slide. Some more pictures of what shade-grown coffee looks like. It really is in the shade. I mean, some of the trees that grow up around coffee, the hardwood trees particularly, can grow to be 80 to 100 feet. So yeah, bananas and fruit trees are used for shade. There are tons of different plants are used for shade, but what's really needed are what are called grandfathers or anchor species that hold together an entire ecosystem of plants. And you can see how tall those trees are in the background. Okay, if we can get this little video to run that's on the PowerPoint, you'll join me in a walk through a coffee forest in Peru. Is it going? Okay. This forest didn't exist 15 years ago. This is a reforestation project that we worked on with a small cooperative in Peru. And now it has, you can see it has cacao, it has coffee, it has fruit, and it means a lot to the farmers. It also enabled these farmers to get certified as the first certified bird-friendly farm in this region of Peru. Okay, so that's what a bird-friendly farm looks like. Are we done? It's a short video. All right, we have now walked through Peru, a farm in Peru. So next slide, this is just the range of migratory birds that you're going to find in the coffee lands, and I've seen most of them. But you'll also recognize, whoa, wait a minute, a scarlet tanager, a rose-breasted grosbeak, you know, a flycatcher, a Baltimore oriole, a thrush, a barn swallow. These are, yeah, they're right over there. These are the birds we see in our backyard. So if you want to keep the birds coming to your feeders or to your wood margin, to your woodland margin in your backyard, if you want to see those birds, you really need to support organic coffee, because organic coffee, especially certified bird-friendly coffee from Smithsonian certification, the highest certification there is in the coffee industry, by the way, that's what's going to protect the migratory species. So let's just flip through quickly just to get a closer look at some of these species. Baltimore orioles, the grosbeaks, they're all over the place here. Barn swallows, too many to mention. The scarlet tanager, the beautiful bird that shows up in the midsummer. Ovenbird, which builds a nest that looks like an oven on the ground, interestingly. Vireos. Wood thrush, we hear plenty of them. Ruby-throated hummingbird, the coolest bird in the world because it can fly backwards and upside down. Warblers, sapsuckers, and a whole host of woodpecker types. Flycatchers, yeah, saw a bunch of them. Hawks, all right. And then coffee economics slide is up, right? So as you can see, supporting migratory species is best done by buying bird-friendly coffee, or at least shade-grown coffee if you can't find any certified Smithsonian coffee. Let's see where we are in time. Okay, well, I think, oh, you guys aren't ready yet, right? Oh, okay. Well, all right, I thought you were going to do acoustic set. No problem. No problem. Trying to get a little musical interlude going, but it ain't going to happen, so we'll just carry on. Let me take a drink. Did you want to say something about the co-ops?
Yes, I just wanted to take this opportunity.
Come on, sit over here, because you got to be seen.
Once again, some people were looking for the link for the bidding owl because the items are getting lots of interest right now. And yes, I was outbid on a couple of items, so I think I'll have to up my price. We're very sorry for some people who are having a little bit of trouble kind of accessing the site. It takes a little bit to get in, and then you have to sign up as a bidder. But we encourage you to keep trying, because the items are really, there's some really good stuff on there. Now, if you go to this site, you can bid on the auction items, but you can also just make a straight donation to the co-op. If you scroll down on the home page at the bottom, there's a link to PayPal, and you can make a donation of any amount. And we're encouraging people, for any donations of $50 or more, we're giving away this beautiful Leverett Village tote bag. This is one of our special items, hot off the presses. This was just made, and we're giving those away. We have this fantastic, beautiful maple leaf ornament that was made locally, and this could hang off your tree. So if you make a donation of $20 or more, you could get the maple leaf, or $50 or more, you could get the tote bag, and just put a little note along with the donation that you would like that incentive gift, and we will have your name on it, and you can come pick it up here at the co-op. And I want to mention this very special, one of our sponsors, which is Maple Mamas, which is a locally made, delicious, oh, thank you, in many flavors, Maple Mamas, made here in Wendell, and I think Dean might even talk about his friend Joe Lauer, who owns the company of Maple Mamas, for a donation of $5 or more. You can receive a variety 4-pack of Maple Mamas. And for a donation of $100 or more, Maple Mamas will give you a whole case of this delicious beverage, which comes in so many flavors I couldn't even begin to tell you. I'm having ginger lemon right now. It's keeping my voice nice and smooth, and we're doing a lot of talking here. I found Dean's tour and his descriptions of the coffee countries very, very interesting. And I always liked Dean's coffee already, but now I feel even better about drinking it. So we were looking at some of the comments that were coming in on Facebook, and it's really touching to hear the people who grew up in Leverett and the stories that they have to tell about the co-op and what things were like, you know, when they were younger. Somebody talked about the barn across the street, which we call the Moore's Corner building, I guess, and it used to be what was that? The mall at Moore's Corner. That's right. For a while, the Leverett Co-op was in that building, and I remember the bags of brown rice and the tofu and the uneven floor. Yep. And I think there was something about the electricity there was like an extension cord that went through a field. It was a very funky building. And going back even before that, when the co-op was first started. First, it was started as just a buying club without a location, but at one point, the co-op did share the Moore's Corner building with LeClaire's General Store. And David LeClaire was in this morning, and he was talking about his grandmother, Harriet LeClaire, who ran the General Store. And one of my favorite stories was about how when the co-op and the General Store were sharing space, there was something that they jokingly referred to as the mayonnaise wars between the people that used conventional, like Cane's or Hellman's mayonnaise, and then the people that wanted the all-natural mayonnaise. And they joked about it back then. And, you know, today with our world being so divisive and people fighting about everything, I could imagine people really fighting about mayonnaise, like seriously fighting. And for me, like volunteering at the co-op, I see all kinds of people come in here. You know, the guys from the DPW, the highway crew, construction workers, guys in spandex on their fancy bicycles, and people hiking, and kids, and old retirees, and people baking sourdough bread. People making meals from scratch, or just picking up something to go. Pizza night is still a big deal. People grabbing sandwiches in the morning or for lunch. The co-op is always a great place to stop by. And people ask about, why should I become a member? Well, you do get some benefits being a member. You get some discounts. But really, the most important thing is that we're an alternative to the big box stores. We are a place that we own this place, and we are here for each other rather than to make a profit. And sometimes people say to me, oh, this is too expensive. I can get it cheaper down the hill. Well, as Dean was talking about, that comes with a real cost. And sometimes you find that it's worth it to pay a little bit more to keep it local and to keep the farmers employed and people working and people making a living wage. So I want to encourage people again. I'm going to hold up the sign. Persist. If you have not gotten into the Bidding Owl, get into it. biddingowl.com/Leverett Village Co-op, and take out a sign in as a bidder and bid on those awesome, amazing products. And I'm wondering if Dean would like to, do you have anything more to say? Do you want to chit-chat a little bit, or about yeah, about coffee, about co-ops, and and don't forget to mention your daughter Aaliyah. Hi, Aaliyah. And Sarah. I don't want to forget Sarah.
They were co-op kids. They grew up as co-op kids. What's that? Not for a minute. Okay, I want to want to say some things first. So, riffing off of what Karen said about paying a little more for something sometimes, one of the reasons things are cheaper in, to go one end of the spectrum, a Walmart or a Home Depot, is because people don't get paid a lot of money and don't get benefits, right? So I remember when we were battling for a higher minimum wage in Massachusetts a year and a half ago, and I was up talking to some of the state senators about it, and one of them said to me, well, a lot of small businesses can't afford to give the minimum wage that you think should be. I was like, well, we're a small business and we do, plus benefits, plus health care, plus everything else. They said, yeah, but a lot of businesses can't do it and survive. And, it dawned on me. I was like, well, wait a minute. If the survival of your business depends on screwing someone by not paying him enough to survive, do you deserve to be in business? Really? If the survival of your business requires me to pay taxes so that the state can give someone basically SNAP or welfare benefits because you're not paying them enough and they're working full time, you're not paying them enough to survive, does your business deserve to be there? Let me give you one statistic. Now, maybe this is a little out of date, but as of last year, the last time I checked, a full-time barista at Starbucks can still qualify for food stamps. And this is a perfect example of it. If you're not paying your employees enough to live, then everybody else has to subsidize your business, right? And that's not fair. So yeah, you may be paying a little less at a box store, but look at the cost. The cost is you're paying more in taxes. Somebody else has to be on SNAP or food stamps because the company that you're buying your cheaper goods from doesn't want to pay them a living wage. So, if you believe we're all in it together, then sometimes paying a little more doesn't matter because it's a short run philosophy. I don't want to pay a little more because in the long run, you're paying a lot more, aren't you? Okay, let's get back to the slideshow. I want to do some things. All right. Well, that was coffee economics. So let's move on. One of the biggest issues in the world of coffee, are we on the slideshow? And are we on deforestation now? Cool. One of the biggest issues in the coffee world is deforestation. Obviously, deforestation is completely hooked up with global climate change, but deforestation in the coffee world has traditionally been a really big problem. If you're buying certified shade-grown coffee, or if you're buying, or even certified organic coffee, you can pretty much guarantee you're not participating in any kind of deforestation because those coffees come from very small farms. The average size coffee farm around the world is 2 hectares an acre. All right, not very big. So, whatever trees are there, they're not cutting down anything else. And where most farmers live in small communities, there's not a lot of room to expand from my 30, 40 years of experience in this. There's not a lot of room to expand. But deforestation is a big problem because of the plantations. And one of the odd impacts of a low coffee price is while the small farmers go out of business, the large farmers clear more land to produce more coffee, thinking that, well, if the price is low, if I can sell more coffee, I can make up the difference. So low coffee price also leads to deforestation. Now, one of the things you're seeing in this slide, the thing that looks like a brain, that is deforestation in Indonesia because, and I took that picture from a little plane, because one of the driving forces in deforestation in Indonesia is not deforestation for coffee, it's deforestation for palm oil. Palm oil is the largest force for deforestation in Asia. And one of the things we're doing now is working with coffee farmers to buy back land from palm oil plantations and replant native forests. So that brings back both the endangered species. In the case of Indonesia, it's orangutan, Sumatran tiger, Sumatran elephant, and hippo. hippopotamus, the pygmy hippo. They need full-grown native forests, and native forests can resuscitate in 10, 15 years in Indonesia or anywhere along the equator. Why? It ain't New England. Trees grow 24/7, 12 months a year, so forests grow fast. So we're buying pieces of that, what you're seeing, that that deforested land, and turning them back into native forest. And governments are now starting to take a look at the impact of deforestation on their national forests. This picture was taken right up against the boundary of the Lucer National Forest in northern Sumatra, right where the farmers we work with are. And some of that deforestation creeps right into the national park. So what happens is the orangutan and the other animals leave the forest as it's being deforested and go into the farms. When they go into the farms, oftentimes they're trapped or shot because they're trampling on crops. So in order to, another way you can inhibit the loss of endangered species is, again, by buying shade-grown coffee, by buying coffee grown by cooperatives, which are sensitive to these issues, the issues of climate change. Let's go to the next slide. How does climate change impact coffee? In several ways. Besides the deforestation issue, climate change is impacting the power of poisons in our planet. We know here, right in New England, that poison ivy is stronger than it's ever been. The toxins in poison ivy are stronger than they've ever been. Why? Probably because the things that parasites that keep poison ivy down, or the competing plants around it, are not growing as much as they should because of climate change. So poison ivy and other poisons are stronger. The same thing in the world of coffee. Rust, La Roya in Latin America, is a fungus that grows in the soil in all coffee regions. The fungus is generally kept in check by microorganisms and by other plants. But when climate change comes, what happens in coffee? Well, the rain is interrupted. It doesn't rain when it's supposed to. The amount of rain is different. The coffee berries don't form. And so the plants are weaker and more subject to the poisons of the fungus. So in the last 10 years, the rust has blossomed throughout Latin America. And in places like Colombia and Peru, as much as 50% of the national crop has been destroyed. Now that's an interesting statistic. That's on a national level. On a local level, you can see Doña Maria in that picture, and her farm has been pretty much 100% destroyed. So even though the national figure is in Nicaragua is about 30% of the crop where Doña Maria is, her farm is 100% destroyed. What does that mean? It takes coffee 5 years to develop into a bean that you can use as a crop. So she's out of 100% of her income for 5 years. Fortunately, she's a member of a co-op, so there's social support and economic support. But for thousands of other farmers, there is no support. And what happens then? Those farmers then have to leave their farms, and where do they go? To our southern border, looking to come in, because they have no other option. So climate change is forcing an environmental impact, and it's forcing a social impact and an economic impact on coffee farming families. Next slide, migration, as I'm talking about. There's a picture from Tapachula, which is one of the choke points in Mexico on the southern border between Mexico and Guatemala, where freight trains from a company that is actually headquartered in Connecticut, owns those freight trains. Freight trains start at the southern border of Guatemala and Mexico and ride all the way up to the southern border of the United States and the northern border of Mexico. What happens every night? Those migrants, largely coffee farmers, climb on those trains in Tapachula and they head north. If you've ever seen a wonderful, sad but wonderful movie called El Norte, it's a story of migrants on these trains. So we went down and interviewed migrants to find out where they were coming from, what they were trying to accomplish. and we found out that many of them were falling off the trains or being pushed off the trains by gangs. And many were dying, but others were being sucked under the trains and having their limbs cut off by the vortex of the moving, razor-sharp wheels. The ones who survived were then put into albergues, which is a refuge, and basically they're in limbo because, let's say they're from Guatemala or El Salvador. Well, now they're in Mexico, so they're illegal in Mexico. They can't get to the United States because they don't have an arm or legs. They can't go home because it's hard for them to travel, and they're in such shame because they were heading north to provide for their families by being migratory workers. Well, if they've lost their limbs, they can't be migratory workers. Plus now, the border's closed. So they're stuck there. What do they do? So we started a program in southern Mexico to get prosthetics and job training to victims of these trains, which are called the death trains, or the beast, la bestia, or tren de muerte, and try to get those victims back to their home countries with job skills or small businesses so they could support their own families. It was a successful program. It ran for about 8 years, and then the governments made it difficult, and even the people running the refugees were less interested in it because it was a lot of work. Anyway, it was the first successful migratory repatriation program, and it's one way of solving the migration crisis. And these are coffee farmers we're talking about. The list of pesticides. The next slide shows you the list of pesticides we talked about. As you can see, they're the big nasties, and they're all allowed on coffee. Now, again, most of that doesn't get north, right? Because by the time you get your coffee, the berry has been stripped off it. It's been dried in the sun. It's been roasted at 460 degrees. It's been ground, and all you're doing is pouring hot water through it. So basically, these pesticides show up in your bloodstream in parts per billion, which is a very small amount, right? But I was educated by an MIT professor when I gave a talk about this once, and he said, yeah, well, you may be taking them in parts per billion, but especially for women, you bioaccumulate those pesticides in your body fat, especially in your breast tissue, and it comes out when you're older, and your arms start to, wobble and look like turkey arms and things like that, as mine are now that I'm 67. And the pesticides start coming out of your bioaccumulated body fat in parts per million, even though they went in parts per billion. So a lot of these pesticides are actually showing up in our fatty tissue as we are older. So this is a lifetime accumulation of these pesticides. So it's damned important to get away from non-organic coffee, because not only what it's doing to the farmers and the birds and the environment, but actually what it's doing to us over time. Next slide. I just want to talk for a minute about the bird-friendly coffee certification. I said it's the highest certification there is because it combines all the other ones that have meaning. So bird-friendly certification, and unfortunately, it's a relatively new program, so there's not that many coffees that have it, okay? So bird-friendly certification requires at a minimum that the farms are certified organic. So you get all the benefits of certified organic because these farms have to be certified organic to even apply for this program. Then after that, they have to show that their mix of trees is very specific to a healthy ecosystem for birds and for the microorganisms and bugs, insects, that the birds rely on. That's very scientific, and it's the only system that requires it. The Rainforest Action symbol, the little green frog, doesn't require anything like this. In fact, their shade requirements have gotten easier and easier over the years as they're trying to draw in more and more multinationals who don't mind paying the fee as long as you change the rules to accommodate them. Frankly, it's happening in fair trade as well. So in bird-friendly coffee, there are very, very strict scientific rules on what kind of trees are grown, how many have to be native, and how many can be imported trees, how much shade is covered. It's very strict, and I'm really, really honored to be working with Bird Friendly. And what we're doing, you know, I'm not really making this a pitch for Dean's Beans, but this time I'm going to because it's important. We're the only coffee company that's working with Smithsonian to go out into the field and try to advocate for the program to get coffee farmers to join up. So it's not that we're just going to a broker and buying bird-friendly coffee. That is very important. But we're out in the field advocating and getting farmers to sign on and supporting them by paying their licensing fees to get them into the program. So we're very proud of that. So moving on to the next slide. And new frontiers for research are actually what kind of bugs live in the trees, because the birds require certain kind of insects to feed on. And if those insects aren't there, even if the tree is there, the bird isn't going to be there. It's fascinating, the levels of research in this stuff. Next, we've worked with Pangoa. We on to Pangoa Cooperative? Yeah. So Pangoa Cooperative, as we showed you earlier in the walk through the park video, in the walk through the forest video, Pangoa is a great cooperative of 350 families that we've been working with since we introduced them into fair trade and organics in 2003. Now they're a world-class recognized co-op, and a lot of people buy from them. But you can see there we're meeting with the women's group because we started Women's Loan Fund. And with that loan fund, women are starting, you know, small animal farms for sustenance. They're doing all sorts of small businesses. They're putting their kids in college for the first time. And the Women's Fund has been super successful. They're also doing a massive composting program, you can see on the bottom, which they make compost and turn around and sell it back to their own farmers. But it's super rich compost, and obviously it's at a reasonable price. So working directly with the cooperatives, we can accomplish a lot. And Pangoa Cooperative is now certified bird friendly, so they're getting more money for their coffee even than fair trade. The first program we started with them was to reforest, and we've put in over 400,000 trees, hardwood trees, at this point since 2004 when we started the program. And we've completely rebuilt valleys that were denuded under earlier USAID programs to develop the region, basically cut down and harvest all the trees. So that's very important. It's also important for the indigenous peoples who live there, because the forests, they are the guardians of the forest. And when you cut down the trees, not only do you lose the meat that they need, not only do you lose the medicines that they need, but it's a psychological blow when they're supposed to be the guardians of the spirit, of the spirituality of the forest, to lose that. So that's all part of our Cool It program, which is our global combating climate change program. We do reforestation, composting, alternative crops all over the world. And it's been a very successful program. We've offered it to every co-op we work with in 10 countries. We're in 5 so far and moving on.
I just wanted to see what slide you're on.
That's the Cool It program. Are you on that? Okay. We've expanded the Cool It program in Sumatra, which is the next slide, and we're doing reforestation programs there, which are super important. And the next slide, we're working with endangered species, as I talked about. You should have an orangutan, an elephant, and a huge snake up, as well as a palm forest, palm plantation that was created out of native forest. Those are really cool programs, and they have a lot of meaning for the farmers. In the next slide, we've brought the Smithsonian Migratory Bird Program to Indonesia because the program does not exist in Asia, so we're bringing it there. And we funded and helped organize the first birding survey in the history of Sumatra, and that's just been concluded. So now we can start the process of looking for what birds are on the coffee fields and whether the coffee fields have the right trees to attract those birds, and therefore can those farmers qualify for bird-friendly certification through Smithsonian to become the first Asian coffee farms. We're hoping that'll happen this or next year. So, how do we work together to save migratory birds worldwide? How do we work together to save landscapes, to keep farming communities intact? We do that through fair trade, organics, migratory bird certification. We do that on our side by being a B Corp and certified 100% organic. And the consumer's piece of it is to become educated, to make sure that the coffee you buy represents your highest values. It doesn't have to be Dean's Beans, but make sure you're not paying a lot of money but not doing a lot of good work. So that's going to bring us to the close so we can get some good music going and give you a relief from my voice. Thanks so much for listening, and I hope several of you have bid on Dinner with Dean, my Dinner with Dean. I promise you it's going to be a good time wherever you choose to eat, whether it's Hope and Olive or you name it. Don't take me out of the state, please. We've got plenty of good restaurants right here in the valley. And if you don't want to go far, we can stop right here at the Leverett Co-op and have pizza, okay? You call the shots if you win the bid on Dinner with Dean. So without further ado, I'll turn it over once more to Karen to close up shop, and then we're going to listen to some music. Thanks for sticking around.
Thanks, Dean. That was amazing. That was, oh my gosh. You're right. You could talk forever, and everything you said was interesting. I enjoyed it very much.
Thanks, Karen.
So I'm holding up the Bidding Owl website again for people who are still working to get their bids in or want to make a donation. You know, most people know Paul Rosenberg, and they know what a great manager he has been for over 20 years of this store. Paul wanted to retire. He took some time for himself, but it didn't work out. Not only is he back working harder than ever before, but now he's doing it as a volunteer. So the plea that I'm going to make to you right now is please help Paul retire for real and to sleep at night, because Paul cares so much about this place that he thinks about the co-op day and night. And you know that. When you see Paul, he welcomes the children who come in. He would hug everybody if he could, but he does the elbow touch with all his old friends. And I think he's enjoyed being back, but I think he's really ready to retire. And he doesn't want to let this place go until it's really on good footing. And it's more than a co-op. You know, this is a community center for us, and we really need your help to make it strong, to get out of debt, and to let Paul retire. So, bid on those items. You can just make a donation. If that's too complicated, I'm sorry. It's my fault. We tried to set this up online. I know it's a headache. Online stuff can be really awful. But look, a real live basket with real money in it. You can come into the store anytime and you can make a real live donation of cash, check, credit cards, whatever you want. You can also donate your time, your services, your talents, whatever you want to help make the co-op strong. So I'm giving that plea, and don't forget, we do have some incentive offerings for a $50 donation. You can get a Leverett Co-op bag. For a $5 donation, you can get a delicious 4-pack of Maple Mamas. What else do we have? Oh, we have the beautiful maple leaf here for a $20 donation. And we also have gorgeous, I'm sorry I don't have one, we'll show it later on, the coffee mugs made by Thomas Black. They're just beautiful, and they say Leverett Village Co-op on them. So there's lots of ways that you can give, but most of all, come shop at the co-op. We have what you need, all the ingredients. We have soda water and Coca-Cola and kombucha and seaweed and sugar, white sugar, brown sugar, powdered sugar, yeast. We have everything that you need. So come on by. If you haven't been here in a while, come check it out. Bring your shopping bags and do your grocery shopping here at the co-op. We need you to shop. We need to keep this place in business. So I'm very excited to introduce, we're going to have some musical interludes coming up, and we're going to bounce back and forth between music and talking. So right now, I would like to introduce, this is, later on we're going to have the Boys of the Landfill. Right now, we're going to have a preview of the Boys of the Landfill, which I guess we would call the Boys of the Landfill Light. So I think they're ready to play for you. And when we are able to, we will switch our cameras right over there.
Hey, we love the co-op. We love it so much.
Yeah.
We're going to play a tune for you. And it's called The Fisher's Hornpipe. And it goes 1, 2, 3, a tune called The Fisher's Hornpipe. It was written by somebody named Anon, I think, wasn't it? Yeah. Anon. Not QAnon. So, this is a tune, song that was written by a wonderful songwriter whom we lost this past year to COVID. A guy named John Prine, one of the national treasures of our folk scene. And this is one of the best environmental songs, we think, ever. It's called Paradise. When I was a child, my family would travel down to western Kentucky where my parents were born. And there's a backwards old town that's often remembered so many times that our memories are worn. So Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River where paradise lay? I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late in asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. Sometimes we will travel right down the Green River by the abandoned old prison down by Adrian, where the air smell like snakes and we'd shoot with our pistols. Our empty pop bottles is all we would kill. So Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River River where paradise lay. I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. Coal company came with the world's largest shovel, and they tortured the timber and stripped all the land. Now they dug for their coal till the land was forsaken, and they wrote it all down as the progress of man. So Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River where paradise lay. Well, I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. When I die, let my ashes flow down the Green River. Let them flow no on up to the Rochester Dam. I'll be halfway to heaven with a paradise waiting, just 5 miles away from wherever I am. So Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River where paradise lay. Well, I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. So Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River where paradise lay. Well, I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. So John Prine, one of our real favorite singers, wonderful guy. So now I'm going to do one more tune for you, and then I think we're going to stand aside, and something much more interesting than us is going to happen. Oh, I should introduce the band. Hi, I'm the guitar player.
And Mike, the bass player.
Oh yeah, my name's Jeff. And this is Al McIntyre on the squeeze box, Mike Patavina on the right. We're the boys of the Landfill. So cold! We're going to do another tune, and it is, what is that tune? Oh, Money Musk. A tune called Money Musk. Landfill is us. Co-op is us.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I love those guys. So just hearing them play reminds me of so many happy memories here at the Co-op and other places where I've seen them play. The boys of the Landfill really know how to kind of perk up the environment. So back in the good old days, pre-pandemic, if anybody remembers way back in, when was it, January, February, we used to have live music here at the Co-op. And here today, we are having it again, even though it's, socially distanced, we're doing the best we can. But let's think towards the future, to a day when it will be safe to have live music again, and people will be gathering on a Friday night for pizza or Sunday brunch, beautiful brunches here at the Co-op. And back in the days, there was we have a pouring license, so beer and wine was available, and I'm sure that someday that will come back again, that you can enjoy a nice meal, have a glass of wine. And for now, the beer and wine selection here to go is really top-notch. So if you are a fan of beer and wine, definitely come and check that out. So right now we have, while our next performer is setting up, I want to tell you a little bit about what we have in store coming down the line, which is we have some fabulous videos to show of pre-recorded tours and interviews of local farmers, and we have a tour of the Paul C. Jones Forest, which is just down the road, down Rattlesnake Gutter Road. And if you haven't come to take a walk down Rattlesnake Gutter, it is worth the drive to come and see this beautiful natural wonder. It's a dirt road. There is just beautiful. It's a ravine. It's a natural ravine that was caused when the glaciers passed through, and spectacular natural beauty. People come from all around to check that out. In this area, we also have a lot of people coming through to check out Lake Wyola for swimming and boating and just enjoying nature. Leverett is a beautiful place, and it's a really great community. There's so much to do here, and stopping at the Co-op makes a lot of sense if you're out for a walk or you're taking a bike ride. Grab a cold drink or a cup of coffee after a hike is really great. So coming up next, Laura Botkin is an old friend of mine, and she is an amazing flute player. And, in regular times, she plays with a group of other musicians. But, as we all are doing, trying to make the best of these times and do what we can, Laura has come up with a way to play a duet as a soloist. So that's kind of exciting. You'll see that in just a few moments. And then we're going to bring the boys of the Landfill back, yay, later on. And we also, in the 4 o'clock hour, 4 to 6 p.m., we're going to be really featuring our auction. So if you haven't bid yet, here we are, biddingowl.com/Leverett Village Co-op to see the items. Some of the items are really being bid on. The prices are going up, which is great. We love to see that. And some of those items have not been bid on yet. So, if you need some artwork, some things for around the house, check them out. And, if you want to just make a donation to the Co-op, you can do that. But think about gifts as well. You might want to buy a painting, thinking about the holidays coming up. People really need to be cheered up these days. And what the heck, buy them something nice, give it to a friend, and help support the Co-op. So from 4 to 6, we're going to be really pushing that auction, and I hope you get your bids in. The auction will close at 6 p.m., and here at 6 p.m., we're very excited about a special, our feature performers, which is the Wildcat O'Halloran Blues Band. And if you probably know them because they've been around forever, and they are so fantastic. The reason I really chose this band is not only because it's one of my favorite local bands, but because I find that listening to blues music in times of sadness, which we're living through right now, somehow listening to the blues makes me feel better. And nobody can play the blues like Wildcat and get you dancing, get you feeling. It's going to be an all-out Wildcat, full experience blues dance party from 6 to 7. And at 7, we'll be sort of starting to wind down. I see that we get to feature a video of my belly dance troupe, the Crescent Dancers. So we recorded, we had fun this summer recording a video of us doing a socially distanced belly dance performance. So we'll be able to share that with you. And let's see, I didn't mention the tour of Apex Orchards. Apex Orchards is one of our suppliers here at the co-op, and when I first started volunteering and the store was almost empty, Apex Orchards was one of our producers that was still hanging in there and had faith in the co-op, and we're just so proud to carry their products. And right now, these apples that we have in the store are about the best apples I've ever had. Crunchy, sweet, delicious. Come on down and get some of those Apex apples, and you'll get to see a tour of Apex Orchards in the 4 to 6 time period. Also, our good friends over in Wendell, Diamond Farm, we have a very short video of their farm. If you haven't been up there, they have a farm store which has prepared foods and frozen foods, fresh foods, meals to go. They are a wonderful community supporter, and I think you'll enjoy watching their videos. And then we're going to tally the auction, and hopefully we're going to bring in lots of money, because we did have this $7,500 challenge pledge from one of our very good friends of the co-op. And we're really hoping to meet that pledge, to match it, and to exceed it. And if you can give online through Bidding Owl, as we've mentioned, but you can also give the old-fashioned way, which is in the basket. You can come on down to the co-op and just donate some money, check, cash, or just do your grocery shopping. When you're here, pick up an extra bottle of wine for later. Buy a bottle of wine for a friend, or a scone, or a baked good to go. There's so much good food here at the co-op. And it's 7:30. We're going to be a little bit tired because we've been streaming since noon today, and it's been a lot of fun. We've had lots of great guests. At 7:30, we're going to close the live stream event, the festival telethon, with a very quiet, soothing yoga practice from 7:30 to 8 p.m. And we have our own Patty Townsend, who you probably know because she's a fabulous yoga teacher. She's been conducting her classes online like a lot of people have. She hasn't let the pandemic keep her from teaching. And so we started off with the Wendell Warriors drumming. I hope you saw that. If you didn't, we'll get to see the recording later. And we're going to close the event with a nice, peaceful yoga practice. So I can see that Laura is setting up, and she is going to give me the thumbs up when she is ready. Oh, I see that thumb going up. So without further ado, I will hand you over to Laura Botkin.
Am I on? Hello. I'm very happy to be here, to be part of this special event. It's such a nice dose of positivity at a time when we all could use it. Real hope for the future. So thank you, Karen, for inviting me. I'm going to be playing duets, and obviously I'm only one of me, but this is the other one of me. And the first piece, in the spirit of positivity, is by Randy Newman. It's "You've Got a Friend in Me."
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful and very cheery because we need cheery these days. So while Laura gets her next song up, I'm just going to show the mug that I promised to show before. If you can see this, there are several of these in different colors. They're quite gorgeous. And for a $50 donation, you could get one of these beautiful Thomas Black Leverett Village Co-op mugs for your coffee, your tea, your herbal beverage, whatever it is that you like to drink. So don't forget to keep on donating, keep on shopping, sign up to volunteer, and keep watching because things are just going to get more and more exciting as the day goes on. I hear there are some surprises coming our way. I don't even know what they are, but I'm sure whatever it is, there's a lot of giggling involved, so I know it has to be good, and I hope that it will motivate people to really get those bids in because we need to raise this money. We need to match that $7,500. We'll be having a tally pretty soon of where we're at. We're moving along, but we're not there yet. And we don't have our thermometer up, but it's I would say it's not quite here. It's probably about here. So more than halfway. More than halfway. So keep on bidding, donate. Remember, you can always come into the store and give in the basket. And I think Laura might be ready to do her next song. So over to you.
So the next song is by none other than the famous and unique Freddie Mercury. And this is Bohemian Rhapsody, believe it or not. I don't think Freddie was really thinking about a flute duet when he wrote this. And you can see it takes up quite a lot of space because I think it's a 6-minute ballad, and I'm looking at both parts at the same time. So, Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh, wait, I'm not ready, sorry. Thank you. That is super fun.
All
Super
right.
fun to play.
Oh,
I don't
we
know what
loved
Teddy
it.
would think, but
I was watching the faces of people. Their eyes were like, what is this? Incredible. So Laura has one more song. She's just getting her music ready. But I wanted to let our viewing audience know that after the next song, I'm going to be taking a little break. I think I might go eat some of that amazing pizza because I can smell it in there. It smells incredible. So after Laura's next song, you will be greeted by Steve Adams. I don't know is he on camera? Can you see him? Should he pop his head in? There he is. Steve Adams, our auctioneer, and Jean Bergstrom, his wife. You're wearing matching clothes. Did you plan this?
No.
Oh my God. That happens in our house too. It's amazing. It's just
the top, really.
well, no, the bottoms are both green. Actually, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Well, you know. So I have one more little thing to show everybody. When I'm working at the cash register, I love to give out bookmarks. We have these bookmarks that have the co-op hours on them. When the kitchen is open, sometimes it's hard to keep track of all that information that you get. So next time you're in, grab one of these beautiful bookmarks that was designed by Laurie Lynn Hoffer, one of our board member and volunteers. And the back, and Jean, I think, also worked on that. And on the back, we have more information about membership. And I think Laura's almost ready, but I just want to give a shout out again to some of our sponsors of this great event. I want to thank all our volunteers, Jared Pearson and Sarah Robertson and Frank Citino and Jean and Steve and Ann Ferguson and Paul and Patty. I can't even, the list goes on and on. But some of our sponsors, we've had some help. MCTV, Montague Community Television, has been kind enough to lend us some of their fabulous equipment to make this all possible. This was a dream. I talked to a lot of people who said, what, you want to live stream and Zoom and music, and you can't do that. But we found people who were willing to try, and it seems to be working. It's a little glitchy, I know, but everything seems to be these days. So we've also had support from the Amherst Chamber of Commerce, who's one of our great supporters, and lots of local Maple Mamas. Where's my soda? Here it is. Remember, for a $5 donation, you too can get a variety 4-pack of Maple Mamas. So, and also Dragonfly Designs, and I don't know, I don't have my list in front of me. Dean's Beans, of course. The fabulous Dean. I think she's ready. She's smiling at me. So I'm signing off for now.
Thanks, Karen. So this is my last song, and it's a famous tune by Paul McCartney that you will certainly recognize. I'm playing it on the alto flute, which is different than what I've done so far. This is called the C flute, and the alto is a fourth lower, so it has a pretty deep, rich sound. I guess that's it. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening. Support the co-op. Thank you.
Are we masked people?
If you want to, up to your discretion if you want.
Well, we're married.
That's probably fine then.
That's good, right?
Yeah.
Are we on?
Yep, you're live.
What? This is it? Do you see both of us?
You sure do.
What?
Okay.
Okay,
I'm going to start.
go ahead.
Okay. Oh, that's what that means. Bring the microphone closer to me. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Jean Bergstrom. I'm on the board of directors, and I signed up to organize the auction. It was a very, very misguided offer by me because I didn't know what I was doing. I'm not a technical wizard. I have no technical abilities, but I've had some amazing helpers. Mary Jo Johnson and Jill Palmer have been great at helping me make this whole thing happen, this whole online auction. And we never could have done it without our generous community contributing all these items. So I just wanted to shout out to my amazing, I would be a puddle here on the floor if not for Mary Jo and Jill. So thankful to them. And also for the encouragement and support of my honey.
Yeah,
right here.
me.
So, I'm going to put this up right here. I've been understanding that some of the links, if you push the link, it doesn't work, but it's exactly this. So type it in fresh, www.biddingowl.com/Leverett Village Co-op. No spaces, capital L, capital V, capital C. It will get you to the auction site. And we have 124 items. You sign on to be a bidder, and you can bid away. Okay, Stevie, take it away.
Stevie, take it away. First of all, I'm very impressed by your presentation. Hadn't heard that ever. Very well done. And the Bohemian Rhapsody on a flute? You got to be kidding me. That was just incredible. I arrived like 15 minutes ago here, and you look out at the parking lot and that sort of thing, and there's not many cars, but that's because of this COVID business. And so you have to make some, I don't even know where to look. Where's the camera?
Right here.
You have to make these readjustments. Yes, perhaps lots of people are paying attention to this, and there is some importance to it. It's a sweet little community center. North Leverett has nothing but this place. And so Jean and Karen, who was sitting here for a long time, and countless others have spent a lot of time keeping this thing alive. And I've been passing through my kitchen watching you on Zoom, and this assortment of bright, intelligent, articulate, committed, wonderful people trying to keep this thing going. And so here we are. But as I arrived like 15 minutes ago, Paul, who's actually, is part of is a major reason for the resurrection of this place, said, "How are we doing?" And the idea is we're supposed to make $7,500, and I guess we got 4,000, and
we got some work to do.
Yeah, and with a couple hours to go. And so I just want to point this out. Am I blathering on too much?
Yeah, get to the point, buddy.
Okay. Yes, it seems like this is an auction, but no, it's really a fundraiser. Big difference between fundraiser and auction. An auction is like you try to walk off with something cheap. Fundraiser, no. What you want to do is spend your money stupidly but sweetly. Does that make sense? And so I would like to, I'm going to show you, Jean, can you get to, I think it's 17, but it's Sam Black.
Item
I want to buy
17?
something. I want to bid on something right this moment.
Item 17.
Or Sam Black.
Oh, no.
Where's Sam's thing?
Item 14.
14.
Okay.
Okay, what's the bid there?
It says, well, first of all, this is a joyful day of painting with Sam Black. And Sam Black is the president of the board, colorful character.
Get to it. We don't have so much time.
And he's going to take you painting.
Oh, we do.
And bring wine or beer and snacks and teach you how to paint, and you'll just have a lovely day with Sam. Sounds like a lot of fun, because Sam is a lot of fun. So the retail price is priceless, right? And it's up to $65.
65. Who made the last bid? Could you...
I think maybe Steve Alves.
Yes, I did. And this is the kind of bidding that I expect the rest of you to do for the rest of these 2 hours. I'm going to see that 65 and raise it to 70. Accepted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, 70.
Put it in.
You can't. Do I do it?
Yeah.
I can't. No, I have to get to the thing. Can't you put it in?
No, I don't. You're a bidder. I can't bid for you.
Oh, jeez. No, you can. It's an honorable system. No? Okay, but this gives you the idea. I want to bid I want to bid another $5 against myself. And not only that, I'm going to go higher. I'm going 75.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to raise you 80.
Okay. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to 85.
Okay.
See, that's how stupid you should be in something that is a fundraiser for such a lovely cause. Okay, so, and that's going to happen. We just won't do it.
We just have to figure it out when
Figure out
somebody's
how to
playing
do it.
music. We'll figure out how to do it. He knows how to do it because he's already made some bids.
Okay.
Okay.
So now,
So, Steve, do you have some, the people who are looking for a good deal, like they're trying to come away from the auction, not the fundraiser, with a good deal.
Yeah.
Do you have some other words for cheap?
oh, you know what? I do. I don't know how you know this, but look. Are these things you want to be called after this whole thing is over, which is in about an hour?
It's going to be at 6.
Yeah.
The auction closes down at 6.
Should you, choose not to, you can donate. I want to bring this up.
Yeah, in fact, when you go to the welcome page, you can scroll down and there's a yellow donate button. You don't even have to buy anything. But we're also encouraging you to buy memberships for other people. There's
donate.
lots of ways to give money to us. We'll take it however it comes.
How do they get to the donate thing?
You scroll down on the welcome page,
Uh-huh.
which says Rattlesnake Gutter
Okay.
Festival. Scroll down. There's a yellow donate button. Just push that, and you can sign up on PayPal.
You can donate. You don't get anything except for the satisfaction of donating.
Well, you do get something. You get the continued success of the co-op, your local neighborhood hub and shopping place.
You don't get the Cracker Jack prize, the little thing in the corner.
Oh, well, you can get... This is my sister-in-law, Lindsay Palermo, made these beautiful ornaments. It's a scene of Leverett Pond in fall, a beautiful watercolor. It's a maple leaf. You donate, we'll give you one of these. If you donate $75, we'll give you one of these. Your own Leverett shopping bag, Leverett Co-op shopping bag.
But here's the thing.
And I'm going to model it. Mm-hmm. There you go. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Yeah.
The main thing is because we need a lot of money now, quick. It's not about what you get. You may look at some of this stuff, which we'll go into soon, but that's not the point. The point is just throw money our way. You're going to get a little something.
You'll also get Maple Mama. So, but if you don't, what are we going to call these people?
Oh, you could be called just around town for the rest of the year. A skinflint, a pinch fist, a tightwad, a money grubber, lick penny, muckworm Scrooge. So that's these are some of the things that could happen. But can I?
Yeah.
Because I just.
Do we need to break for anything, you guys? Okay. Okay.
You want to break now? I don't care. So, who's the boss here? Oh, you're the boss.
So wait. So before Steve launches into his next
this thing could go on for.
I live with the guy. It could go on. So let's break for 5 minutes and watch a video of the Diamond Farm. Sarah Robertson put this together. It's a sweet video. It's only 5 minutes. And you get to see some of our awesome neighbors and what they do. Yeah.
Nice going.
Thank you.
Creating food is just one of the greatest gifts. I love it, and I love that we do things that are good. My name is Ann Diamond Bucci, I am a second-generation farmer at Diemand Farm in Wendell, Mass. So my father purchased the land in 1936. He came from Connecticut, and he had always wanted to be a farmer. He was working in a factory, and he wanted to move to the country. The view outside is just absolutely gorgeous. This house has been here for over 2 centuries.
My name is Tessa White Diamond. I'm a third-generation farmer here at Diemand Farm in Wendell. I grew up on the farm. I helped out. Sunday, that was my chore day to help on eggs and just help around the farm. And I never really envisioned myself being a full-time farmer. I've been back for about 3 years. Before this, I was in the corporate world and found that that really wasn't where my heart was happy. So I've been back here and learning the ropes, and there's still so much more for me to learn. I've been trying to get as much information and learn as much as I can from the 3 owners, my mother, my Uncle Peter, and my Aunt Faith.
So in 1989, we started with 500 turkeys, and here, a little more than 30 years later, we raise over 5,000 turkeys a year.
We raise a bunch of different things, chickens for meat, chickens for eggs, turkeys. We also have beef cattle, but we also have a small commercial kitchen.
To be able to work in a kitchen, that's like one of my favorite things. I love it. And I love creating stuff. I love it when people come in and say, oh, do you have those little turkey dinners? Because I'm buying them for my parents, or, this person is sick, going through some illness, and I want to bring them food. And it's comfort. That's one thing I love.
People come to our farm store, they're just blown away at how many different things. We have desserts, we have different dinners or side dishes. So it's always a treat when people come here for the first time. We get to give them a little tour of the store.
We wholesale a lot of turkey pot pies and turkey soups. I remember a customer calling and saying that his family he had small kids, and they used to do pizza night on Friday night, and he said his children wanted to do diamond pot pie night instead of pizza night. That was like, holy cow, that was like one of the greatest compliments that we've ever gotten.
Winston! Doesn't strike me as a guard, though. He's not. He likes to think he is. He does have his own hashtag. It's hashtag Winston the farm dog. And so people, they do come and they say, oh, where's Winston? We have some kids that will come and ask for him.
Of course, during November. It's crazy. Yeah. But when COVID hit and people were afraid to go to grocery stores, we said it was like Thanksgiving without the turkeys, because people were just so happy to come into a place that was small and that they could see the owners, the people who make the food.
COVID, I think, has brought a lot of attention to folks to where their food has come from and to pay more attention to know the backstory.
I much prefer, when I'm buying stuff, to know that I'm buying food, whether it's from Clarkdale, whether it's from Cook's Farm, Up and Gill, Atlas Farm, just those people. I know the people, and I know that I'm supporting them and their families, that the money is staying here. It's helping support neighbors and my community.
When I have been to Leverett Co-op, what I love is, again, the small town feel. You're not going into some big corporate store. You know your neighbors, you know who's there, you see local products. I love that. I love to see things from the community and know that they are supporting our community, and then in turn, we are supporting them.
And for me, that's what's huge, is to know that the money's staying here, that we're supporting people who are paying taxes in our communities.
Having returned to the farm, I'm so glad that I did, because I have a say in what the future holds for my family business. I mean, we've been here since 1936, and to think we'll be here for so many more years is really exciting for me.
Our name is on it. We're proud of the fact that we make this food, that we feed it to our children, we feed it to our friends, to our parents, we eat it ourselves. So, and it means something to us.
Okay, we're back. I forgot what I was going to say.
You had some.
I just want to tell you that I have been married to this man for 32 years, and it's been a pleasure. And one thing about our marriage is that he loves to pick on me.
What?
And
That's
kind of
nonsense.
in a good-natured way. He's a lot of fun.
Uh-huh.
And hi everybody.
Look, it's Bert and Elizabeth.
And
hey,
yeah,
we're on camera. We're on a show here.
You gotta stand
It's a big
back.
show.
We're very important people
Come on,
right now.
back off. Jesus, Bert.
Okay.
What the hell?
Being married to this guy is always a lot of fun, and I know that he's been planning something. We go to weddings, we go to funerals, we go to parties, and he always plans something.
No. This is much different.
And he's planned something, but he wouldn't tell me what it is. So
This is not a plan.
Here.
This is I want to bring in cash for the co-op.
Okay.
And I'd like to contribute to the fundraiser with an offering. I have recently put together a medley of show tunes and popular songs that I will be willing to perform for you a cappella, which means without any accompaniment. But I won't start until...
Lorraine says $5 to start.
So I'm not going to start until we get a generous donation, and Lorraine's $5 in. Now, who writes this down? Somebody keep track, because this is going to pile up.
Bert, write it down.
We need money fast.
Okay.
Okay. So
Take it away, Stevie.
May I now please? May I now please?
And eventually we're gonna.
No, it's a cappella, you fool.
Go.
Okay.
Okay.
And this is an a cappella group of medley show tunes that I've constructed and
And
put
may I
together.
say he's a little bit tone deaf.
Hey.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you all, and keep the donations coming in. Do people know how to donate?
No, we got.
Okay, here
Karen's
goes.
Writing it down.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up. Try to remember those nights in September when we were young, and oh so start spreading the news. I'm leaving to yesterday.
Oh.
All my troubles seem so far away.
And we will be taking bids to have him end.
Now
also.
it seems as if they're here to dream the impossible dream, to fight. The unbeatable raindrops keep falling. Are donations coming in?
Are they coming
Yes or
in?
no? Huh?
Do we have anything? Do we have $5 to make him stop?
Does a bell go off when donations come? All right. What do we got? We have $5.
We're up to $12.50. $15.
Raindrops keep falling on my head. They
get him
keep
to
falling
stop.
on my. I am Don Quixote, the man of
$20.
Really? Something came in?
Yeah.
I am Don Quixote, the man of La Mancha. I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the time drift
There's
out.
cash coming in. Keep going.
Really?
We'll
Where
stop
have
when we get
all the
how much-
flowers gone? long time passing. Where have all the flowers gone? Long, long time ago. Go! We're going to a go-go. We're gonna do a go-go. What we like to do is when
20,
the moon hits.
please, 20. $20. That's it.
I'll tell you what. Now it's gonna cost you money to get me to stop. If it's costing you money,
That is. For $20,
you'll put 20 more bucks in.
Okay.
He's the one who put.
Go ahead. You're almost done.
All right, all right. When the moon hits you, I like a bigger pizza pie. That's amore. When the world seems to shine like you had too much wine, we will rock you. Boom, boom, boom. We will rock-a-bye baby on the treetops. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock, and when the bough breaks, that cradle will fall, and down will come baby, and I thank you all.
Yay!
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Stevie.
Sure,
Good.
sure.
Nice going. $20. That's
20 bucks.
we need a lot more.
20 stinking bucks.
So, okay, we're going to a few items here which need a little more attention. And that will be this oil painting, number 11. Lori Lynn Hoffer donated this beautiful, it's actually an acrylic painting. It's about this big, something like that.
Wait, they can all see this, right?
She is a beautifully, wonderfully talented, colorful, she paints on a black canvas, and so there's like a little black outline over everything. $400 is what it's worth. We need some more money on that. Send those bids in.
What about the snake phobia
Our very own
desensitization?
Karen, who, I have to tell you, that woman is a delight. She is fun to work with. She's optimistic about everything. She planned this whole telethon, and she said she was on the verge of having the most fun of her life and also having a nervous breakdown. So Karen, she's got a real live snake, and you and your friends can participate in this snake Zoom desensitization session.
See, this is the thing. There's 120 of these.
There's a whole bunch.
But what about
going down.
giraffe tinga tinga?
Well, we have a lot of items from Lise Coppinger, and her family has done a lot of traveling in Africa, so you'll see there's a lot of masks, there's a lot of paintings. Check them out. We're going to keep moving quickly.
Spend money fast.
Spend money fast and spend money generously. Our
generously.
co-op depends on it.
Can
right?
I make one comment about
Sure.
the small magnet seats? You see the number 6 and 7, those small and large magnet seats, magnetic seats.
Yeah.
I think there should be a Leverett Co-op Hall of Fame for people who might
Bid on those?
buy something like this. Yeah, and you put up a statue for these people. You know, a nice, it can be a baseball, anything, but a shelf for people who will maybe spend $150 on the Kenco magnetic seat pad used.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's move on.
And I'm going to do one more before we cut to the. Okay, so we'll do a few more. Item 15. That is contributed by Nancy Emond, who is a really great person, watercolorist, neighbor, and teacher. She's my watercolor teacher, and I've been studying with her for, maybe 4 years or something. And so I got to tell you, as a watercolor aficionado, that painting right there is a beauty.
and it's by our very own Nancy Eman, Leverett
May I make
artist.
this point?
Yes.
There's a wall, nothing on it. Now you put Autumn on Leverett
Pond.
on the wall.
On Leverett Pond.
On Leverett Pond. Now that wall is so much, and you have a party. People might be coming up to the, well, where'd you get this? As opposed to nothing on the wall.
Okay, it's true.
So spend a lot of money on it. Correct?
All right. You bet. It's a beautiful painting. And then right next to it, item 16, is this boho-style hand-painted side table. If you check out that item online, there's some close-ups of it. It's really beautiful, and that's from our Shutesbury Leverett, Liz Armstrong. And she has a business called The Next 100 Years, and what that means is she's creating heirlooms for you right now.
Yeah.
So you get this beautiful table, you pass it down
Yes.
to your kids.
Yes.
We have a lot of heirlooms in our family.
Yes, we do.
And we treasure them. So now's the time to start. How about a young family with a beautiful hand-painted side table, September grass. Stevie, anything else? Oh.
I think it's music time.
No?
No?
Not quite.
Oh, okay. Okay, look, hold
All right,
on.
let's go to number 17, Build Yoga. That is our friend Katie Schultz in Amherst. Okay, last one. And she is she's my best friend. She's a great yoga teacher.
She's the sweetest human, you know,
And
she's nauseatingly sweet.
In a down to business sort of way.
Okay.
Okay, so she's put a beautiful Zoom thing so you don't have to travel to Amherst. You can do it right from your home. And now we are going to our musicians, Boys of the Landfill. The fiddler has arrived. We're happy to have you here. So take it away, guys.
Here we go, boys. We're on. We are on.
Supporting our local co-op. We love it so very, very much. We love it so much. We're going to play this song, which is called The Big Sayoti.
Well, I lived by the river all my life. Ain't know nothing but toil and strife. Can't go home again. Oh, can't go home again. Well, east and west the highway rolls. Lord have mercy on my soul. What you gonna do, little baby? Oh, I miss my blue-eyed baby. Oh. Well, east and west the highway rolls. Lord have mercy on my soul. I can't go home again. I can't go home again. Well, east and west the highway rolls. Lord have mercy on my soul. What you gonna do, little lady? Oh, I miss my blue-eyed baby. Oh. Well, pretty little girl that I love so well, she goes to heaven, I go to hell. Can't go home again, no, can't go home again. Well, east and west the highway rolls. Lord have mercy on my soul. What you gonna do, dear lady? Oh, I miss my blue-eyed baby. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. That's the big coyote, which is a Latin word which means, well, I can't say it here, but it's a Latin word, coyote. Look it up. Has to do with sciatica. So we're going to another tune where Mike plays the banjo, which is this little thing with the head made of skin. Michael has a head made of skin, too.
Snake skin.
Snake skin. Indeed.
So the name of this tune is called the Aragon Mill. At the east end of town, at the foot of the hill, there's a chimney so tall that says Aragon Mill. There's no smoke at all coming out of the stack. All the mills have shut down and they are coming back. And the only tune I hear is the sound of the wind as it blows through the town. Weave and spin, weave and spin. There's no children at all in the narrow, empty street. All the looms have shut down. It's so quiet I can't sleep. And the only tune I hear is the sound of the wind as it blows through the town. Weave and spin, weave and spin. Well, I'm too old to work, and I'm too young to die, and there's no place to go for my woman and I. And the only tune I hear is the sound of the wind as it blows through the town. Weave and spin, weave and spin. For the mills have shut down, and it's the only life I know. Tell me, what will I do? Tell me, where will I go? And the only tune I hear is the sound of the wind as it blows through the town. Weave and spin, weave and spin. And the only tune I hear is the sound of the wind as it blows through the town. Weave and spin, weave and
There's a song to really bring you down. And that's a wonderful song. Who wrote that? Cycon wrote that. One of our favorite songwriters. So Mike's got a different banjo now, which spells double trouble for all you banjo lovers. This is a medley of a couple tunes, The Arkansas Traveler and The Soldier's Joy, which is a Civil War tune that was actually written about the wounded soldiers who got addicted to heroin. So The Soldier's Joy was actually an opioid.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a Civil War theme because the Big Coyote is also a Civil War.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's right. Okay. rubber band works too. So, we're the boys at the landfill, and Michael's loaning me a cape. Oh, God bless his little cotton socks. Okay, cool. Thank you, Michael. So, this is a song written by Fred Eaglesmith, another of our favorite songwriters. We only play songs recorded by our favorite songwriters, and this one's called The Freight Train. Everybody? I just came down the Chippewa, had a station wagon and $100 thinking about the gal I lost a year before. I hadn't seen her for some time, I thought that I might go on by, but the memory kept butting me to close that door. Oh, wish I was a freight train, baby, wish I was a diesel locomotive, I'd come whistling down the track, then crashing in your door. Wish I was a freight train, baby, wish I didn't have a part in your feet shovel full of coal, just to get me started. Wish I was a freight train, baby, wish I was a freight train. Every time I said to you, hear your gutters lies, I feel like I've been left abandoned on some old railway siding. Every time I hear your voice, my water just goes cold. My stoker will not stoke, and my boiler will not boil. I wish I was a freight train, baby. Wish I was a diesel locomotive. I'd come whistling down the track and crashing in your door. I wish I was a freight train, baby. Wish I didn't have a mark when you need shovel for the coal, just to get me started. Wish I was a freight train, baby. Wish I was a freight train. Behind and could not get ahead. Wish someone would pull the lever and give me a little sand. And every time I slip behind or even further back, I wish someone would come to the right and change my track. I wish I was a freight train, baby. Wish I was a diesel locomotive. I'd come whistling down your track and crashing in your door. I wish I was a freight train, baby. Wish I didn't have a heart and you'd need shovel full of gold, just to get me started. Wish I was a freight train, baby. Wish I was a freight train. Yeah, thank you. Fred J. Eaglesmith of Ontario, Canada wrote that song. And now, speaking of people who wrote songs, well, it's time to introduce the boys in the band, I think, before we get any farther. So, they've all walked away. Okay, on your right, playing multitudinous, a pile of button accordions, all the way from Wendell, Massachusetts, Al McIntyre, the boxman. Woo-hoo. On your far left, the great huge man playing the enormous instrument, Michael.
That's the
Hugh
perfect way to say
Padavino.
it, too.
Michael?
Thank you so much. Very happy to be here.
And burning up the bow hairs on my immediate right and Michael's left, and over here, this is Rob Hayes playing the fiddle, all the way from Shutesbury, Massachusetts.
And last but not least, our indomitable Jeff Rogers.
Indomitable. Fatigable, though. Sadly fatigable. Fatigable, very fatigable. So this is a tune that Rob wrote. It's called Paddy on the Landfill. Rob Hayes playing the fiddle. Rob Hayes. Al McIntyre on the how do you pronounce that? The bohwan. So drag having these mask things when you try to voice Gaelic words because you need a little drain on the bottom of them. So here's another song. Michael, maybe you can tell people about
Yeah, this the name of the song is Seminole Winds, about Seminole Native Americans, and we're coming up on Indigenous Day in a couple of weeks, and this song would certainly fit along those lines. It's about the Seminole Indians in Florida, and it's appropriate for any tribe in the U.S.
tuning incident over here, but I think we've got it sorted.
Ever since the days of old, man would search for wealth on told, dig for silver and for gold, leave the empty rolls. Way down south in the Everglades, where the black water roll and the salters waves, the eagles fly in the autumn bay, in the land of the Seminole. So blow, blow, Seminole wind, blow like you're never gonna blow. To you like a long lost friend, 'cause I know who you are. Blow, blow from the Okeechobee, all the way up to Micanopy. Blow across the home of the Seminole, the alligators and the guard. Well, progress came and took its toll, and in the name of flood control, they made their plans and they made the plan. Now the glades are going dry. Last time I walked in the swamp, I stood on a cypress stop. I listened close and I heard the ghost of Osceola cry. Blow, blow, Seminole wind, blow like you're never gonna blow again. I'm calling to you like a long lost friend, 'cause I know who you are. Blow, blow from the Okeechobee, all the way up Micanopy. Blow across the home of the Seminole, the alligators and the gar. Ever since the days of old, man would search for wealth untold. He'd dig for silver and for gold, leave the empty holes. Way down south in the Everglades, where the black water roll and the sawgrass waves, the eagles fly and the otter play in the land of the Seminole. Blow, blow, Seminole wind, blow like you're never gonna blow again. I'm calling to you like a long lost friend, I know who you are. Blow, blow from the Okeechobee, all the way up to Micanopy. Blow across the home of the Seminole, the alligators and the gar. Seminole wind, blow like you're never gonna blow again. I'm calling to you like a long lost friend, and I know who you are. Blow, blow from the Okeechobee, all the way up to Micanopy. Blow across the home of the Seminole, the alligators and the gar.
Thank you. Seminole wind, my friends. The Everglades. So I think we're going to cede the microphone to some people that have much more compelling things to talk about for the moment. And we'll be back.
Okay.
The boys of the landfill.
Boys of the landfill.
They were terrific.
You guys are
I'm serious.
terrific.
You guys are wonderful.
We loved it.
Boys of the landfill.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
We're big fans.
Oh yeah. No joking around. That was terrific.
We're groupies. Okay.
Okay.
So.
Just one quick thing. I've had like automobile fines of $60 or $80, and I've spent like $25 on a stinking cheeseburger, and so just throw your money in. It's just because the thing might look like a piece of junk. I know, but I don't mean they're all junk, but just you're getting something. You're getting that little Cracker Jack toy or a magnificent deal, but just because we only got an hour to go, and so
we need your money. We're
shy.
climbing up. We've almost come up $1,000.
You're doing great. Everybody's doing great, but we only got another hour. We got to really like.
Yeah. So help us out. Our son is streaming from New Mexico.
Yes.
Watching us right now. So, all right. So we want to talk about item 121. And this is a bottle of wine from Paul's private collection. Did you know that Paul is a wine connoisseur? That's why we have such good wine at the co-op. And I went to bed early the other night and put a minimum bid of $30 on. And what I heard is, when I woke up, I saw that the minimum bid should have been $100 because Paul has some exquisite wine in his collection. And so it's at $150 right now, and we'd like to see it go up.
But hold on, is there? Is this the battle that's going on?
Yeah.
There's a war going on.
So
yeah,
Ann
yeah,
Ferguson
behind the
wants
scenes.
That. She's behind the scenes. She's got her laptop. She's working on it.
170. And if that other guy isn't.
See, she can't even say the guy's name. This is a terrible conflict going on behind the scenes.
All right.
So
it might take a little while.
Where's it at
Oops.
now?
Okay, it's.
What's this other unnamed fellow?
On your computer? He's. Okay. Wow, I'm stuck on this one. Okay.
Come on.
It's going up.
What, has he responded?
Where are we?
All right.
I don't know how to do this. Oh,
170. She's bidding 170 on this.
170. And who's the other? Who's the competitor? Who's this fellow?
I believe it's Sam Black.
Oh, Sam Black is it?
Only the president of the board.
So what's Sam
but
saying?
They know Paul's wine choices, so we'll wait for Sam to make
Okay,
his count
Sam,
bid,
I'm going to tell
and
you
we'll
this.
Try some other.
No, I say we go, Sam, show up or shut up. Okay, 185. What do you got, Ann? What about you?
Okay.
See, it's getting
Come on,
bloody.
Ann.
It's a bloody fight. Ha!
Well, it's up to 195.
It's up to 195, everybody out there. What do you got,
Come
Sam?
on, this is the way to spend your
This
money
is
on
the way
a
it is at the
fundraiser.
end. Come on.
You got to throw your money away.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
I mean, maybe it's not throwing your money away. Maybe it's. I think it's for something very special.
Yes,
And it's for a good cause. Be generous.
Yes.
Okay, yes,
okay.
I got it. Yes, 195.
195.
So talk to Paul, the real expert of
He-
wines. He's been saving this wine for the last 30 years.
So Ann won the battle?
Can you hear that?
Not yet. We'll see what
Okay, there's a big behind the
Ann's big
scenes.
motivation here is that Paul has been saving this wine for 30 years. He's got some special bottles in there, and he is going to share a special bottle of wine.
Share
with,
it? For $190,
share
he's
it.
selling
He's going to
it.
give it. Yeah. Okay, you're right. He's going to.
He's unloading it.
It won't be cheap.
Okay.
So here,
Wait, who's this
let me
man?
just
The
show
man
you
with the funny
this right
ears.
here.
210.
All right, sorry. You'll have to talk to. That's not on the auction, Bert.
All right.
Here.
What now?
Here is our Bidding Owl site. Please go on, become a bidder, and bid generously. So we'll come back to see what's happening. Okay.
You bid 210, but I bid 230.
Oh my God!
Paul's
230.
bottle of wine is up to 230.
These people have lost their minds.
This is the way to do it. Come
230.
on. We
Where's
got
Paul?
230. Do we hear
Paul
2?
is
250, 250.
giggling.
I mean, somebody else might be wanting to get into this.
Yes.
230. Wow.
All right.
So seriously, Ann, I know you're not on the mic. Will you drink it or just save it, or how will you? What do you do with a $230 bottle of wine?
Well, you use it up and invite some friends, and
Oh.
just get a little
Oh, okay. It's a big plan. Nobody.
occasion, and you get Paul to talk about all the various
Okay, you
wines.
invite Paul.
Of course, he chooses out of his, his basement wine cellar of, hundreds of wines, what he thinks is just best for you.
I wish she could be on the thing, but she's.
No, geez, we can't. You're
Shall we
good,
move?
Ann.
Huh?
All
Well,
right,
let's
so
move
it's up
on
to
to another
230.
thing while
We're gonna
the
come
battle
back.
rages.
Oh, it's at 250.
Wait a minute. He did 250? Sam did 250? Sam, you've lost your mind. But that's great. This is fabulous.
Why am I just frozen on this? Oh, it is. It's 250. Woohoo! Ann, come on. Oh, I'll put my mask on and you can come.
Wait a
over
minute.
closer.
Can we focus on just one? Can't we keep the ball rolling? Because
All right, let's go. What do you, Ann? Is that his bid or your bid?
260.
Okay, it's up to 260. Go.
260.
Go. Okay.
I'd like to bring us back down to reality just while the war wages.
Yes. What do you got there?
Rages. This hand-woven nest. Anybody focused on this? I think this is again. This is a Hall of Fame
Number.
object. Number 30. If anyone buys that, and whoever we love, and we're grateful that you offered it, but whoever buys this, oh dear Lord, don't you think it's a
I'm going to item 20.
it's a a
Okay,
person
we'll put
never
a
to be forgotten?
I love.
You like it?
Yeah.
Why don't you bid on it?
Well, I like the person who donated it.
Oh, you know the person?
Uh-huh.
Oh, will the person be mad?
I'm not saying.
Will the person be mad with me for me saying it's
Okay,
just you gotta
let's
be
just
kidding?
take a minute and go to item 22 through 24. They're all the same.
22 to 24.
Ugh, I'm having trouble negotiating. Okay. Oy, I can't get there.
Okay, can we go back to just for the framed painting of the wet lime?
Oh, well, I actually have. What number is the wet lime?
The wet lime is 31. Here's what I'm saying too.
This is Susan Valentine, and she is kind of a famous painter. She has her paintings. She has her studio at the Leverett Arts and Crafts, and this is a small little one. Usually she does these huge things, and she focuses on light and water and how water looks on flowers, and she's just a really skillful painter. This is really nicely matted. It's very well done.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
It'd be so much more appealing if she called it, say, passionate lime, wet lime. I mean, wet lime brings it down,
Okay.
in my opinion. Or
seductive lime?
No.
Something seductive?
Wet lime, it's what it is.
Wet lime.
You're saying yes for wet lime?
It
I'm
looks
saying
delicious.
I'm
It's
saying
a nice looking. I feel like Carol Merrill here.
emotional lime.
But this is
Yeah, there you go. Sublime lime.
lime.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. And that
There
would
you go.
lift
we
the
need
price.
We need some bidding on that.
Yeah, it's really true. It's terrific. It's a terrific.
Okay, there's wet lime. And
Gene, what about
Stevie,
32? This one right behind you.
And number 32, let me point this out. This is so heavy. This is a mural, but also a mosaic. It must have taken hours and hours and hours to make this, and that's why it's months and months, because it's clay. It's made out of clay.
It's ceramic.
You had to fire it. You had to make the pieces. You had to put it together, and it's framed in mahogany, and it's really heavy. Although, the guy, the Judith Ingles gave it to us, and her husband Tulio said he can help you hang it on your wall, but it better be on a nice strong wall because it's really big. But it's really the sweetest mural. Stevie, what's it called?
Why, that's called Mural, The Age of Lost Innocence.
Yeah, The Age of Lost Innocence. It's got all these children and fish and teddy bears and goats and soccer balls. And
It's like an
kids
investment.
playing.
It's a $900
It's a
thing.
beautiful thing.
It really is. It's, you know.
So let's
let's
get that up.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, how about the
Steve?
grassroots? I say go to the puppets.
Oh, I can't see on how. Well, I feel like they're at their worth. So I'm trying to go for the items that we can get more for, which would be let's look at items 61 and 62.
How do you get to
Item
those so
61, because that happens to be the page I was on. This is Joy Friedman's pottery. She has the most beautiful colors of any potter I know, the most beautiful glazes. So she's got this big, beautiful lace bowl and this ceramic lamp. The lace bowl is at 60 right now, but it's worth way more than that because I actually dabble in pottery and I know it's a big bowl.
Fling more at it. Fling more at it.
Yeah, yeah. Fling
Okay.
away.
Yeah.
And that ceramic lamp with the shade, we can get more for that. Come on, that is a stunning lamp, and it's quite tall. 27 inches tall. That's not an easy thing to throw either. So she's donated some really special, beautiful items.
What about the puppets?
What number are these, Steve?
I don't know.
Do you know?
No.
Uh-oh. My head
Oh, jeez.
Here.
Oh,
Well,
Lord.
it's all just part of it.
Okay. All right. The head fell off.
They
but
turn, 'cause
yeah,
that's
good
because the
because you
head
can
turns. Come
travel
on,
with them.
let's- Number 25, these are
25.
puppets that Anne Louise White donated to the auction, and they're from India.
Oh, India, huh?
Yes.
Hello. How are
Hello.
you?
Are you the boy or are you the girl?
I'm I'm the girl. Who are you?
No, I think
You're the
boy.
girl too. You have we're two girls. We're both got on a dress.
Let's give each other high five.
What the hell?
Okay, ready?
High five?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
You don't know how to handle your sticks, do you?
I'm pretty good with my
It
sticks.
seems like, oh yeah? Hey, I think you are the girl. Okay. How much do you...
Let's high five again.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello. Wait. What? What do you...
High five.
Ding.
Blink.
Blink.
All right.
All right.
All right. Let's
See
come
the
on,
fun.
Look how much fun you can have.
Look how
with
much
these
fun
puppets.
this is. This is
Yeah.
really fun.
And
how much are they going for?
I think they're up to $30.
$30. Look at the
Right?
fun we already had. These are like
These
you
are
could
really
have
terrific.
hundreds and hundreds of dollars of fun with it. Hey, look at this. Oh, I got something in my nose. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, my belly.
Stevie, what about this? Put the puppet down.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Now this,
Now,
you can underestimate
My
this.
sister-in-law made this. Steve and I bought the original at it's a folk bank.
30 years ago.
30 years ago at Brimfield. And
this?
do you
You
have
got a
some
coin?
money? Because we're going to show you
I got
how
nothing.
this works.
Hey, look.
Oh, I do have
Let's
money.
say that there's a piece of paper.
No, I got money.
Okay.
Here.
Oh.
Put a penny
You see,
on the
it's-
bank. It's
this
a
is-
bank.
this
This
is-
is for
it's
a,
not as silly
this
as
is
it
a
looks.
fun thing. We actually have ours up on the wall.
Yeah, we sure do. In the bathroom.
Yep.
What's this?
Yep. It's where we
Oh.
we empty our pockets.
Oh, I have some extra change.
Yep. Put it on.
Okay.
And then it
There you
goes
go.
in.
Now,
Did you
over
hear it
time-
register?
Over time, you could like, if it
Do
it's
another
penny-
one.
Okay.
Okay.
If it's time,
It's out.
Over time, you could get like $5 in there. Go ahead.
There it is.
See that?
Its eyes move? No.
It's a nice
when you wiggle it.
Okay.
Okay.
But look,
One
it's-
more. One more demo.
okay.
This is what number is this? Number 54. Come on.
Now,
This
come
is
on.
this is the most delightful item.
I guarantee.
And we really want.
You have friends over. I promise you, they will stop and ask you about it.
This is actually a sweet gift for somebody for a baby when the baby's born, and because bank is a nice way to save money for your little loved ones. And I'm including the 3 cents with this bank.
Nice. Very nice. Okay. How much time to go here in this auction?
How's the bidding going on item 121?
He beat me.
Oh, he
let's
beat
go.
you. You gave up?
I gave up at $300.
Oh.
All right.
$300. Sam Black.
Oh, that is so great.
How did I do with Sam Black? Did I win Sam Black?
Let's see.
I think he's like 20 something.
Okay, Yes. Let's take a tour and we'll regroup.
Good.
This is a short tour of the Paul C. Jones Forest. It's almost 3,000 acres of conservation land that's dedicated to forestry. And it's right up here, right on Rattlesnake Gutter Road. You can access it. And it's a great reason to come and shop at the co-op and take a hike and come back and get a sandwich. Okay.
So where is that?
My name's Hannah. I work for WD Coles in North Amherst. And I'm out here today because I wanted to talk about the Leverett Co-op, because on September 25th for the Rattlesnake Gutter Festival, the co-op is going to be doing a fundraiser, raising some money, and something that's really important to me because I work in North Amherst and I live in Greenfield, and I have friends in this area. So I love being able to stop at the co-op, grab groceries I need, grab a snack. And if you live in the area and you haven't taken advantage of the beautiful woods that are right around the co-op, I really can't recommend highly enough coming to the co-op, getting something, the fudgy oat bar, anything, And it's a 3-minute walk from the co-op to be out in the woods, and it's so beautiful. And we're gonna take a little walk today, show you some information kiosks that will help you navigate a little bit. And the Coles land that is right around the co-op is conserved, and it's a working forest, which means it won't be developed. It'll be a space that exists for people to enjoy. So we really encourage respectful visitors, and we hope that you'll stop at the co-op, support them, grab some snacks, and then go out for a hike, go out for the day, and enjoy all the natural beauty right around here. It's really worth it.
I began working for W.D. Coles as a forester in 1997, and before learning much about Brushy Mountain, I knew it was a special place to the Coles family, the Joneses, and began work on the ground here and found it's across the street from the Leverett Co-op, working as a forester with the goal of sustainable management that again aligns to the family's thinking and planning, where this family is thinking multiple generations ahead. Again, similar to how we look at our forest and managing our timber and other forest products for the very long term. So I know the family's very proud. It is a special place that they were able to conserve this much acreage in the town of Leverett and have it to continue to be a working forest and allow for a lot of uses for the public.
When you do visit the Paul C. Jones Working Forest, you might see an orange certificate like this. This is a forest cutting plan certificate that shows that we have an approved forest cutting plan in an area nearby. If you see this, just proceed with caution. It doesn't mean that there's equipment operating that day, but there might be hazards in the trails.
It's very important to the town to conserve Brushy Mountain someday, and with Coles and the help of Kestrel Land Trust, they put together RCR, which involved the U.S. Forest Service, the Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife, and many others, but it was a longer process that came together in 2012.
Hi, my name is Jacob. I'm a forester at W.D. Coles. I started in 2014. My name is Jacob. I'm a forester with W.D. Coles. I started with them in 2014. Just want to say that the co-op has been there for me when I needed it the most, especially the hottest and the coldest days in the field. It was always nice having a local spot close by where I could pick up lunch or water or a hot coffee. Of what you might see on your hike through the Paul C. Jones Working Forest. We have young pine and birch saplings in an area that was surrounded by declining hemlock trees. that we harvested over the last 10 years or so. And these young trees now have the light they need to continue to grow. Forests sometimes need unhealthy trees. For example, there's this white pine snag that died many years ago, and it's still standing, providing habitat for insects, but also wildlife that eat those insects. And then over time, once it decays further and falls, it'll serve as habitat for anything on the ground, especially during droughts. You know, that down woody debris kind of creates a microclimate for insects, but also mammals and other reptiles can utilize that for foraging, for food, and for shelter.
Jake, where are you going?
Okay, lunch at the co-op. Let's go. Other elements of
Okay, we're back.
Yay!
I just wanted to mention, Stevie,
Yes.
if you go, when you sign on to become a bidder or just go on to look at the auction, you do not have to become a bidder. On the welcome page of this auction site, you can scroll down and there's a yellow donate button which will hook you up to a PayPal account. And you don't have to buy anything, you can just donate. And you get all kinds of wonderful goodies if you donate. So
You get wonderful goodies.
you
if
got
I
wonderful
thought you
goodies.
get nothing.
No, you can get co-op swag. We got shopping bags.
If I donate $5, I get I get that
No,
swag.
No, you have to be a big donor to get this. $5 gets you a variety pack of Maple Mama. Hi.
Look who's over there.
Okay, so let's get back to this auction.
Okay.
Some of the items that I think are very special and which maybe people need to know a little bit more about would be number 22.
Number what?
22.
How do you get to them so fast?
I'm looking at it.
Huh? No, but
Looking at it.
didn't
I'll tell you
someone-
what, go on the bottom and push 120 per page, and then you'll see the whole thing.
120 per page.
Yeah, or 180 per page. Okay, so this is Heart's Journey Counseling, and this is a Brit who is just the sweetest, most lovely person. And I think if I were to have a big problem and I needed a counselor, I needed some help, a Brit would be a wonderful person to go to. She's so caring and so thoughtful. She has a lovely family, and she has it's not all nuts and bolts with her. She's got a spiritual take on it. So she has 3 hour-long Zoom counseling sessions. You can bid on one or you can bid on all 3. And so I hope you will. No bidders yet. So
No
let's
bidders?
make that happen. Yeah.
What is there a minimum? Is there a minimum bid?
$40 for minimum for an hour of counseling. Boy, is that a deal.
And is it really true that when 6 o'clock rolls around, that's it?
Yes, when 6 o'clock rolls around, the all bidding stops.
That's
so
20,
hurry up!
27 minutes.
Yeah. No. On your phone. You can do it on your phone right
Aw,
here. You can
Liz.
sign up. Go to the co-op.
I'm good.
What? Oh, here's the link, Liz, right here.
Yeah,
That's
see,
a
that's
lot
the thing.
of
That's the
typing.
daunting thing.
Get
Oh,
on here,
God.
get going.
This.
You can just donate. You don't have to bid on any item, although we have some nice.
Can't there be...
Biddingowl.com/. Leverett Village Co-op, no spaces, capital LVC.
That's block, not owl.
Okay, we're looking down through a few more items. Oh, it went up on the Age of Lost Innocence mural. Thank you, whoever bid up on that. Let's go to...
I don't get why no one's buying the giraffe Tinga Tinga. I don't. It's really a terrific
there's
paint.
Some money on that.
Nothing. Zero.
Okay. Well, let's go down here to the grassroots guys.
Yeah.
They so generously donated 4 different items. One is a plow for your driveway. Now, we have a half-mile long driveway. It is number 35. For our driveway, everybody knows if you use grassroots for your plowing, you maybe could get it, not that we're talking about a deal here, because you do want to be generous, but it costs almost $300 to plow our driveway. So we could get a fabulous deal here, and so could you.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, and grassroots just in general is terrific. You know, they're reliable, they're thorough. If it doesn't work out, they'll come back and fix it. They're just great.
Yeah.
So
They're
that's really
awesome.
you should just you're going to invest, because at some point you're going to need grassroots.
You're going to need what they're
Right.
offering you, and
Right.
also let's check out this job. 10% of
What's this?
what's that,
What's this
Jared?
signal? Bugs?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
I thought it was like, stop it, you're cursing.
So, grassroots, 10% off of a job. I forgot the 2 F's. Off a job value between $500 and $2,000. So our neighbors got the most gorgeous stone wall built by grassroots. If you want a stone wall built, if you want a patio built, check out their website. They've got some awesome things.
It's really true.
And plus they're nice guys. Like
Yeah.
you get Hud there, he's like a big red bear.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he's moving around these giant rocks, and it's just fun to watch, and they're great guys.
May I turn your attention to
Yes.
because it's a hot $600, and then I'm gonna tell you, and the other one is $1,200. The problem is it's on the dairy cow number 95, dairy cow and kitten. It's the ass of the cow I'm serious, that I think is throwing people off. Also, in this picture you can't see the kitten, so that's not good.
Okay.
But then you go to the oil painting of the soldier.
Yes.
Is that a baby he's carrying on his back?
That can't be.
See, that's
What number
the
is it?
These are lovely
You gotta
paintings.
say the number.
96, 95, and 96. Is that a child he's got on his back? So I think if you have to pull it in and get more info before you pay
Right,
$1,200 or $600 or even close. But so far there's nothing. But I think that's because, well, it's the ass of the cow.
ass. I'd like
What?
to call your attention to number 39, which is Leslie Carrier. She is the organic gourmet. I have one of her cookbooks. She's a great chef. She's experienced. This is what she's been doing for, oh gosh, I've known her for probably 25 years. The band is setting up in the background. That's what that noise is. And she's a wonderful cook. She's very professional. You'll get your money's worth for this online cooking class, and you'll be better for it in your kitchen. So number 39, let's get some bids on that. And right next to that, number 40, we have Andrew Young from Whole Tree, and he's
He's
used
an
to be our
incredible
neighbor.
arborist.
And I have it from another arborist, one of his competitors, who has said Andrew Young is the best arborist I know. So Andrew Young knows his trees, and if you want to learn how to prune your trees properly, bid on this. Andrew's...
It's true, but if you look at the picture that he's chosen to show you, he generally, he's higher up than like 2 inches off the ground.
I picked that that picture.
You
off
took
of
that
Facebook.
picture?
No, I picked it
An
off of
arborist,
Facebook.
he's got all his equipment
He
on,
must be
and if
showing
he
something.
falls,
I
he
couldn't get a
falls
good
onto
picture.
a deck.
Yeah. No, thank you. I'm all set. I'm good. I got water right here. Thank you. Oh, okay. I will take a coconut.
I would just like to say there are lots of different African masks.
Yes.
And they're,
From
they're
quite an
all
extensive
quite different.
collection.
There's a bunch of them, and
Yeah.
they're not getting too much action. But it seems to me if if you want if these are evil spirit defend, no, aren't they? Because look at them. They're not. You put them on your wall. You clear your house of the evil spirits, and I think not only that, but they're nice. They're very nice masks.
Okay. I
Right?
think that's great. Yeah.
Don't you think though? I think people
I
go,
think-
oh, they look so
and you-
stern.
And I think they'd be lonely with just one of them. I think you need several.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
And don't worry about how downcast they are. Think of them as evil
Yeah, they're
spirit-
scaring out the
spirit-
bad
Yeah.
juju. They're bringing in
okay.
good stuff.
Okay, what else
The
you
other,
got?
33. Number 33, play attention, cognitive neurofeedback. This is something that sounds awesome, and NASA uses this technology, and she can really help you improve your brain. Who doesn't need that? So, I don't. And she's coming back at 6, but it's going to be too late. Too bad we don't have her here. But you can read about, if you click on that, you can get a whole introduction to what she's doing there. And whoever bid $100 there is getting quite a bargain. So maybe whoever bid that $100, bid against yourself. Give a little more.
Yeah. And I'm serious about this too. I don't know how to say it, but the number 69 and 70.
We are on.
Number 69 and 70.
We're being filmed right now.
The Wakiosai. How would you say that? I'm not sure. It's 69, 70. But those are elegant, simple drawings of something that's hard to draw. Horses in
And I think,
various poses.
Yeah. I
So-
mean, there's
and
an
they got nothing.
extensive art collection on here. And if you're a connoisseur of art, you're going to be getting some bargains here. So
Absolutely.
I encourage you to check
And
that out.
that dancing hen watercolor.
Oh.
There's 70 that Sam has his eye on this.
What is he? But what's up at?
That's 72.
Oh, it's got to go up more.
70. Well,
Lorene, our own, the co-op's own, Lorene
is that
Shea.
Lorene's? That's
Lorene
Lorene's.
Shea
That's
did that.
Lorene's chicken.
That's her dancing hen.
Oh, geez,
And
that's
Sam
terrific.
has his eye on that.
Ah,
He picked
geez.
that out to go into the auction.
That's really good.
So let's make him a little miserable. I think if you bid on it, you may not go home with it because I know he has his eye on it, but it'll make him bid more. So. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sam,
Yeah,
he's
he
feeling a little.
loaded, that guy. He's generous is what it is. And the other thing is this 1 month of horse boarding at the barn on Baker Street, Bakersfield Farm. That is offered by Jeff Lacey, who is a horse guy. He's on our board of directors. It is number 51. And for whoever bid $250 on that, this is full board. This is, I said, what does that mean? And he said, whoever has a horse knows what that means. So I'm assuming food and lodging and hay and pasturing and whatever for a full month. You're getting a bargain here. So if you know anybody who has a horse, who needs to board their horse and would like to check out a different situation, go for it.
Okay.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay. All right. But so it seems like.
Oh, the bank has
thank
been
you.
bid on. Okay. So, the other thing
Thank
is
you, my
this
friend.
number 56. The stoneware platter. Steve Saxenian. I'm a member of Mud Pie Potters, and so is he. And he has the biggest, largest, most elaborate pottery, and he's really a talented artist. This plate is about this big. and it's quite stunning. There's no bids on it right now. It's large, it's hefty, it's white and blue stoneware. It's a shallow bowl. Yeah, good for corn on the cob, good for cookie platter, good for to put your chicken on. It's really fabulous.
Hey, hold on. What about this?
Yeah?
Sam Black, who's just gone flat busted. Did he get the wine or lose the wine?
He got the wine.
Okay, so he had to spend a lot of money on the wine. Look, this is Sam's painting.
Oh, yeah. Pull that. Can you pull that out? So Sam wasn't sure he could still paint, and he's offering that day with him. Here's Sam's
Bert.
painting. It's the last one, I think. Right?
Yeah, it's the very
124.
last thing. 119.
No, 119?
Yeah. Oil painting. Right?
Okay. Our board president, Sam Black. If you wanted the painting, you can have this painting. There's St. Francis in here. There's a fire pig. There's a rock. It's beautiful.
You know what? Like many good paintings, it's much better from a slight distance, honestly.
And it's oil.
Yeah.
It's oil painting.
Yeah, and
So
the
he just-
frame needs to be improved.
But he will do that.
Yeah,
And,
it's really good.
So also remember that he has on the first page somewhere, he's offering a day of painting with him, and he'll provide the wine.
Too bad,
the
too
beer.
bad. I won that one.
You did?
Yeah.
Well,
Really?
it's not over yet.
Nobody's
But he
going to
may even
outbid
wear
me.
his quilt if you insist. His kilt, if you insist.
He wears a kilt.
He came. What? 15 minutes.
Okay,
thank
15
you.
minutes left.
15 minutes
Now
left
look,
to get
here's
your
the time.
bidding in.
Here's the time to just throw money in.
Push the donate button.
What?
Don't even look. Just start buying.
Don't
Don't even look.
Just push. Push
Just
buttons.
come on now. Yeah, because
Bid,
you know.
bid.
Think of the radio shows. You know, they'll give you a T-shirt or a mug or something.
Oh.
For hundreds of dollars.
We
just
could do that after this, if you want, right? Okay. Hi, oh, Micah, come in here for just a minute. Would you come into the camera zone? Sure. Here comes Micah. She's our queen of scones. Come right in the middle between us and bend down. Can you see? Micah is the queen of scones, and she insists on wearing her tiara at all times. I got it for her, and she likes it, and I'm so delighted. This gal knows how to bake scones. We have all different kinds of scones.
much
You
more,
won't
much
believe.
beyond scones.
Oh, it's true.
This-
She
this
can bake
woman-
anything.
There's so many scones.
And she made me the
Still.
most
In
awesome
my scone dome.
sandwich today. Yeah. She's her scondom. This is the queen of scones, and welcome to her scondom. Please stop by. All right.
Thank you.
All right, our band is warming up. What else, Stevie, can you
is that
see?
it for us?
Not yet. We have 10 more minutes.
That's it for us?
No, not yet. No.
I pride myself in my
What else? Oh, please. I want to plug this. Okay.
Let me say something.
This is number 107. This is actually a beautiful painting, and it's from Jackie Pushel. She lives over on Cave Hill Road, and she's been studying with Louise Minks, and she included the most charming description. This is a scene. She's actually been to South Africa, and this is a scene from the winelands of South Africa. They're bright colors. It's really pretty good. It's very good.
It's like, yeah.
So here's what she wrote. She's a new artist to the Leverett scene. She's been studying with Louise Minks for 5 years, and she's exhibited in a few local places, the Leverett Library, a church, Barnes Gallery,
It's
and
folk
she was
arty.
so charming. She dropped it off here. She goes, I just would like to see if anybody will bid on it. So
It's a lovely.
Please make Jackie happy, make
It's a
us
beautiful
happy,
frame.
and you won't be disappointed because it's really very nice.
It really is. It's
Acrylic. It's acrylic painting with great colors.
It's terrific.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
I would like to point something out.
Yes.
Hold on now.
Okay, because
these. You're what? You're on the march.
I'm on. I got it. We've got a kayak.
Oh, go.
I don't have a picture of the
kayak.
The kayak's over there, and we don't have the camera on it. But
Jeez.
it's a 12-foot kayak.
The kayak hasn't sold.
Oh, it's been bid on, but we can. Look, we just threw in a paddle. Martin Pittman put the paddle in with the kayak, so if you're bidding $155 on the kayak, you're getting a paddle too. You don't want to be called, what do we call them, Steve? Cheapskate.
A penny pinch.
A penny pincher or a skinflint
something
or a
liquor,
mudwump.
some kind of a liquor.
A penny liquor?
Penny liquor.
What were those
I
insults?
don't know.
I don't know where
They're
they went.
somewhere.
Yeah, come on. Give a little bit more for the paddle, at least 20
Just
bucks.
throw in some extra
25.
bucks. Yeah, you're not trying to get a
You
deal.
pay $100 for a nice paddle.
What the hell?
And that kayak, brand new, is $900, and the person who donated it got it for $400.
Do you know the number?
It's early on in the scheme of things. Let's see. What
You got it?
number is it, Jared? Number 38. Okay, we're up to 200. That's
Jeez.
terrific. Yeah, there it is. 200.
Come on.
Come
Aren't you kind of tempted? Because it's a terrific.
I am tempted.
How about for Jasper?
Well, I was hoping he'd be here so
Jesus.
we could see if he
Jeepers,
fits in it.
creepers.
Oh, we have a very big son. Okay. What else do you see, Steve? Oh, I just wanted to mention that there's number 63 is Jono's permaculture book, and there are more copies. Somebody's already bid the retail price for that, but if you go to Fund a Need under the items list, the drop-down menu, Fund a Need, you can get more copies of Jono's permaculture book, and we actually have a permaculture forest garden in the back of the co-op, and we've been munching on Asian pears that we got from there. So the guy actually teaches with the Conway School of Landscape Design. He has his own business. He knows what he's talking about, and he has been a tremendous help to the revitalization of the co-op. You want to say anything, Pops?
No.
Okay.
No.
How about this
I've
belt?
gone sour.
Number 67. Number 67. How about that? A rattlesnake gutter belt buckle out of brass?
Oh, you know what? That's nice, except look at the very end. How does it? Rattlesnake is the SN. The very end, it disappears into the dark.
I think it's just bent over.
I think that's a nice thing. I really
It's
do.
really nice.
What,
Rattlesnake gutter
rattlesnake
belt
gutter on your belt
buckle. John Moore donated it.
Yeah.
It's copper and brass
Hey,
buckle.
Novo.
The belt is
Novo.
30 inches long, but he said he could give it longer
And
if you're
no bidding?
bigger than that.
No bids?
No bids.
Jeez.
That's a really nice belt buckle. It sure is. One of a kind. Oh, wait a minute. What happened here?
We have 7 minutes left.
No.
This is the
haven't gotten it.
time to
It's
just
starting-
donate. Donate.
Yes. We're coming to the end.
I'll tell you what.
What?
That kayak. You buy that kayak, you could resell it for a profit if that's your mindset.
But you just want to have fun. I also wanted to mention these puzzles that Ellen Edge donated. These are beautiful wooden puzzles. Okay. They're beautiful wooden puzzles.
The jigsaw puzzles?
Yeah.
The three of them or four
Yeah,
of
they're
them?
from Frank and Ellen Edge, and they are number 74, 75, 76, and 77. They're like, it's not only a game, it's a piece of artwork. So I think they're worth way more than what people are bidding on. So no.
Are there bids on it? Are there?
Yeah, everyone has bids on it, but it's like the minimum on all of them.
I'm going to tell you the truth. If it was like, okay, You got to go to prison for 6 months, or you have to do this puzzle. Prison. I hate crossword, whatever these puzzles
They're
are.
puzzles. I am going to do the puzzle.
Really, I'm
Against
serious.
Stevie. All right. Don't listen to him, everybody. Let's see. What else have we got?
There's only like 5 minutes.
Oh, nice.
6 minutes.
What number is the loom?
Oh, the loom on the table?
What number? Oh, that's a nice loom. And that's donated by Peggy Wolf.
That's a
Do you
good,
know
that's a good
what,
thing.
What number is it, Sarah? Number 57. Sarah's got her eye on that loom, but if somebody else wants to outbid her...
Someone please outbid Sarah.
Her boyfriend Jared says, please outbid Sarah. I want to bring up the beautiful photos by Jonathan Sherrill. Now, we no longer have Jonathan Sherrill in his physical form on Earth with us, but when he was here, he was a delightful person and a wonderful photographer. And I went once with him because he wanted to get pictures of these little sundews, these plants that actually are carnivorous plants. And we hiked, and he had Parkinson's, and we hiked up on Brushy Mountain, and we found them, and he filmed those. He photographed those beautiful things, and he just has a way of capturing beautiful scenes in nature. So not only are you getting a beautiful Jickly, is that how you say it? Jickly print? Jickly, I think that's it. He's got a fern here, that's 113. There's 114, and there's 115. Those are 3 beautiful
Who presented
framed.
them?
His son donated them to the co-op. He said, I would love, for my father's legacy to live on, and for somebody to have these beautiful photos in their home, up on their wall.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, that is so sweet. And the other thing are these scarves, 116 and 117. That's Sue Swartz, and she lives over on Depot Road. And when I do the Leverett Crafts and Arts holiday sale, I try and sell my pottery, and I like to set up next to Sue. She does beautiful chenille weaving. She's a weaver. And these scarves are 66 inches long, almost this long. So you can wrap them around and around. Chenille is really soft. They're 8 inches wide. They're beautiful. And who's ever bid on these is going to get a fabulous deal unless somebody else outbids them.
3 minutes.
3 minutes to go.
How about nobody wants the dancing hen? I don't get that.
Oh yeah, somebody does. It's got a bid on it.
Oh, $90. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's up to
sorry.
90. Yeah. So keep them
That's
coming.
terrific.
We got 3 minutes. Hurry up. And I'll wrap it. I'll just say right now, get your bids in right now. You can look at the fund a need. You can bid on a membership. You can bid on any of these items. You can hit the donate button on the welcome page. I'll be back after we have some music. We'll check in and see how much money we made, and we'll
we're
let
done.
you know.
This is it for us.
I know, but I need to figure it all out, and then I'll get
think-
back to you and let you know how much we've made. But
There's one last minute. I'm still going for the cow ass.
the cow.
Cow ass. Come on, you can get a good deal there. Find the kitten. Ask people who are looking at it, where's the kitten? Okay.
All right. So I want to just thank all the donors who donated their items to the auction. I am so very grateful for your cooperation. And if your item has been donated, I'm going to be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to receive any donated item. And then at 2 o'clock, people can be coming to pick up their items. So I hope that works. I got my fingers crossed because this has been a long, long process. And so grateful to everybody.
Thank you.
Are you
Thank
ready
you.
to leave?
Absolutely.
Are we done?
Thank you.
Okay,
You
so
guys are
now
terrific.
we have a tour of Apex Orchards, and right now we just got fresh apples from them that are in the co-op, and we have fresh cider from Pine Hill Orchards. So it's apple season, it's cider season. Here's a tour. Apex Orchards. Signing off.
This is probably one of the best microclimates for growing apples of any place in the world. It's just one of those locations where the soils are right. Here on the hill, they're high mag soils, so the trees grow really well. We don't have the heat and stress on the fruit that they do out in the West Coast, so we get good firm apples all the time. We don't have to deal with soft fruit. And, you know, we just get that right mix of cool nights and sunny days in the fall that really increase the sugars and increase the color on the fruit. So it's a very unique microclimate here for growing apples. I'm Timothy Smith. I'm the owner of Apex Orchards in Shelburne. I've been back on the farm now for a little over 40 years, and we've made some changes in the farm since I've been here. We purchased this part of the farm that we're on today about 7 years ago and expanded and built a new store for our operation. And also, this is actually part of the original family farm from back in 1828. So it's sort of nice to be putting the original farm back together also.
I'm Courtney Basil, the general manager of Apex Orchards. So here at the farm store we have Pick Your Own Apples, which is open through September and October. And it's a beautiful drive if people want to, you know, come onto Peckville Road, enjoy the view, pick some apples, get some food from the food truck on the weekends, come browse in the store, buy some local items. It just makes for a really great day with your family. It was a huge change from moving from our warehouse operation, which was also a store, to separating the warehouse and the retail space. Also, the history that's here on the farm, I think, was really exciting to be able to put something new here, clear out the old orchard, plant something new.
When we purchased it 7 years ago, it had old abandoned orchard on it. The whole thing was 120 acres of old orchard. And we came in and we cleared it all and smoothed up the land and got ready to replant. And it was sort of an eye-opener for us and all the neighbors around here, because people had sort of forgotten what the view was like on top here because all you could see was trees. So it was nice to open up that view again.
We primarily grow apples, but we also do peaches and pears and plums and nectarines, a small amount of blueberries, some quince as well.
When we went to more of a retail operation from a wholesale operation, we diversified the variety of apples we were growing. Plus we added peaches, nectarines, pears, all that. Now we grow probably 45 or 50 different varieties of apples. I think we're pretty good apple growers. We're becoming better peach growers. The pear thing is okay. We're sort of getting into that, you know. It's just a learning experience. Everything is just enough different that it takes some time to figure it all out. Back when I first came on the farm, we were growing about 60 acres of wholesale apples, and then we probably got up to a point where we're growing almost 120 acres of wholesale apples, and now we've cut back to a point where we have probably 20 acres of apples and 10 acres of stone fruit, so we're only growing 30 acres of fruit right now. Mm-hmm. But it's been a much better move for us. We're growing enough right now that we don't have to go into that bigger wholesale market. We can sell it all locally, either through our store, through Pick Your Own, farmers markets, and also, you know, wholesale accounts like the Village Co-op.
So it's helped us be able to provide different products, either to our customers in our retail store, but also offer a little bit more in terms of variety to our wholesale customers.
Leverett Village Co-op, the one, the only, the Wildcat O'Halloran Man.
Look at us go. Hey, they said there'd be rattlesnakes. No rattlesnakes? I heard flying rattlesnakes. No rattlesnakes? That's all right. We're at the Leverett Village Co-op. We're doing a benefit for them. If you're tuning in, you need to join or contribute or buy some items that are on the auction. I think you can get Wildcat CDs and masks even tonight. Just email Karen Traub if you can't follow anyone. Here we go now. Well, if you love me like you say, how come you treat me like you do? If you love me like you say, how come you treat me like you do? Well, I ain't no fool. I'm cool, I know the rules. You say you never run around. Say you never stay out late. Say you never run around. Say you never stay out late. Well, I got to tell you, baby, I got to set you straight. straight. Time for the wolf. Well, come here, baby, sit on your daddy's knee. Got to tell you something that's worrying me. I'm worried about you, baby. I'm so worried about you, baby. I'm so worried about you, baby. Better stop worrying about me. I said, slow down, baby. You've been moving too fast. Got too many friends for our love. You know I'm worried about you. I'm so worried about you, baby. I'm so worried about you, baby. You better stop worrying about me. grows small. Didn't have my baby by my side. When the sun grows small, didn't have my baby by my side. You know I knew just where she was. She'd run off with another guy. Don't that sun look so lonesome, sitting down behind the tree? Don't that sun look so lonesome, sitting down behind the tree? And don't your house look so lonesome, when your baby back up to leave? I said, the window, oh, my baby back to me. Back to me. Well, if I don't soon find him, my heart's gonna be in which you can purchase by making a donation to Leverett Village Co-op right now, I think. Pretty sure. And this is the title cut. The full title of this song is called She's Got More Faces Than a Deck of Cards. It's one of them friendly little songs. But it got as high as about number 6 on the blues charts, on the contemporary blues charts. I think number 8 on the big blues chart. But this is the title cut. I'm going to play it for you now. You ready, Em? 1, 2, 1, 2, you know what to do. Well, the beauty of your face is undeniable, but the truth of your words unreliable. The rubber and the Protestants of us are pretty is. I'd love to trust you, but I've reconsidered. Trust your loyalty to the highest bidder. Promise, no way. But to you, people are prey. You got more stories than an anthology. You got lying right in your biology. More boyfriends on your team than a baseball song. Got more faces than a people card. Now the flag might change direction in a star, but you raise duplicity to a dark corner. You tell me that your word is your bond. It disappears like a magic wand. Snow-Cobb, don't deny it. But if your lips are moving, chances are you're lying. You may think this is how you reach the stars, but you got more faces than a deck of cards. Well, face cards might be good when playing poker, but the queen of hearts can turn into the joker. Got a pretty smile that you pretend is real, until you pull up your next back deal. Now I've seen people shift when the wind blew, but the faces used to always stop at two. You got 100 different lines in your command. You got the whole royal family in your hand. You got more stories than an anthology. You got lying right in your biology. More boys on your team than a national squad. You got more pieces than a fucking card. Listen to talking that the truly doesn't do much for your credibility. It's just watching more inside your yards. Got more faces than a record cup. You got more faces than a record card. You got more faces than a record card. Alrighty. Karen, I understand you have a request. A special Allman Brothers request, I heard. Alright. Remember, folks, you got to join, or buy an auction item, or donate, or buy a Wildcat CD. We're going to play an Allman Brothers thing for you for Karen. This is called Blue Sky. Wish us luck. 1, 2, you know what to do. Walk along the river, sweet lullaby. The river keeps on flowing. It's not worried about where it's going. Don't fly, Mr. Bluebird, I'm just a walking down the road. Early morning sunshine tells me all I need to know. It takes me high when you turn your love my way. Turn your love my way, yeah. This B.B. King tune on a record of ours, and we did not know when we released that the King was about to leave us, but a few stations around the country played this as part of their B.B. King tribute, which was nice. And no less of an institution than Living Blues Magazine singled out Emily Duff's saxophone solo on this for special praise. So we're going to try it for you now. It's a thing called Sweet Little Angel. One, two, To play the game. I said no rules are all right. I love to play the game. Since my friends have all gone, don't think just don't seem the same. All you people signed up to join the Leverett Village Co-op. Did you buy items on the owl raffle thing? Did you buy Wildcat O'Halloran CDs or masks? Did you, we're going to play you something off our last year's record.
Leave.
That our special comes with sriracha sauce, remoulade reduction. You think that sounds like something I might eat? It ain't your most brilliant deduction. Take up all of that sriracha stuff. Just give me a steak kind of plain. What you gotta stop coming here. It's gonna be this kind of pain. You can't get it like that. You can't get it like that. Gotta move on down. My Supro amp was getting kind of beat up. I went looking for something new. Salesman sure was glad to see me. Said I got just the thing for you. 2,000 watts of Class D power. Just the effects that plug into your phone. I said, how about something with tubes in the back? Knobs, volume, and tone. He said, no. It don't even come like that. You can't get it like that. You gotta move up down. what about coffee? $3.95 and you gotta know stuff. I tried my charm on a pretty barista. I thought she might be amused by my bluff. Just regular coffee, baby, and your phone number. Extra sweet and both will be swell. As if planned, sugar's down the end. Back when it's freezing in hell, she said no, you can't get it. No way you get it like that. Can't get it like that. Gotta move up down. Us go here on Rattlesnake Gutter Road. I was promised flying rattlesnakes, but they did not show up. Maybe after dark they will. Hey, in one of those How to Make $1 Million in Music Business books, which apparently I didn't read close enough, they said never waste the audience's time saying please clap for the rhythm section. That's wasting the audience's time. Don't ever do that. But if you had an interesting story, so I'm going to tell you a couple interesting stories here. First of all, when Johnny Cash has that song about being everywhere, you know the one I'm talking about? I've been everywhere, man. He goes through a list of the most obscure places in America because he's been there. He lists Mark Schwienard, our drummer's hometown, Chicopee, Massachusetts. On drums tonight, the international jet setter, international troublemaker, and international homewrecker, Mark Schwienard is on drums. Yeah, our bass player looks down his nose at Chicopee because he comes from a community so fancy that they make the gas station look colonial. You got that? They make the gas station dress up the building to look colonial. That would be, of course, Sturbridge, Massachusetts. On bass tonight, Mr. Dave Kandarian. And instead of telling that ridiculous story about finding the baby in the basket with the little baby bottle full of Jameson, I'm not going to tell that story. Now I'm going to tell you a true story. When COVID hit, Emily Duff was working, after we recorded our album, but before it came out, she was on a cruise ship in Asia, which was not the place to be. Nobody caught anything, but when the next port found out where they had been, they wouldn't let them land, and the port after that wouldn't let them land, and the port after that. So Em was floating around in the ocean for 62 days, until they got the bright idea to go through the Suez Canal, you know, the one with all the pirates in it? Yeah, that's why you're going to see us referring to her as the Pirate Queen. So they go through the Suez Canal without getting killed by the pirates, but then they get to the Mediterranean and no one will let them land there either. So after 62 days, they went around to Gibraltar, which is a British possession, flew to England, flew home, quarantined for 14 days, and I went and got her in time for the fabulous summer tour, which only a little bit of it was left of it, but we're happy that we made it to this at least. But I'm going to let Em play something that she learned in jazz school when she was going to fancy, when she was getting an advanced degree in jazz arranging. This is a Cannonball Adderley thing called Mercy, Mercy, Mercy. You hear your whole life that probably B.B. King's up in heaven and he's playing along with John Coltrane and Aretha's up there and she's singing with Frank Sinatra. I question that because I've been around musicians my whole life and I'm not sure that many of us are headed for the up escalator, if you know what I'm saying. I think there might be a heavy-duty dearth of musicians upstairs. It might be more like that joke between Satan and St. Peter where St. Peter gets so mad he tells Satan he's going to sue him, and Satan says, well, go ahead, but good luck finding a lawyer where you live. We're going to play a song of ours that's kind of about that. Well, I've heard that when a lost sheep finds its way, they party up in heaven for a couple of days. One thing about that I don't understand. They party up in heaven where the hell they find a band and party up in heaven. There's a party up in heaven. There's a party up in heaven. Where in hell they gonna find a band? Well, St. Peter's up in heaven and he's working the door. And like a giant steel 54. Say to God, I hope this party ain't a bore. God said, I made the heart cause I can make some more. There's a party up in heaven. There's a party up in heaven. There's a party up in heaven. Where in hell they gonna find a band? them hot girls won't come up here. Cause everybody knows in heaven we got no beer. I said find an Irish boy without too many sins. Got him to the party, I'm sure he'll sneak some in. Get the party up in. Get the party up in heaven. Get the party up in heaven. And now they go down back. So people they asked me to play. Peter wrote me a check. My heart wasn't going, so figured what the heck. Angels were dancing on the head of a pin. No, dancing with angels always kind of been my thing. And the party up in heaven. The party up in heaven. The party up in heaven. And now they're gonna find a man. If you want to take a good chance. I know a couple of them boy angels probably ask you to dance, but when you're dancing in front of the heavenly host, you got to leave some room for the Holy Ghost. There's a party up in heaven. There's a party up in heaven. There's a party up in heaven. And how they gonna find a band? Now you got to play good DK when we get to heaven. The angels bring Guinness. Amps go to 11, but you got to work without no union contract. Ain't got no lawyers there, and that's a fact. Party up in heaven. Party up in heaven. Party up in heaven. Thank you so much. We are the Wildcat O'Halloran Band. And do we have time for just one more? We do. Look at us go. We are that unusual blues band that thinks Jimi Hendrix got to be in the club. So we're going to play a Hendrix thing to close out here. Actually, people usually remind me that Buddy Miles, the drummer, actually wrote this song, but it's called Them Changes. 1, 2, you know what to Anytime you see me going somewhere, think I'm going straight out of my mind. Oh, my baby, she left me the other day. It's having so much fun. Oh, my baby, she stepped that on me. That's the reason why I held her me. Going through all its changes. You're just like a midnight train. Every time I get to the Leverett Co-op, I seem to have a real good time. As I get drinking, it's start to thinking. By the time I get home, I'll be real thinking. My mind is going through all the city. You just caught up in the crowd. Anytime you see me go somewhere, feel like I'm missing out of my mind. Help me run, 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 help me run. Don't forget, join, buy an item at the auction, donate, or get a Wildcat CD or something for the Leverett Village Co-op. Thank you. Good night.
Yeah. Okay, here we. Oh my God, that was amazing. Wildcat O'Halloran Band. What a treat. What a great day it's been. We're going on 7 hours of live streaming. I hope you guys have been enjoying the day as much as I have. I don't know about you, but I'm getting just a little bit tired. So much fun. I have to say that living in this valley where there's so much natural beauty and such a great community, where there's arts and culture and music and dancing, so many great things to keep us occupied even during a pandemic. This has been really a wonderful way to connect with people and to support our co-op. And yeah, so it's getting late. We're getting tired. We have just a few more things for entertainment for you. Oh, I have to give you the tally of the auction, because it's not quite tallied 100% yet, but we're getting there, and we already have over $5,000. So we were hoping, yay, that's great. We were hoping to match the $7,500 anonymous pledge that was made to us. Are you coming with a check or something? No. A giant. Oh, we'll take it. Come on in. Come on here. A little bit on our mask. And the donations continue to come in. Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm listening to the music from my home.
Oh, that's great.
Sorry, my mask.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's never too late to donate to the co-op. And if you don't want to give cash or checks or donate online, just come and shop. Buy a bottle of wine. Buy yourself a scone. Buy a scone for a friend. Come on in and support the co-op, because we want to get out of debt. We do not like being in debt. So we're going to continue, even though the day is almost over, we're going to continue to try to get up to that $7,500 challenge grant. I know that we can do it, and I hope that our generous donor will give us just a little bit more time to get that money in. So as I was saying, it's great to be in a place where there's so much arts and culture, and I myself love dancing, drumming, music of any kind. And as we're winding down here, it's really an honor to be able to share with you a video that I made with my dance troupe, which is the Crescent Dancers. And we're a Middle Eastern belly dance troupe that has been together for over 40 years. I haven't been in the troupe for over 40 years, but going on 20. And dancing together with people is just such a wonderful joy. It's great exercise. It's great culturally. We love to share the music and the dance. So with socially distanced safety in mind, we've been experimenting with how we can continue to dance as a troupe. And we've come up with a couple of dances that we could do. You'll notice we're wearing masks and we have wings, which helps keep the distance. So we're going to have 3 dances for you. The first one, I believe, is Rumpy Rumpy, which is a lively Turkish number with big skirts. The second one is a more quiet piece with our wings. And the third piece is going to be a little bit of a hip-hoppy kind of a dance, a little experiment for the Crescent dancers. So without further ado, we're going to switch over, and after the belly dancing, we're going to, because it's getting dark and it's getting late and I'm getting tired, we're going to go right into the yoga video with Patty, and we're going to close out the night. So I'm just going to be signing off for now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you, Jared and Sarah and Frank and Lise and Martin and everybody, Jono, everybody, Ann, Sam. I can't even think of everybody, but it's been a great day, and let's keep the co-op going strong. Oh, and Karen, I've had a blast. I really have had a blast, and I love the co-op, and I hope people will continue to support it. And this is Karen signing off from the Leverett Village Co-op, but stay tuned for the videos.
Lumping, lumping, lumping. Hello, I'm Patty Townsend, and I'm very honored to be here with you this evening to wrap up our day, our festival day for the Leverett Village Co-op. And thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your presence in the community, and all of us together keeping and building the co-op back and into an even more flourishing endeavor that we can work for together. So thank you so much. And as we now move into finishing, I'd like to take some breathing with you. So if you just want to sit comfortably in any way you like, or even lie down and rest your arms. If you're seated, bring your hands to your thighs and touch into your thighs with your hands. Allow your hands to be touched equally by your thighs. Allow your legs or your back body, what's ever touching the earth, to touch deeply into the earth. And feel, if you like, the touch of earth coming back through you. As we breathe, the planet breathes. We expand, we arc into life, we condense, and we dissolve back. This is the path of life, and it's also the pathway of every breath. Expanding as you inhale and opening. And condensing as you exhale and returning back to core. Expanding, inhale. Condensing, exhale, and yielding into relationship. So take one of your condensing breaths and bring your hands together to touch, as if you could hold your own heart tenderly right in the skin of your hands. And bring it up and touch it. Touch your thumbs just in front of the sternum, just in front of your heart. Allow your eyes to drop down low, and the breath to fill your chest from behind heart, out, around, and up. A couple of easy deep breaths here. Good. And then with your next exhale, simply release your arms down by your sides with your fingers touching the ground. And the arms can be kind of light here. And when you lift them up, not just from the muscle, but lift an arm from the deep belly. All right? So take one hand onto your belly now and imagine, notice, feel that as that arm comes up, that it is profoundly connected all the way down to the deepest central lower belly, and exhale, release it from there. And then the other side, same thing. As you're inhaling, it's as if you just have this big elastic connectivity, resilience, strength, support, and exhale and take it down. Good. Both arms, fingers touch, they feather down to or toward the ground, and then with an inhale, sweep around, out and up, and then peek up this time, and reach up with your fingers, a kind of a light, bright sensation in the fingers as they reach away from the coccyx, right down at the bottom back of you, the base of your spine, your coccyx tail, as if it were able to pierce deeply into the earth, right? Inhale, ready to move, and as you're exhaling, just pull your arms back down, integrate them all the way into the deep central belly. And then once here, hands on thighs, simple twist. As you're inhaling, yield weight into the earth. And as you're exhaling, simply spin. You can spin to your right if you like. I'll mirror you. Yield and push into the ground. Spin. Full breath all the way into the deep back belly wall. Exhale, spinning. The lengthening of the breath is the link to your nervous system. The movements touch the nadis, the energetic channels, and the breath washes them. As you're inhaling, come back to center. Exhale, do nothing. Take a full inhale, ready to go the other way. And as you're exhaling, simple, easy spin. hand on the floor, palm down next to you, and then with an inhale, sweep your arm out and up, and don't take it all the way down. Don't go too far. Just reach away with it and feather your fingers out there. Feel there's light in the joints of your fingers. There's synovial fluid in there. Inhale, big reach. And as you're exhaling, pull your arm right back down as if you're pulling yourself through the water swimming. Right? So the action is connected, the arm all the way to the belly. And then the other hand touches navel region and inhaling, arm is lifting. And you feel the reach and the feathering of the fingers, the light, the space. Inhale again and exhale, pull it down as if you're pulling yourself through the water swimming. Right? Now both arms at the same time. Inhale, reach out and up, overhead. Feel the support deep in through the thick of your arms, through the thick of your shoulders into your lungs. Back belly, and here we go. Inhale and exhale, pull your arms back down. Good. And turn the palms up, roll them open, and melt. Good. We'll use the leg and the arm together. So the left arm and the left leg both extend. Inhale, you reach. And exhale, you pull back. They're integrating into the back abdominal wall. Inhale, you reach. And exhale, you pull back. Left side again. Inhale, reaching. And exhale, pulling. And inhale, you reach. And exhale, you pull. Good. Now push down both legs. As you're inhaling, pelvis rises slightly, not a lot. As you're exhaling, roll your tail kneeward and roll your pelvis to the floor. As you're inhaling, curl tail, lift pelvis, release tail. And as you're exhaling, curl tail toward knees, pelvis down, and release tail toward feet. Wait for a moment. So this is a moving that's initiating from the tail and the spine that will lift your pelvis off the floor. And we're rolling through the back abdominal wall, through all those nervous system tissues, organs, fascia, muscle, all of it. Okay, here we go again. Inhale. As you're exhaling, curl tail toward knees. And as you're inhaling, the pelvis off the floor and release your coccyx back down towards your heels. Now stay here a moment. Your pelvis is just like a big basket. Inhale. As you're exhaling, curl tail toward knees and lower hips down. Inhale. Exhale, curl tail, lift pelvis. Inhale, release tail. Exhale, curl, and roll down. Good. Hands on belly, and melt. Good. Keep your right foot on the floor. Extend your left leg straight up. It doesn't matter how far you go, and it doesn't matter if you need to bend your knee a little bit. Just extend up with the heel and spread your toes the best you can. And if you like, you can draw the leg in closer to you a little bit or not. Hold on to the back of the leg. With an inhale, you're ready to move. And the exhale slides the right leg out on the floor. Keep breathing. Long, deep, back belly flooding breath here. Good. Here we go. You're going to slide up. Inhale. As you're exhaling, slide your arms up your leg just a little or a lot and curl up. The back abdominal wall is toned. The belly organs can be soft in there, even as you're using your muscles. Now, either take your hands behind your head to support a little bit, or reach your fingers towards your toes and the long end back there where your foot is, and exhale, lower the left leg down. Keep it supported from the back abdominal wall as much as you can, so you're not gripping your front abs. It's a deep back body action. And eventually you get down, and when you touch, take your time, you lower, you feel the earth, and then you mount. Good. And then the left foot's on the floor, and you extend your right leg straight up. And you just want to find your comfort there. Maybe spread the balls of your feet, of your foot that's up there, even the one on the floor. The arch, a little bit of wiggling around in there. Extend your heel up, and maybe straighten a little more. It's up to you. Now, inhale, and as you're exhaling, slide your left leg out on the floor. Good. Flex the foot, both down there and up here. Take some deep breaths. Keep the big, flat, wide basin of a soft, like a sea, in there in your belly. And your belly organs are a beautiful sea anemone structure floating in there. Inhale. As you're exhaling, you use the muscles of your back abdominal wall to do this, and you don't disturb the sea in there. The mobility, the resilience, and the comfort of the deep belly. All right, now your hands can come behind your head, fine, or reach your fingers forward and slowly, from the back abdominal wall tone, take your your leg out, out, up and down, and when you touch, roll down, rest arms, and melt. Good. Now both knees come up into you, and you hug them in a little bit and make little circles here around the big muscles there in your lower back and around the low muscles and bones of your pelvis, right? You just keep rolling around. And then draw your knees in well, hug them in, and with an exhale, curl up. Inhale and come back down. And now you're going to get simple. Extend your right leg out on the floor, open your left arm. Bring your knee up. Inhale, and as you're exhaling, let the extended leg bend a little bit too. And as you draw your left knee across your body, coming into a twist, roll on the outside of your right thigh. So you're letting your whole body go in a deep diagonal here. And then as you just inch that leg across your body without going too fast, you can pulse through the back abdominal wall, through all of these big, thick belly organs and roll your gaze leftward. So rather than thinking of twisting per se, you're thinking of touching in, rippling, and a slight bit of a squeeze, but just a gentle squeeze through the organ body. A soft inner touch is what we're looking at. Organ to organ, tissue to tissue, even cell to cell in the body. All right, inhale and bring it back up. Roll that back belly down. And we'll go to the other side. Extend your left leg, bend the right. Open your right arm out and inhale, bending this lower leg. So you're letting yourself roll on the outside of it, coming to a diagonal, not straight along. Well, don't worry about it. Just roll on the outside of your leg and then turn. And you use these, you use your body to kind of ripple slowly through things. But I'm not rippling with my outer. I'm really rippling from inside in those deep tissues. A wake up, a touch, a soothing, all the way through your three-dimensionality. Gets right into the nervous system. Body says, oh, with this deep touch, maybe it's okay. Maybe there's some safety here. All right, and then inhale and bring it back around, all the way back around, and feet under you again. Just lift up and straighten yourself on your mat or the floor, whatever it is, and open your palms. Allow your eyes to close. Let yourself melt again. You can feel how your nervous system is starting to let go, right? Let it go. We're resting. Take your hands onto your belly, and you can either keep your knees bent like this, or feel free to extend your legs out, flex your feet, and rest in that way. But if that's not comfortable for your back, just keep your legs bent and your feet right under your knees. Soften your face, under your tongue and your jaws. Feel the weight of the beautiful pull of gravity drawing you into the earth through your face, your neck, and your chest. Roll your arms open and let your palms be turned upward as you feel along your arms and into your hands this delightful embrace of gravity holding you to Mother Earth. Feel the same thing through the region of the solar plexus, the sides of your deep belly, the center belly, all the way down and into and through the pelvic region, your legs, the soles of your feet, either open on the floor or touching the earth. If there's any place that you feel inside that is just really resisting, yielding into the earth here, just take your awareness to it, and without any need to alter, change, or improve it, just feel it. That's all. Good. And then we'll finish together seated. So if you bring yourself around and back up to seated, we'll take just another moment back into our verticality. Planted on the earth, yielding into earth and allowing ourselves in our descent, in our willingness to be supported, to receive that support. We offer and we receive. If you like, bring your hands into Anjali Mudra. If you like, hold your heart tenderly, bring it right back into your own heart. Offer the gift of love to yourself. Feel it. And hold and offer the gift of love to your loved ones, to your community, as you have today, and to the world. Thank you. It's been a pleasure sharing yoga with you. Good night, and so much gratitude for everyone being here today for the co-op. Thank you.